Chapter 1149. Kuan Arashir got up. Although he was drunk, he instantly sobered up when he heard Li Zongjiu's voice. After getting up, Kuan Arashir looked quite ashamed. The wine had caused his body to fall into a state of overdraft. He had been in such a drunken state for the past few days, but Kuan Arashir did not feel relieved at all. On the contrary, drinking to drown his sorrows became even more sorrowful. Li Zongjiu also just learned about this matter. It was Xiao Zhao who mentioned it to him. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to refine elixirs, but he put everything aside and came to find Kuan Arashir. Knowing that the latter was depressed, Li Zongjiu did not say much. He just sat on the ground, picked up a bottle of wine, and drank with Kuan Arashir. It's normal for young people to suffer a little setback, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. The reason why Kuan Arashir did not seek Li Zongjiu's help was not difficult to guess. Now, Li Zongjiu's White Deer Mansion had become a thorn in the imperial court's side because of its own development. If he started at this time, Li Zongjiu might be placed on the opposite side of the imperial court. For Kuan Arashir, this was something that should not be done. Kuan Arashir also smiled bitterly and drank with Li Zongjiu. When Palace Master Yun Qi saw the two brothers, she felt that they were like brothers in distress. Li Zongjiu was now in a high position, but he was still so close to Kuan Arashir and did such a boring thing. It could be seen that Li Zongjiu was really a sincere person. She ordered her subordinates to cook a table of good dishes for the two brothers. If you two want to drink, drink well. Lady Boss, bring out the best wine you have in your shop. Li Zongjiu greeted him. Yun Qi bowed slightly and then went to open his wine cellar. At the same time, he took out a jar of 18-year-old Nuahong. Among all the types of wine, this wine was undoubtedly the best. When it came to Nuahong, the best wine was 18 years old. It would be too old if it was older, and too young if it was younger. Pass down the order. The Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion is not open to the public today. Yes, madam. Han Shuang and Han Shui were also helpers in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion. When they were outside, they were called Lady Boss, but when they were inside, they were called Palace Master. However, the fragrance of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn's wine had long since spread far and wide. Even many celebrities in the royal city liked to have fun here. Now, because of Li Zongjiu's arrival, the inn had to be temporarily closed. It could be seen that Palace Master Yun Qi valued Li Zongjiu. However, some people would not give up just because the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was closed. Shimin Chuefeng had already boasted that he would book the entire Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn and hold a celebratory banquet for a minister in the imperial court. In the end, when Shimin Chuefeng came with a large group of people, he was told that the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was temporarily closed. Wasn't this a direct slap to Shimin Chuefeng's face? The Shimin clan that Shimin Chuefeng belonged to. It was a clan that had recently risen, and its rise was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, the territory and business chain it had taken in the city was almost comparable to the four great clans. Some people had even begun to call the Shimin clan the fifth great clan. The fifth great clan had appeared in the royal city because of the Shimin clan's participation. Some people had also heard that only a small part of the Shimin clan had come to the city and started to build a business chain. They were quite outstanding in all aspects and had already established many connections. Today's banquet was hosted by a group of civil officials. As long as this official stamped his seal and received the approval, the Shimin clan would be able to gain a firm foothold in the royal city. The other party naturally demanded an exorbitant price, and this matter was most likely settled. Who would have thought that at the last moment this would actually happen? Wasn't this clearly a slap to the Shimin clan's face? Ask your lady boss to come out. I want to see who dares to book the Shimin clan's place. So many people were blocked outside the door. If he did not show his power today, the Shimin clan would not be able to survive in the future. Most importantly, if he were to be slapped in the face today, This business deal would most likely be ruined. Shimin Chuefeng turned around and smiled apologetically at the minister, who already had a bad expression. Lord Chu, don't worry. The Shimin clan will handle this matter properly. It's best to settle it quickly. Official Chu didn't have a good expression on his face. The dignified secretariat, was actually left hanging at the door. Everything was blamed on Shimin blowing foam. If he didn't properly handle this matter today, then there would be no need to mention what would happen in the future. As for the small things that he had received previously, he naturally would not return them. He could also use this opportunity to extort another sum of money. Yes. Lord Chu, don't worry. Shimin Chuefeng apologized. Then, he directly ordered someone to break down the door. Ever since the 9th prince's accident here, it was said that the spring flower and autumn moon was no longer under the 9th prince's protection. Therefore, some people's behavior here became more unbridled. However, because of the 9th prince's remaining power, they did not dare to act recklessly. But today, Shimin Chuefeng himself was riding a tiger and could not back down. If he did not give an explanation today, tens of billions of purple yuan transactions would directly go down the drain. Li Zongjio and Kuan Erishur were drinking wine, and the surroundings were quiet. Suddenly, someone directly kicked open the door of the spring flower and autumn moon inn. Palace Master Yun Qi, who was waiting at the side, also stood up slightly and prepared to deal with this situation. Didn't they say that they were no longer receiving guests? Could it be that these people did not understand human language? No need for you. We'll take care of it ourselves. Li Zongjio indicated for Palace Master Yun Qi to sit down. Palace Master Yun Qi naturally would not ignore Li Zongjio's intentions. The lives of Zishuan court were basically saved by Li Zongjio's help. If it wasn't for Li Zongjio's help back then, Zishuan court would have already ceased to exist. Moreover, the moon god art that Palace Master Yun Qi was currently cultivating was also given to her by Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio's kindness to Zishuan court was also greater than the heavens. Today, I, Shimin Chuefeng, want to entertain distinguished guests here. Who booked this place? I, Shimin Chuefeng, am willing to pay 10 times the price. Please bear the pain and part with your treasures. After Shimin Chuefeng and the others rushed in, they were not in a hurry to make a move. They shouted to the front, "Scram! Don't disturb this young master's drinking." Kuan Erishur directly threw out the wine jar in his hand. With a bang, it smashed in front of Shimin Chuefeng and the others. Immediately, an primitive emperor beside Shimin Chuefeng stepped forward and shielded Shimin Chuefeng behind him. "Young man, you must pay attention to your manners when you're outside," the primitive emperor said faintly. "If you don't scram, I'll close the door and beat the dog." Kuan Erishur stood up shakily. The wine made Kuan Arashi's eyes dizzy, and he could not see clearly how many people were in front of him. Blurry figures could be seen everywhere. Such a drunkard could be pinched to death with just a finger. However, it was not good to kill people in the imperial city, especially during such a special period. Therefore, if they could solve it with words, they should try to solve it with words and not resort to violence. 2 drunkards. Just give them some money and throw it out. You must be the lady boss. Put the bill of these 2 on me. In addition, you can prepare for the opening performance. Bring out your best performance. I don't care how much it costs," Shimin Chuefeng said heroically. Immediately, 2 of his men came forward and lifted Kuan Erishur. Just as they were about to throw Kuan Erishur out, Kuan Erishur suddenly made a move. The 2 men who came forward to drag Kuan Erishur were not weak either. They were in the Yuan King realm, but their strength was not as strong as Kuan Erishur. Although they were drunk, when Kuan Erishur made a move, it was difficult for them to resist. Bang, bang. The 2 of them fell to the ground. "I don't want to leave yet." Kuan Erishur had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that Shimin Chuefeng and the others had taken the initiative to come to him, he took advantage of the drunkenness to start a fight with the people in front of him. At first, Kuin-Arashi's guards were not strong enough to fight with Kuin-Arashir. After getting drunk, Kuin-Arashi's strength was surprisingly great. He injured a few of the other party's guards in succession. Finally, the primitive emperor could not help but make a move. With a slap, Kuin-Arashir fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of wine. He spat out the wine he had just drunk on the floor. "You are courting death." The primitive emperor was still unwilling to stop. He stepped forward again and kicked Kuin-Arashi's face, causing Kuin-Arashir to slide on the floor and hit the steps with a bang. This caused the wine cup in Li Zongjiu's hand to shake slightly. After seeing this, Palace Master Yin Qi could not help but glance at Li Zongjiu. She was also wondering what Li Zongjiu's intention was. "Get up and continue fighting with him," Li Zongjiu said faintly. Kuin-Arashir also struggled to get up. The primitive emperor had obviously used a lot of strength and kicked Kuin-Arashi's nose until it was crooked. Again, Kuin-Arashi's temper flared up all of a sudden. Since he had already made a move, there would be no mercy. The primitive emperor turned back and glanced at Shimin Chuefeng. He saw Shimin Chuefeng waving his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. "Break his legs and throw him out from the back door. Don't scare Lord Chu." Chapter 1150. After receiving the order, the primitive emperor expert's face had a trace of coldness as he stared at Kuin-Arashir in front of him. A brat who didn't know the difference between life and death actually dared to give orders in front of him, and at the same time wanted to challenge his authority. "Then I'll let you know what the dignity of a primitive emperor expert is. You can't be offended." This person stretched out his hand, and his yuan power turned into a long whip in his hand. On the golden whip, there were small spikes one after another. If it were to fall on a person's body, it would definitely split open the person's skin and flesh. Such a wound would fester if it was slightly careless. "Pa!" The long whip drew out a muffled sound in the air and directly swung towards Kuin-Arashi's leg. Kuin-Arashir was naturally tied up by the opponent and then fiercely fell to the ground. Bang! Immediately, one of Kuin-Arashi's legs was broken. Although it was painful, Kuin-Arashir had a hearty feeling. Although his leg was broken, Kuin-Arashir didn't cry out and only silently endured it, enduring the pain as he climbed up. In the next second, he was thrown out again and smashed onto the ground. This time, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When the expert saw Li Zongjiu, who was still minding his own business and drinking wine, he had a feeling of anger, because from the beginning to the end, this brat had been ignoring him. Courting death. The long whip swung towards Li Zongjiu's face from more than 10 meters away. This whip must make Li Zongjiu remember this lesson. In the future, when he meets others outside, he must remember to be civilized and polite. "Pa!" Just as the whip was about to land on Li Zongjiu's body, Kuin-Arashir came out of nowhere. He blocked the attack of the whip for Li Zongjiu. When the whip landed on Kuin-Arashi's face, it immediately tore open his skin and flesh, and even a few drops of blood flew into Kuin-Arashi's eyes, dyeing them red. "You can hit me, but he's my boss." Kuin-Arashir naturally knew that Li Zongjiu could block the whip, but he still rushed out without hesitation and blocked the whip for Li Zongjiu. At this moment, he finally sobered up a little. Because he was drunk just now, he didn't even know what had happened to his body and how badly he had been ravaged by the other party. Now that he had sobered up and checked his body, he was furious. "You're courting death." He had held back time and time again, which was giving this brat face. He actually dared to challenge him. Immediately, the whip in his hand swung toward Lan Kuin's head with a speed and strength that was 10 times faster than before. This blow was enough to break Kuin-Arashi's head. But Kuin-Arashir still stood in the same place, not moving his feet, and staring at the person in front of him. At the critical moment, a hand blocked the whip of the primitive emperor expert, and with a gentle pull, the person opposite him was pulled over. The primitive emperor expert couldn't believe that he couldn't control his body. The opponent seemed to have a very strong person, so he couldn't resist this move, and his whole body flew towards Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur naturally raised his hand and punched him in the face. With a punch, the primitive emperor expert fell to the ground. Bang! Kuan Erishur turned his head and looked at Li Zongjio beside him. Although he was beaten up, Kuan Erishur felt very happy, because after today's experience, he seemed to have found a kind of feeling, a direction. Shimin Chuefeng saw that the number 1 expert under his command was seriously injured by the 2 brats opposite him. He didn't know what demonic technique they used, but he was furious. He immediately became angry. You 2 brats dare to be enemies with my Shimin clan. Today, I will let you see the power of my Shimin clan. Shimin Chuefeng directly took out a command arrow from his bosom and prepared to call for help. Stop! Official Chu, who had been waiting outside the door, walked in. He was already very angry that he had to wait for so long at the door. After such a long time, the matter still hadn't been resolved. His ability was really lacking. Official Chu had walked in to show off his face. However, when Official Chu walked in, he found that there was something wrong with the scene, because the person standing in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Official Chu, there is no need for you to deal with such a small matter, Shimin Chuefeng hurriedly said to Official Chu. Unexpectedly, Official Chu didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on Li Zongjio in front of him. Suddenly, Official Chu's brain seemed to have been struck by lightning. This lowly official greets, Lord State Preceptor. After seeing Li Zongjio's face clearly, Official Chu quickly took a few steps forward and knelt down in front of Li Zongjio. He continuously kowtowed, and his body was completely bent. Imperial Tutor Shimin Chuefeng and the others had been in the Sacred Flame Royal City for several months. Previously, they had heard that there was an influential person in the city, a very young imperial tutor. It was said that even Emperor Xingyan had to give him some face. Therefore, when the people of the Shimin clan arrived, they hurriedly brought gifts to visit the White Deer Mansion. However, the gifts were accepted, but they didn't even get to meet the person in question. This was considered normal. After all, if one didn't have a name or a surname, why would the person want to meet them? However, the etiquette had already arrived, and they had more or less met face to face. Who would have thought that they would actually meet the person in question here today? Shimin Chuefeng felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. He couldn't even straighten his back. When he heard these words, he felt as if a large basin of water had been splashed on him. This time he was done for. For the sake of Official Chu, he had actually offended the current imperial tutor. He reckoned that he was going to die. Imperial tutor, this lowly one didn't know that it was imperial tutor who was here. Please forgive me, imperial tutor. A large group of people directly knelt down along with Shimin Chuefeng. Li Zongjio glanced at the people kneeling in front of him. After a glance, he retracted his gaze and looked at Kuan Erishur beside him. Is there anything difficult in this world that you and I can't overcome? If you give up now, then you really won't be able to overcome anything, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Kuan Erishur lowered his head in shame. Li Zongjio was right. He was too anxious. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Where is that girl Shuiwen now? Since Li Zongjio had interfered in this matter, then he had to take care of it to the end. Who was this Emperor Shengyan? Li Zongjio's brother wanted to marry his daughter, so he should obediently hand over his daughter. Chapter 1151. Hearing Li Zongjio's question, Kuan Erishur was also surprised, and then he said, She went to talk to Emperor Xingyan about our engagement, and then she was locked in the palace. Then she came out. Kuan Erishur said, helplessly. He sighed. Within the inner palace, there were countless experts. Moreover, a place like the imperial palace was not a place that anyone could casually enter. Moreover, the Watermoon Palace Master's residence was an important place in her boudoir. Ordinary people would not be allowed to approach it. Kuan Erishur didn't have any official position, so he naturally couldn't go in. Then do you want to take her away, or do you want me to put some pressure on Emperor Xinyan so that he will marry his daughter to you?" Li Zongjiu said this in front of everyone. When the name of Emperor Xinyan was mentioned, official Chu almost directly knelt down. After all, this was the name of the great emperor, and it couldn't be casually talked about. If it was passed to Emperor Xinyan's ears, he would exterminate your entire family in minutes. And what Li Zongjiu said just now was to put some pressure on Emperor Xinyan. Shimin Chuefeng and the others knelt on the ground, trembling. The strength of this imperial tutor in front of them seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. I'm fine with anything, but I'm mainly asking for Shui Yu's opinion," Kuan Erisher said with a frown. Kuan Erisher knew that Li Zongjiu always meant what he said. So as long as Li Zongjiu said it, he would definitely do it. "You just need to choose. Then let's go ask that girl's opinion first. You're from the imperial court, right?" Li Zongjiu asked official Chu, who was kneeling down. Previously, he had heard that this person had some background. "Yes, I'm Chu He, the head of the Seal Bureau, a third-rank official." Third-rank minister. A third-rank official should be qualified to enter the palace, right? Then you can lead us in, Li Zongjiu said. Soon after, he said to the people of Shimin clan, "I am not interested to know how powerful your Shimin clan is. However, as for the things that were broken today, if there is a compensation for the damages, you can deal with it yourself." Of course not, of course not. Leave it all to me. Don't worry, Lord Imperial Tutor, Shimin Blowing Wind said repeatedly. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at Li Zongjiu. They were afraid that Li Zongjiu would get angry and seek revenge on them. But now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu didn't care about them. It was really unpredictable. The latter's temper was indeed quite strange. He really deserved to be called the Evil Lord. Recently, the name of the Evil Lord began to spread in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, because the things that Li Zongjiu did in the Haika dynasty would spread to the Xinyan dynasty within a few days. Not to mention, it was a rumor about a peerless expert, which made people even more excited. "Take care, Lord Imperial Tutor." Palace Master Yun Qi looked at Shimin Blowing Wind, who was acting like a lackey in front of her. She also felt that this person in front of her was extremely ridiculous. However, there were countless people like him. Most of them had the same temperament. They were arrogant and domineering when they had a little bit of ability. "I'll give you a discount for the broken tables and chairs, and a few jars of good wine. I'll give you 30 million. Palace Master Yun Qi said lightly. "What 30 million? When Shimin Chuefeng heard this, he immediately became excited again. "Do you think that 30 million fell from the sky? You actually said it just like that. Do you have no shame?" Purple Yuan. Palace Master Yun Qi continued calmly. Originally, 30 million gold coins was already an astronomical figure. Now, the value was increased by 100 times. Now, he directly asked for 30 million purple yuan. This was really robbery. However, Palace Master Yun Qi's warning gaze seemed to be telling Shimin Blowing Wind that if he didn't pay up, she would tell Li Zongjiu about this matter. In the end, the pitiful Shimin Blowing Wind could only helplessly fork out the money. Although he admitted defeat, his heart was still pained when he gave up such a large sum of money. With Shimin Blowing Wind's reckless temper, who knew how many people he would offend in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, Shimin Blowing Wind probably still didn't know the relationship between the Spring Flower and Autumn Moonin and Li Zongjiu. Therefore, it could be said that he was unscrupulous at the entrance and spoke without thinking. If this continued, who knew what kind of trouble would occur? In an extremely noble carriage, Li Zongjiu, Kuan Erisher, and Chu he were heading towards the Imperial Palace. Although he didn't know why Li Zongjiu and the others were going to the Imperial Palace at this time, he didn't dare to ask. The carriage was arranged by Westgate Blowing Wind. It was from a carriage rental center in the city. Sometimes, in order to receive some VIPs, they would need to use some extremely noble carriages. If one's own family prepared a carriage, it would seem a bit wasteful. Therefore, these places that rented carriages were also very popular as long as the quality and service were good enough. My 3 lords, the area in front is sealed off. The carriages outside are not allowed to enter. I can only send you here. I will wait for you here. The coachman was a polite young man. Li Zongjio rewarded him with a 10,000 purple yuan banknote. Thank you, my lord. 10,000 purple yuan was almost his entire income for the past few years. It was simply a windfall that fell from the sky. Stop. The imperial palace is under curfew. Civil and military officials are not allowed to enter without an imperial decree. Along the way, there were hundreds of imperial guards on guard. They were stopped as soon as they got off the carriage. In the distance, there were still patrols patrolling back and forth. It was airtight. This imperial city was clearly a heavily guarded prison. How dare you? Are you blind? You even dare to stop Lord Imperial Tutor. Chu, he went up and scolded. However, he was a civil official, so he didn't make a move. If he was a military general, he would probably rush up and give this ignorant imperial guard a beating. When the imperial guards saw Li Zongjio, they were all shocked. They quickly knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Lord Imperial Tutor. Li Zongjio had never been to the imperial palace before, so he didn't know that his title of imperial grandmaster was so useful. He didn't do anything, but he was given the title of imperial grandmaster for no reason. Therefore, he immediately walked out and showed his face a little, which was more useful than any token. Because of Li Zongjio's special identity, these imperial guards had to recognize Li Zongjio's appearance. This way, they wouldn't be unable to recognize him when they saw him. Chu, he was in the same situation just now. He recognized him because he had seen him in the information book before. May I know why Lord Imperial Tutor is visiting so late at night? We can go and report to him. Chu, he was furious when he heard this. You brat, it seems like you haven't died before. How dare you stop me? All right, how about this? Ask the emperor to come out and see me. I have something to tell him. Li Zongjio stopped Chu, he from getting angry, and said directly. When the soldier heard this, he and his companions looked at each other. What kind of operation was this? He actually wanted Emperor Xingyan to come out and see him? Did he make a mistake? He actually dared to say such disgraceful words. However, they didn't dare to do anything. Could it be that they were going to let Li Zongjio be captured just because of one sentence? In the end, the soldier hurriedly made way for Li Zongjio and the others. Compared to asking the Emperor Xingyan to come out and see Li Zongjio, it was better to let Li Zongjio go indirectly. What happened after that would have nothing to do with him. After entering the imperial palace, the surrounding scenery didn't change much compared to 3,000 years later. It wasn't the first time Li Zongjio came to the imperial palace. However, when he came to the imperial palace in his previous life, the scene was quite big. Who knew how many people were lining up to welcome Li Zongjio? None of the civil and military officials were left behind. All of them were standing neatly. The courtyard where Shui Yu was located was called Chu Shui Garden. There were many places in the imperial palace that officials couldn't enter. There were many palace maids, and even some noble concubines' residences. The emperor had a harem of 3,000. It was inevitable that something would happen. Therefore, it had to be restricted from the route. If they were found to have trespassed into these places, they would be severely punished. Lord Imperial Tutor, Choshui Garden is right in front. It's not convenient for us to enter. Otherwise, we will be punished. However, with your status, it shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Chu, he was also very regretful. However, he was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If Emperor Xingyan held him accountable, he would definitely not be able to escape death. However, whether or not Emperor Xingyan would ask was another matter. It was much better than offending Li Zongjio directly. At least now he could live. All right, you can go. Li Zongjio waved his hand and signaled for Chu he to leave. He went forward together with Kuan Erishur and was once again stopped by the guards. Stop the princess courtyard. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. A group of female guards appeared in front of the two of them. Each of them had a murderous look in their eyes and looked extremely fierce. Chapter 1152. A group of female guards stood in front of Li Zongjio. Judging from their attire, they should be from the regular army. No wonder Shui Yue couldn't escape even after half a day had passed. It seemed like Emperor Xingyan had put in a lot of effort. It's the Xuanwu army, Kuan Erishur said, seeing the insignia on their chests. He knew that they were wearing soft armor. Therefore, when Kuan Arashi's gaze moved, it naturally landed on some unsightly positions. You're courting death. As soon as the female guard in the lead gave the order, all of them rushed forward, clamoring that they had to at least take down Lan Kuan and Li Zongjio. Kuan Erishur was shocked. If they fought, it would definitely attract more imperial guards. At that time, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. More and more experts would come after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjio waved his hand at these people. The female guards in front of him had all disappeared. They had all disappeared on the spot. Not even the slightest sound was left. Kuan Erishur was shocked. How did you do that? You will also have the domain ability of an origin emperor expert. Quickly go in. Li Zongjio temporarily threw these people into the spiritual domain, causing their minds to fall into a state of chaos. At this moment, they were all unconscious. If someone was strong enough, it wasn't difficult to stay awake. Kuan Erishur and Li Zongjio swaggered in. Li Zongjio basically took care of everyone he saw. He threw them all in. And in this unique building, Kuan Erishur finally saw his beloved. Li Zongjio naturally didn't disturb the lovebirds. He meditated in the courtyard, waiting for the two to finish their discussion before coming up with a countermeasure. Previously, when Li Zongjio made his move, no one in the entire palace sensed any abnormality. Even the experts of the palace didn't have any reaction at all. Li Zongjio didn't need to be so sneaky, but in order to prevent some troublesome things from happening, it was better to keep a low profile. Boss, Kuan Erishur shouted at Li Zongjio. Boss, Shui Yue also said crisply in front of Li Zongjio. Have you two decided to elope? Shui Yue blushed when she heard these words. She shyly hid behind Kuan Erishur. The girl agreed to go with me. She's willing to wander the world. But after thinking about it, I can't let a girl be so helpless and insecure. So I've decided to return to Kuan Castle and obtain the position of the Castellan of Kuan Castle. Then, I'll propose marriage to Emperor Xingyan. Kuan Erishur said. His face was full of pride. All right, it's up to you. Li Zongjio didn't care. He didn't choose which one would make Li Zongjio look down on Kuan Erishur. It was good for young people to have their own ideas. Anyway, no matter what, they would regret it in the future. It was fine as long as they didn't regret it now. The most important thing was to live well now. Girl, you have to wait for me, Kuan Erishur said to Shui Yue seriously. Shui Yue also nodded heavily. She was indescribably touched as she nestled in Kuan Arashi's arms. In fact, Shui Yue would be willing to follow Kuan Erishur no matter what. But if Kuan Erishur could marry her officially, she would be even happier. All right, you're so lovey-dovey. Why don't you sleep here tonight? Li Zongjio teased. Even Kuan Erishur, who was thick-skinned and dark-skinned, couldn't help but blush. We're both good children. After the two of them chatted for a while, Li Zongjio and Kuan Erishur left the palace together. After seeing Kuan Erishur, Shui Yue's mood obviously changed. She became more cheerful, but when she saw the guards in the courtyard, she didn't know where they went. After a while, Shui Yue saw the guards reappear in the courtyard. Princess, be careful. When the guards came to their senses, they quickly ran to Shui Yue and protected Princess Jingan. Just a moment ago, two audacious bandits had dared to come here. But what had happened just now had left these elites of the Xuanwu army rather confused. Why were they so dizzy? They had no idea what was going on. Later, they appeared in the courtyard. They were worried that the princess was in danger and were certain that these two bandits had come to harm her. Fortunately, the princess was in good condition and had not encountered any danger. Where did all of you run off to? You've neglected your duties. Do you believe that I won't report today's matter to Imperial Father and have him punish you? Princess Jingan was making things difficult for them. After all, these people were usually rather arrogant. If she didn't seize this chance to teach them a lesson, they would think that Princess Jingan was easy to bully. Princess, please calm your anger. We also don't know what's going on. The captain of the guards hastily got down on his knees. Today's matter was extremely serious. Li Zongjio had thrown them into another courtyard. So how could they dare to report such a bizarre incident? If Princess Jing and reported this matter to Sacred Flame Emperor, he would definitely be held accountable. At that time, the punishment from the army would be quite severe. It's good that you know your wrongs. In the future, behave yourselves. You're all dismissed. Princess Jingan waved her hand. Immediately, these guards retreated as if they had been pardoned from a death sentence. Phew! Fortunately, the princess didn't fly into a rage. But today's events were truly strange. The captain of the Xuanwu army, Fong Weiyang, thought to herself. For someone to do such a thing in front of her, Fong Weiyang was naturally extremely displeased. She had to thoroughly investigate this matter. Fong Weiyang immediately ordered an investigation. At the very least, she needed to know who these two people were. It wouldn't be difficult at all to find out who these two people were. After Li Zongjio and Kun Erasher left the imperial city, Li Zongjio indicated for Kun Erasher to leave first. Are you all right? Lan Kun couldn't help but frown. What happened tonight was not a small matter if one were to talk about it. Thus, Kun Erasher was worried about Li Zongjio. Tonight, they had directly barged into the imperial city. At the place where Sacred Flame, Great Emperor, lived, there were countless people who wanted his life. It was said that some members of the previous dynasty were starting to become active again. He was clamoring for revenge. It was probably because his wings were gradually hardening that such a situation would occur. It's fine, Li Zongjiu said. Kun Erasher didn't doubt him. Even if there was something, Kun Erasher wasn't strong enough to deal with it. Thus, it was better to just leave. He didn't need to worry about Li Zongjio. After Kun Erasher left, a figure appeared behind Li Zongjio. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet began to change. Unknowingly, he was enveloped by the other party's domain. If he wanted to break this domain, it would be an extremely simple matter for Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio was also very interested in this person. I've recently made a small breakthrough. Have you thought about exchanging blows with me? Li Zongjio reached out and grabbed the peerless sword. Without waiting for the armament master to reply, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! The sword chi directly cut through the nothingness of the night sky. The surrounding environment had already left the imperial city. He appeared in a mountain range outside the Sacred Flame Imperial City. He had teleported at least 500 miles in an instant. Clearly, the armament master's strength was also extremely strong. These old bones of mine haven't fought for 300 years. Today is a good day for me to get some exercise. The Shengyan dynasty only had a history of 300 years. Based on this, the armament master in front of him was also from the generation that followed the Sacred Flame Imperial family to build the empire. Commander's seal, divine soldiers, and heavenly generals. The armament master threw 2 talismans into the sky. Suddenly, a golden light descended, and 2 golden armored divine soldiers appeared in front of Li Zongjio. Each of them had the cultivation of a supreme being. Chapter 1153. The 2 divine weapons attacked Li Zongjio at an extremely fast speed. Li Zongjio was not afraid at all. He directly rushed towards the 2 divine weapons. He slashed out with his sword. Bang! Bang! The sword chi swept past the divine weapons and directly blasted them away. Although the War Master was shocked to see two divine weapons retreating with one move, his expression was at least relatively calm. His fingers continued to move, as if he was controlling the two divine weapons in a way that was constantly guiding them. However, before the two divine weapons rushed back, Li Zongjio had already felt a movement behind him. Whoosh! A cold light flashed past Li Zongjio's body. His opponent's speed was extremely fast. After making the move, he did not show himself. He just turned around and ran. His figure once again hid in the void. However, what Li Zongjio left behind was only an afterimage of his doppelganger. His real body was already rushing towards the War Master. Boom! The sword slashed down and the earth shook. Although Li Zongjio did not use his full strength, this sword slash directly flattened the surrounding space. Everything that existed in this space was crushed in an instant. It was as if they were turned into dust. The War Master's figure also disappeared in this space. He had already moved several miles away. Although he dodged in time, the War Master was still quite surprised. Just now, Li Zongjio's sword was too fast. He even felt that the latter deliberately slowed down to give him a chance to escape. This was because the War Master did not expect Li Zongjio to make a move at all. He only reacted after Li Zongjio got close. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Li Zongjio smiled faintly. The two divine weapons behind him rushed towards Li Zongjio again. After a short exchange of weapons, Li Zongjio also cut off the heads of the divine weapons with each slash. The power of the divine weapon was easily defeated. In the end, it turned into a ball of power and rushed back into the body of the military master. The War Master couldn't help but take a few steps back. His feet trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared ahead. Li Zongjio's strength was simply terrifying. A few months ago, Li Zongjio's strength was far below his. At the very least, Bing Shi was confident that he could take down Li Zongjio. But now, it seemed that if Li Zongjio went all out, killing him would not be difficult at all. That was why the War Master had such an expression as he looked at Li Zongjio. Seeing that Li Zongjio was about to charge over, the soldier master hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to fight with you anymore. You're young and strong. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly." The War Master hurriedly said. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of Li Zongjio's strength. Li Zongjio also put away the unparalleled sword in his hand. The two of them descended. To Li Zongjio, whether or not he killed the armament master was not important. If there came a day when he did not like the armament master, killing him would not be a big deal. For Li Zongjio, it was a very simple thing. It wasn't too difficult, but there was no need to kill people yet. After all, he still had to have some respect for life. I'm old. I'm no match for you at all. Now, in this Shangwu continent, your strength is enough to become a top existence. You can do whatever you want. The War Master sighed. Even with his strength, he still couldn't figure out Li Zongjio's origin. However, now that Li Zongjio was so strong, there was no need for anyone to do anything. Origin didn't matter. As long as he had strength, it was enough. In addition, Li Zongjio's brother, Kun Erishur, was recently in a heated relationship with Princess Jingan. Such a situation would definitely make Emperor Xingyan suspicious. However, the War Master knew that people like Li Zongjio had no interest in power. The so-called emperor could easily destroy you with a single palm. Who would be willing to take your country? Emperor Xingyan's worries were completely unnecessary. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke Li Zongjio, you'll be fine. However, the most worrying thing now was that Emperor Xingyan would take action against Li Zongjio and take the initiative to provoke Li Zongjio. I don't have that kind of interest. In this kind of world, I just want to protect myself. Li Zongjio said. He had already tasted the taste of being able to do whatever he wanted in the continent. Therefore, in this life, he had no interest at all. He only wanted to make Luoxia City the peak of a generation and let the Li family become a true aristocratic family. By the way, recently, your friend Kun Arisher is tied to Princess Jingon. With your strength, there's naturally no problem. However, Emperor Xingyan will not easily agree to this matter. The War Master said with a dignified face, this matter could be big or small. If Li Zongjio didn't care about Kun Arisher, then this matter would be hopeless. However, if Li Zongjio insisted on helping Kun Arisher, then he would probably confront Emperor Xingyan directly. The main thing was whether Li Zongjio valued Kun Arisher or not. I agree to this matter. If Emperor Xingyan doesn't agree, I will personally talk to him. Li Zongjio said, this was definitely not a boast. Instead, it was a very serious matter. Furthermore, it was an elaboration of its own point of view. In this regard, there was no need to think too much. If you don't agree, then I will beat you until you agree. Give me some time. I will talk to Sacred Flame about this. The War Master said. Li Zongjio nodded. This was another reason why he wanted to fight with the War Master today. He wanted to let the War Master know how powerful he was. He also wanted to let the War Master and Emperor Xingyan know where they should be placed. All right, if there is any situation, War Master, do as you see fit. If you have time, come to my residence. Li Zongjio said and then left. The War Master could only rub his head. These things were giving him a headache. Today's battle was also Li Zongjio's demonstration. It was also a clear message to them that if they wanted to go against Li Zongjio, they would have to think carefully about the consequences. Therefore, after the War Master returned, he must continue to persuade Emperor Xingyan. If Emperor Xingyan didn't stop, then things would become even more troublesome. Sigh, it's good that everyone is rational. This old man doesn't have to worry about everything. The War Master thought in his heart. This matter was really giving him a headache. But in comparison, the War Master didn't completely obey Emperor Xingyan. If Emperor Xingyan didn't listen to him, the War Master would definitely pressure the Emperor Xingyan to protect himself. In this era, it was more important to protect one's own life. If he really went against a monster like Li Zongjio, who knows what would happen? This gave Li Zongjio a lot of time. Who knows, he might become even stronger and more terrifying in the future. Therefore, it was better not to provoke such a person. If they couldn't be friends, then they must not be enemies. Chapter 1154. Back at the White Deer Mansion. Now, all the operations of the White Deer Mansion had been handed over to Xiao Zhao. Li Zongjio had also imparted the cultivation method to Xiao Zhao. He had even imparted the white god Fu to Xiao Zhao. It could be seen how much importance he attached to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao's kindness to his young master was unforgettable. He had built the White Deer Mansion into the #1 faction in Monarch City. It had even become the backbone of many factions. Many people had chosen to rely on the White Deer Mansion. Just the number of primitive emperor experts in the White Deer Mansion was close to 10. Knowing that Kun Arisher was going to Kun Castle to compete for the position of the city lord, Xiao Zhao had also sent 2 primitive emperor experts to go with him. They could take care of each other when they returned. After all, the situation in Kun Castle had been rather chaotic recently. After all, Kun Castle was a city that had been guarded by the previous dynasty. Many of the descendants of the previous dynasty's officials had received protection in Kun Castle. This had always been a huge hidden danger. Recently, there had been some signs of rebellion in the few cities near Kun Castle. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan had also dispatched several armies and many experts. If Kun City showed the slightest sign of abnormality, it would face a storm. Li Zongjio had nothing to do, so he personally worried about Kun Arashi's matters. At the same time, there were many treasures in Kun Castle. Therefore, Li Zongjio had some motives for going to Kun Castle. The accompanying primitive emperor experts were all experts who had cultivated for close to 200 years. One of them was called Kubei. He came from the north and was a second stage primitive emperor. To be able to turn the raindrops into countless sharp arrows with a flip of his hand, he must be an extremely strong water elemental cultivator. The other person was nicknamed the Spirit of the Sword. The weapon in his hand was a guillotine, and the murderous aura on his body was extremely strong. With such a person by his side, just by releasing his aura, it would save a lot of trouble. Many people didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. It could reduce a lot of trouble. However, there was Li Zongjiu in the group, so the two primitive emperors kept a low profile. He didn't use the Eagle battleship. After all, the Eagle battleship was a secret weapon. In addition, he was constantly researching and improving it. He couldn't use it casually. After renting a spaceship from the flight center, he headed towards Kuan Castle. At this moment, in a courtyard of the imperial palace, Shui Yu was lying on the windowsill, looking up in the direction of the flight center. There, her lover was flying in the sky. Soon, he would come back to marry her. I heard that there are armies stationed in the vicinity of Kuan Castle. The situation isn't optimistic. I don't know what the imperial court is thinking. How can they bully people like this? Ku Bei was also very interested in the research of the war. The Spirit of the Sword was very quiet. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't open his mouth. However, when talking about the situation in Kuan Castle, the Spirit of the Sword had something to say. This was because the Spirit of the Sword had spent some time in Kuan Castle and made a name for himself. Now that he had returned, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Both of them were more familiar with the situation around Kuan Castle, so Xiao Zhao sent them here. I heard that the Green Dragon Army also has 20,000 soldiers here. The one overseeing this place is Hua Feihong of the Hua family. Everyone knew that there was a conflict between the Hua family and the young master Li Zongjiu. However, the young master didn't put the Hua family in his eyes at all. The imperial court was worried that the Hua family and the White Deer Mansion would have conflict, so they directly transferred all the members of the Hua family to the southern border. Now, they were redeployed to Kuan Castle. If the young master didn't appear, it would be fine. If he did, Hua Feihong and the others would definitely cause trouble. This trip was dangerous, but with two primitive emperors overseeing it, there wouldn't be any trouble. How are you going to choose the castellan? Li Zongjiu asked curiously. In the huge Xingyan dynasty, the castellan of Kuan Castle was chosen by themselves and decided internally. If they didn't accept the appointment of the Xingyan dynasty, the people of the Xingyan dynasty wouldn't dare to take up the position here. There are 3 factions in Kuan Castle. I am from Arakuni, Xue Kuan's faction, and Gu Kuan's faction. Each faction will decide the winner internally. Then, the 3 of them will participate in the trial and assessment together. The winner will be appointed as the castellan and become the new leader of Kuan Castle. He will lead the 3 factions. The previous city lord was also from our desolate Kuan system. Thus, this time around, it will be even more difficult to fight for the city lord's position. That's because the other 2 factions will definitely go crazy. Even if they join hands and reach an agreement, they will not allow the desolate Kuan system to continue. Kuan Erisher said, "It wasn't easy to become the castellan of Kuan Castle. It involved a lot of things. Even the balance of power in Kuan Castle wouldn't be known until the last moment. Are you strong enough?" Li Zongjiu looked at Kuan Erisher. Kuan Erisher had made some progress in his cultivation. He was a level 5 Yuan monarch. Although he wasn't weak, he wasn't outstanding either. Based on Li Zongjiu's current estimation, Lan Kuan's strength might be able to contend against a grade 7 or even grade 8 Yuan monarch. If Lan Kuan was a grade 9 Yuan monarch and slightly close to becoming a Yuan monarch, he would be in big trouble. It will be difficult, but I have to fight for it. Kuan Arashi's eyes were filled with determination. Li Zongjiu naturally supported him. "You can use my hammer first. Give it a try. Now that Li Zongjio had the matchless sword, he didn't need to use the hammer normally. The Black Dragon's soul wouldn't be of much help to him either. He would let Kuan Erishur wield the hammer first. He would come back after he won the Castellan position. Really? Let me try. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. This hammer seems very fierce. However, Kuan Erishur couldn't unleash the power of the Black Dragon hammer at all. The Black Dragon hammer was like an ordinary hammer in Kuan Arashi's hands. Other than that, there was no other effect. He couldn't help but frown. After trying a few times, there was still no effect. He couldn't unleash the power of the Black Dragon hammer. Then you should be able to use this sword. Li Zongjio took out the Thousand Slaughter sword. Previously, when he stabilized his cultivation, he had also refined the Thousand Slaughter sword. It could also be called a saint-level divine weapon. Even the Desolate Heaven Essence was inferior to it. However, when it came to weapons, it still depended on how easy it was to use. The Thousand Slaughter sword was a two-handed sword. When Kuan Erishur held the Thousand Slaughter sword, he immediately felt the blood in his body boil. The pain of his meridians burning made Kuan Erishur involuntarily tighten his grip on the sword. He felt a rather terrifying aura. Holy shit, this sword is poisonous. Kuan Erishur even felt an extremely strong fighting spirit. Even if Li Zongjio was here, he would want to fight with him. Fortunately, reason controlled Kuan Erishur, so Kuan Erishur went straight to the spirit of the sword. When Kuan Erishur came into contact with the Thousand Slaughter sword, Ku Bei and the spirit of the sword, who were drinking tea and chatting, were also shocked. This terrifying murderous aura was not simple. What kind of person could release such a terrifying murderous aura? Then they saw Kuan Erishur rush in, holding a rather fierce sword in his hand. You, what do you want? Where did you get this weapon? Senior Spirit of the Sword, I heard that your absolute soul saber technique is rather powerful. Today, I'd like to learn from it. The Spirit of the Sword felt the intense, murderous aura from the Thousand Slaughter sword. It was as if his entire body was submerged in the deep sea, unable to breathe. However, the Spirit of the Sword naturally could not admit defeat after being challenged by such a junior. Furthermore, the Spirit of the Sword also wanted to experience the power of the Thousand Slaughter sword. Haha, come. The Spirit of the Sword and Kuan Erishur immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. In the beginning, the Spirit of the Sword only used 30% of his strength to suppress Kuan Erishur. Then, Kuan Erishur also seemed to have come into contact with the power of the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand. He actually suppressed the Spirit of the Sword instead. As they continued to exchange blows, the Saber Soul had already used 50% of its strength. Kuan Arashi's Thousand Slaughter sword naturally became more and more comfortable with it. Then, Kuan Erishur suddenly erupted with the power of the Thousand Slaughter sword. There was a boom. It actually forced the Spirit of the Sword to retreat. Moreover, this sword also forced the Spirit of the Sword to use 70% of his strength to resist. It could be said that it gave the latter a fright. He had never encountered such a thing before. Senior Spirit of the Sword, are you okay? Kuan Erishur put away the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand. He really liked this double-handed sword. Fuck, you scared me to death. You have to watch your sword carefully. Don't let its edge be released. Who knows, you might be killed by it while you're sleeping. The Spirit of the Sword said with lingering fear. The sword just now really gave the Spirit of the Sword a fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If he was late, his neck would have been cut off. It was better to keep such a dangerous sword safe. Big brother, it's this ship. That terrifying aura just now came from the ship. There must be some powerful treasure on it. Chapter 1155. Li Zongjio had only rented a simple ship for the journey, which was arranged by Taifai. Li Zongjio had considered that some of the more expensive ships could be used to make money. Hence, he did not need to go through so much trouble as long as it could fly. After all, if a primitive emperor expert were to fly for a long time, it would be exhausting and tiring for him. Moreover, it was unnecessary. It would be a waste of energy if one insisted on doing it physically when it could be more convenient. At this moment, 3 flying ships had surrounded Li Zongjiu's flying ship. The surface of the flying ship was painted with black paint and some patterns were drawn on it. It looked very distinctive. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of thick iron chains were thrown out and nailed to the edge of the flying ship to prevent it from escaping. It seemed like they had encountered bandits in the sky. Li Zongjiu did not need to deal with such matters personally. You guys can deal with it as you see fit. Kun Erishur, the spirit of the sword and Bei Ku, left the cabin and went to the deck to welcome these people. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures landed on the flying ship directly. Every one of them was holding a large saber and axe. Some of them even had fierce scars on their faces. There were even some whose eyeballs had been gouged out, leaving a hole where their eyes should have been. It was truly a horrifying sight. You guys are lucky to have met us, the Sky Piercing Association. Today, either you hand over the treasure and leave obediently, or we'll send you all to the Western Paradise. The leader was a brawny man. His arms were bare, and his body was wrapped in bandages. He had already started working before dawn. Kun Erishur glanced at the 2 primitive emperor seniors behind him. Clearly, there was no need for them to take action in this kind of matter. They immediately coughed and walked forward. I am Kun Erishur, a disciple of Kun Castle. Heroes, please do me a favor. Kun Erishur said with his hands cupped. It was best not to make a move if possible. After all, they were in the sky. If something were to happen to them, their chances of survival would be slim. Kun Castle? That idiot Chung? A bunch of idiots amusing themselves. Let me tell you, before you even return to Kun City is probably going to change owners. The burly man said disdainfully. In the past, Kun Castle's reputation had spread far and wide. The descendants of the 3 branches were united against the outside world. However, after the recent peace, internal strife had begun. In addition, recently, there were people deliberately fanning the flames. Right now, within Kun Castle, there was chaos and chaos. There were people from all sorts of backgrounds. Even bandits from all sorts of places came after hearing the news. It was all for the sake of robbing the people who were fleeing halfway through. If these people were fleeing for their lives, they would bring a lot of treasures and valuables with them. Although Kun Erishur and the others were heading in the wrong direction and were heading towards Kun Castle, it did not prevent them from robbing. When you can speak properly, you should speak well. Don't casually insult other people's homes. Kun Erishur held the 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand. It was a good opportunity to test the might of the 10,000 slaughter sword and see if it was more convenient to use to chop people. A good weapon needed to be used to chop a few people. Oh, this little monkey wants to make a move. Brothers, cripple this little one and these 2 old men. The people behind him immediately burst out with energy. Dozens of dazzling lights burst out and charged towards Kun Erishur. From the beginning, they did not think of letting Kun Erishur and the others leave alive. This was the rule of this line of work. What if they waited for them to return and find someone to take revenge? Therefore, the best way was to kill, burn, and rob them. Kun Erishur directly charged into the other party's camp. The 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand was extremely sharp, like the scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Wherever it passed, these people fell to the ground. Moreover, when the 10,000 slaughter sword broke through the other party's defense, it would directly absorb the other party's blood. In just a few seconds, they would directly turn into a dried corpse. His sword is poisonous. Someone exclaimed, if it wasn't poisonous, how could a person turn into a dried corpse? Kun Erishur did not expect the 10,000 slaughter sword to be so powerful. Moreover, the 10,000 slaughter sword actually had a bloodthirsty effect. Anyone who was cut by the sword would be directly refined as long as their energy could not resist the power of the 10,000 slaughter sword. Even if your energy was strong enough, if you could not force the 10,000 slaughter sword's energy out of your body, you would still be sucked dry. This was the terror of the 10,000 slaughter sword. Lan Kuan, who was holding the myriad slaughter sword, chased after the large group of people in front of him, causing them to flee in all directions. Run! Quickly retreat! Seeing that they were no match for Kuan Erishur, everyone jumped back to their ships. However, because they were in a hurry to escape, they did not untie the ropes and could not escape for a while. Kuan Erishur directly waved the 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand, and an extremely terrifying blood-colored sword energy immediately erupted from the 10,000 slaughter sword. Boom! The blood-colored sword energy bombarded the other party's flying ship. Like a piece of tofu, it was easily split into two halves. Two more bursts of sword chi were unleashed, easily slicing the other two flying ships in half. Some people were directly killed by the sword energy on the flying ship. Only a few smarter ones jumped off the ship in advance, saving their lives. Kuan Erishur did not continue to tangle with these people. After all, the situation in Kuan Castle was critical. As a member of Kuan Castle, he naturally had to return as soon as possible. He did not know what the situation was. No wonder Emperor Xingyan hated Kuan Erishur so much. However, there was no other way. After all, the strength of Kuan Castle was like a nail that could not be pulled out. If they wanted to pull out this nail, they would also lose a hand. Such a price was too high for them. The flying ship continued to move in the direction of Kuan Castle. For Kuan Erishur and the others, the sky-piercing gang was just a small fly. However, the sky-piercing gang was quite famous among the sky bandits. After all, the quality of the 3 warships was quite good. Now that they were directly split in half by a sword, these 3 warships could not be repaired. Some of the survivors also began to spread rumors. A disciple of Kuan Castle destroyed 3 warships of the sky-piercing gang with his own strength. This news reached Kuan Castle even earlier than Kuan Erishur and the others, at a place less than 400 li away from Kuan Castle. The flying ship of Kuan Erishur and the others was also stopped by the army. They also issued a no-fly zone warning. All flying ships, listen up. The area ahead is a no-fly zone. Please immediately turn around or land nearby. After registering, continue to move forward. The people in charge of the martial law here were the Blue Tiger Army. They were from the same lineage as the White Tiger Army and were often called the Little White Tiger Army. In order to enter the White Tiger Army, one must first stand out from the Little White Tiger Army. Only then would one be selected by the higher-ups. The deputy commander of the Blue Tiger Army, Zhao Lei, was ordered to lead the army and oversee this place. Recently, several large armies were directly dispatched. The purpose was very clear. This was a time for a change of dynasty. For Kuan Castle, this was a time for a change of dynasty. The imperial court could no longer allow Kuan Castle to continue acting so arrogantly. They needed to personally take care of this Kuan Castle. Zhao Lei ordered people to set up a no-fly zone. At the same time, anyone who tried to enter Kuan Castle's territory would be interrogated and monitored. At this moment, an ordinary-looking flying boat slowly entered their line of sight. There were only 400 li left. It wasn't very far. If they hurried at full speed, they would arrive in an hour. What's going on? This is when Kuan Erishur saw the army block the road, he had a bad premonition. Li Zongjio also followed the others down the flying ship. Although Li Zongjio had special privileges, he didn't like to use them. It wasn't a big deal if he couldn't fly. It was fine as long as they didn't cross his bottom line. As for other things, it wasn't a big deal. You can stop here. Drive back by yourself. Be careful. Li Zongjio rewarded the pilot of the flying ship with 10,000 purple yuan. It was enough for the latter to be happy for a while. When the few of them landed, soldiers came over. Halt! Your household registration. Chapter 1156. The household register was a proof of identity issued by the imperial court. However, there were many things that could be used to prove one's identity. For example, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion's token, the Merchant Alliance's token, or some forces and organizations that were registered in the state capital. Officers, what's the matter? Kuan Erisher frowned. Generally speaking, this was something that would only be investigated when pursuing a wanted criminal. But now, in this desolate area, they actually needed the household register. Could it be that they were casting a wide net to catch fish? People from Kuan Castle? Take out your household register. The three of you wanted to. More than 10 soldiers stared at the people in front of them with vigilance. Ever since Kuan Erisher mentioned people from Kuan Castle, they had already started to be vigilant and even gradually became more cautious. When Kuan Erisher took out his Kuan Castle's household register, the squad leader immediately ordered, "Capture these people." "Don't move." Kuan Arashi's eyes turned cold. "Officers, what's the meaning of this? Although I'm from Kuan Castle, I'm also a citizen of the Shenyan dynasty. Without any evidence, without any reason, why are you capturing us?" Kuan Erisher said angrily, "Humph, Kuan Castle is harboring rebels. The higher-ups have ordered that not a single person from Kuan Castle can be let off. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot." This squad was also quite elite. They had quite a tacit understanding when they attacked. The formation was also quite orderly, surrounding the four of them. At the same time, the commotion here attracted the joint patrol not far away. Although Kuan Castle was open and had a large population, only people from the Lan family's headquarters in Kuan Castle could truly obtain the household register of the Kuan Castle. Li Zongjio and the two primitive emperors maintained a state of watching with folded arms. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, Kuan Erisher also wanted to know what was going on. "Wait a minute," Kuan Erisher shouted as he stretched out his hand. However, they thought that he was resisting and immediately attacked him. In the end, Kuan Erisher could only helplessly attack them and send them flying. Bang, bang! In just a few moments, the dozen or so soldiers were all on the ground. "Wait a minute. I'm a student of the Heavenly Stellar Medicine Manor. He has a student ID." Kuan Erisher took out his Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's student card. Right now, they were only second-year students. Seeing the student ID in Kuan Arashi's hand, the squad leader took it and carefully examined it. He found that it was really the same, but he was still very vigilant towards Kuan Erisher and the others. If he was a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it would mean that he had come from the Holy Flame Royal City. At this moment, there were several squads that came from afar to provide support. However, they didn't continue to attack. After a while, this matter was reported to Deputy Commander Zhao Lei. After hearing about this matter, Zhao Lei directly brought people to Kuan Erisher and the others. After checking the student ID that Kuan Erisher handed over, he returned the student ID. He then ordered his men to return the student certificate and household register to Lan Kuan. "You guys should go back. The situation in the Kuan Castle is very chaotic. If you enter rashly, I reckon that you will die in internal strife even before we take action. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Preserving your life is the most important thing." "Zhao," Lei said indifferently. "No, I'm a member of the Kuan Castle. What's the situation in the Kuan Castle now?" Kuan Erisher asked. "There are traces of rebels in the Kuan Castle, but the city lord refused to allow the imperial court to enter the city to arrest them. What do you think the crime is?" "Impossible. There is no need for the Kuan Castle to do this. The city lord would never let such a thing happen." "City lord? Haven't you heard that the city lord of the Kuan Castle was plotted against by someone? He is now seriously injured and is a living dead. The entire Kuan castle is very aggressive, as if they want to start a war at any time. They think that the imperial court plotted against your city lord. TCH, do we need to be so despicable? Everyone knows that there must be a traitor in your Kuan castle. Zhao Lei said. As a veteran who had been on the battlefield for many years, he clearly saw through all kinds of situations and schemes. You're from the Arakuni, right? Recently, Arakuni has been greatly suppressed. Only death awaits you if you go back. I advise you to go back to the royal city first. You can come back after we've quelled the chaos in the Kuan castle. Kuan Erasure didn't hear the last part of Zhao Lei's words. He only heard what Zhao Lei said. The city lord of the Kuan castle was attacked by someone, and his life was hanging by a thread. What? Something happened to my father? It must be the Shui Kuans, people who did it. Kuan Erasure clenched his fist when he heard this. His eyes shone with a fierce light. He wanted to rush out and tear the Shui Kuans people to shreds. What? You're Lan Yu's son? Oh. Zhao Lei looked at Kuan Erasure and said with interest. He didn't expect to encounter such an interesting situation. Previously, he thought that Lan Yu's son had already received the news and ran away. It was said that Arakuni's life was very difficult. Only Lan Yu was still hanging on by a thread. If he died, Arakuni would be the first to suffer a great blow. General, please let me pass. Otherwise, even if I have to force my way in, I will still try. Don't be silly. Why would I stop you? However, since you're Lan Yu's son, I'll help you. You have to help me too. Zhao Lei said. Kuan Arashi's face was also filled with doubt after he heard this. Songjia, bring 2 men with you. Disguise yourselves and enter the city with them to spy for information. After he finished speaking, he looked at Kuan Erasure and said, Don't worry. Our army is only interested in the rebel army. As for the internal strife in your city, it has nothing to do with us. Songjia, who was called over, looked very young. From the insignia on his body, he was actually a corporal. At such a young age, he was already a corporal. It seemed that his strength wasn't simple. Kuan Erasure didn't refuse. Songjia also picked 2 capable subordinates. After they changed their clothes, they followed Kuan Erasure and the others. For convenience, they even prepared fast horses for them. Immediately, 7 fast horses quickly moved towards Kuan Castle. Strange. Why does the other young man look so familiar? I can't put my finger on it. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but he's definitely not from my army. Zhao Lei said with a frown. I'm getting old. My brain isn't as bright as before. If you can't remember, then forget it. You guys continue to enforce martial law. The spies that were sent in these 2 days have all been cleared out. It's clear that the situation in the city is quite serious. Everyone be alert. Yes, General. After that, Zhao Lei once again lay down on his rattan chair and leisurely enjoyed the scenery in front of him. These kind of good days don't come often. Who knows when a war will break out? Outside Kuan Castle, Kuan Erasure and the others had already arrived in front of Kuan Castle. Once again, they were stopped by someone. Who are you? Someone on the city wall shouted down. In some of the hidden compartments on the city wall, they could clearly feel that there were arrows aimed at them, ready to attack at any time. I'm Kuan Erasure. The people in Kuan Castle naturally knew Kuan Arashi's appearance very well. After confirming Kuan Arashi's identity, someone on the city wall immediately opened the city gate. Recently, Kuan Castle had fallen into a state of isolation. The dynasty's army was stationed in all directions. As for the whereabouts of the rebel army, who knew? Kuan Erasure, you're finally back. A burly man came forward with a group of people and hugged Kuan Erasure. Uncle Lanwei, let me introduce you. These 2 are the spirit of the sword and senior Beiku. This is my big brother, Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu. Lan Wei heard this name and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Lan Wei remembered the owner of the White Deer Mansion, the famous evil lord. In addition, Li Zongjio had another identity. He was the national protector, an honorary elder of the heavenly Elixir Pavilion. "You're the legendary evil lord?" Lan Wei couldn't help but look at Li Zongjio. He could naturally feel that there was something unusual about the aura of the spirit of the sword and Li Zongjio. However, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Li Zongjio was very powerful. "Just call me Li Zongjio. You don't have to be so formal." Li Zongjio smiled faintly. Obviously, Lan Wei had a good relationship with Kun Erishur. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like this. "By the way, these three are from the Blue Tiger Army. They said that they wanted to spy on the rebel army." Kun Erishur turned around and looked at Song Zhe and the other two. Song Zhe's expression immediately changed. He knew that Kun Erishur was definitely unreliable, but he didn't expect him to betray them as soon as he came in. "Kid, how dare you betray us?" Song Zhe's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Kun Erishur didn't care at all. Were these people stupid? Under such circumstances, did they expect Kun Erishur to help them deal with Kun Castle? "Humph, you Imperial Army are full of tricks. Take them down. Lock them up." Chapter 1157. Immediately, the three members of the Blue Tiger Army were imprisoned. However, they were not killed. After all, if they died, it would be more troublesome. The current situation in Kun Castle was extremely chaotic. With the slightest carelessness, the imperial court would find an excuse to invade. Thus, they absolutely could not allow the imperial court to find an excuse so quickly. "It's good that you're back. Your father's current situation is extremely bad. Right now, the Shui Kun faction has already made Langu the acting city lord. He will be in charge of the next city lord selection." Lan Wei brought along Kun Erishur, Li Zongjio, and the others as he spoke. Although the position of city lord had temporarily changed hands, Kun Arashi's father, Lan Yu, was still the city lord. In addition, the military power was also in Lan Wei's hands. Thus, right now, those people only dared to make some small moves in the dark. If it was something that was truly out in the open, then they wouldn't dare. "Let's go see my father first," Kun Erishur said. In comparison, the position of city lord had already become less important. The most important thing was still his father's safety. The locations of the three factions in the city were all different. They all had their own mansions. Although they were said to be of the same breadth and branch, sometimes there would only be one share of benefits. In the end, there would always be favoritism. Kun Castle's system consisted of one city lord and 7 elders. These 7 elders were all highly respected and extremely senior individuals from the various clans. If there were any important decisions, they would have to go through the Elder Council to make a decision. However, right now, the Shui Kun faction gradually occupied 4 seats in the Elders' Council. This caused the situation in the Elders' Council to gradually lose balance. Right now, if someone from the Shui Kun faction were to obtain the position of city lord, it would be difficult to take it back. The entire city would also become the property of the Shui Kun faction. As for why the Shui Kun faction couldn't be allowed to obtain power, there was an extremely great secret behind it. However, in a situation where their descendants were not good enough, they could only watch as Kun Castle fell into the hands of others. Once the Shui Kun faction came to power, they would definitely declare war on the Xinyan dynasty, or even declare their own country. That would definitely bring disaster to Kun Castle, so they had to stop the Shui Kun faction. Arakuni's mansion. Because the city lord had been attacked and had yet to recover from his serious injuries, the entire mansion was heavily guarded. It was extremely normal for there to be a guard every 10 steps and a sentry every 3 steps. General Lan Wei. The leader of the guards was also a disciple of the main family, Lan Tianing. When Lan Tianing saw that Lan Wei had brought people over, he personally went up to check on them. When he saw that it was Kuan Arisher who had returned, a surprised smile appeared on his face. "Third young master, you've returned." When they saw Kuan Arisher, Lan Tianying and the others were clearly very excited. Kuan Arisher was the third son in the main family, but he was also the most talented one. The eldest brother was not young anymore, but his cultivation was not as good as Kuan Arashi's. The second sister was a woman, so she could not inherit the city lord's position. In Arakuni, Kuan Arisher was the only one who was capable. Other than him, there were also a few talented youths. If Kuan Arisher did not return, they could only push them up. "Uncle Tianying, this is my eldest brother, Li Zongjio. These two are our senior spirit of the sword and senior Baiku." "Li Zongjio, you are..." When Lan Tianying heard Li Zongjio's name, he was instantly shocked. Then, he looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. "You are... Yes, that's right. Let us go in first and take a look at father's condition." Kuan Arisher said. Kuan Arisher was a disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, so he must have some attainments in medical skills. Perhaps he could save the family head. "All right, follow me. All the pharmacists in the city have come to take a look, but this bunch of trash can't even find out anything. It's just that your father will vomit black blood every 6 hours. If this continues in less than 3 days, there will be no signs of life at all," Lan Tianying said as he walked. On the other side, Lan Wei continued to deploy his troops. Although there was nothing to do on the surface, with the undercurrent surging, it was natural for him to be prepared for everything. Vomit blood every 6 hours. Kuan Arisher frowned and looked at Li Zongjio. Obviously, with his knowledge, he had never seen such a situation. On the other hand, Li Zongjio looked indifferent as he came to Lan Yu's room. There were many guards guarding the place from all directions. Among them, there was even an primitive emperor hiding in the dark. However, when Li Zongjio and the rest arrived, the hidden primitive emperor walked out. "Elder Yi." Lan Tianying and the rest bowed. "Kuan-er is back." Lan Yi looked at the group of people in front of him and looked at the spirit of the sword and Baiku. Of course, his focus was on the spirit of the sword. You are the spirit of the sword." Lan Yi was shocked when he saw the spirit of the sword. This person who had died many years ago actually appeared in front of him again. "Old Yi, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You are actually still alive." Lan Tianying and Kuan Arisher looked at the two of them in surprise. Obviously, they did not expect the two of them to be old acquaintances. After all, the spirit of the sword had dominated Kuan Castle a long time ago. Only the older generation would remember it. "You guys go and chat. We will go in and take a look," Li Zongjio said. If these people continued to exchange greetings one after another, who knew how long it would take? "Yes, young master." The spirit of the sword and Baiku followed Lan Yi to the side and chatted. Li Zongjio, Kuan Arisher, and Lan Tianying walked into the bedroom. At this moment, the bed was covered with a white veil and there was a brazier under the bed. "Did you invite Senior Heavenly Medicine here?" A girl who was taking care of the sick bed turned around and asked. Her hands were still wiping the sweat off Lan Yu's forehead. When she turned around and saw Kuan Arisher, her eyes were filled with surprise. "Little Kuan, second sister, I am back," Kuan Arisher said. This person was the second sister, Lan Yuan. She was also a deacon in the Lan family. At the same time, she was also the shopkeeper of several shops. After knowing that something had happened to her father, she temporarily put down the things in her hands and came back to take care of her father. Her mother had even fallen ill because of this. Lan Yuan was originally also a delicate and pretty great beauty, but these few days she was also much more haggard. She had no appetite for food and drink, and even had people spend a large sum of money to go and invite Senior Heavenly Medicine out of the mountain. This Senior Heavenly Medicine was a very famous pharmacist in the surrounding area. However, after so many days, he still had not arrived. Could it be that he was not satisfied with the price? At this moment, another guard came to report. Second miss, bad news. Senior Heavenly Medicine's entire family was killed. Senior Heavenly Medicine's whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 1158. The most powerful pharmacist within a radius of 10,000 miles had his entire family killed. Moreover, the pharmacist himself had disappeared. Could it be that Senior Heavenly Medicine killed his family and then went into hiding? If that was not the case, then someone must be plotting against him. Damn it! Lan Yin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wished she could find the person behind this and tear him into pieces. Let me take a look, Li Zongjio said. He could not just watch Kuin Arashi's father die like this. Li Zongjio immediately took a step forward. Lan Yin did not know Li Zongjio in front of her, let alone Li Zongjio's background. Therefore, when Li Zongjio spoke, she looked at Li Zongjio with a puzzled expression. You are little Kuin's friend, right? Little Kuin, take your friend to the living room to rest for a while. Let's have dinner together later. Lan Yin had been in the martial arts world for many years. She was quite confident in judging people. Therefore, when she saw Li Zongjio, his temperament was not weak. He should be someone who had seen the world. However, if she were to put her father's life in the hands of such a young man, wouldn't it be sending her father to his death in vain? Moreover, he hadn't even investigated the way he came. Even if it was his younger brother, he could have been deceived. This was a very normal thing, and not surprising at all. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. Moreover, Lan Yin was already very polite now. At such a critical moment, anyone with unknown origins could be an enemy. Her father fell ill and was plotted against. Her eldest brother had not returned. Now that her third brother had returned, it was difficult for him to take on a big responsibility. Therefore, although Lan Yin was a woman, she needed to step forward and take care of the family's overall situation. Second sister, this is my eldest brother. His name is... That's enough. Don't casually bring your brothers back home in the future, especially in such a situation. If they want to come and play, they can come back when the time is right. Uncle Tianning, see them out. Lan Tianning's face was filled with awkwardness. The second Mrs. Temper was just that bad. After all, it was a tumultuous time. It was always good to be more sensitive and consider things more carefully. However, Li Zongjio's identity was not that simple. Even Lan Tianning couldn't help but advise him in a low voice. Second Miss, this is Li Zongjio, the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. What do you mean not too long ago? Wait, what did you say? Lan Yin suddenly froze. The most important word popped into her mind. Heavenly Dan Pavilion, honorary elder. Recently, the honorary elder of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was the most active one. In the Saint Flame Empire, he was considered an extraordinary person. Moreover, with the status of an honorary elder, he could easily kill any alchemist in seconds. As for that whatever senior heavenly medicine, in front of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he did not have any reputation at all. Most of the people in the Heavenly Dan Pavilion were good-for-nothings. The truly powerful ones were only those at the top. However, the relationship between Kuin Castle and the Shengyan dynasty was not good. Therefore, there was even less of a relationship between them and the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Li Zongjio. When Lan Yin thought of the name Li Zongjio, she immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Speaking of this domineering fellow, Lan Yin had always admired Li Zongjio's personality. He was omnipotent. It could be said that he was unscrupulous. However, this situation made Lan Yin feel extremely embarrassed. The arrival of such an expert would definitely bring about a change in the situation. At the very least, it would not be a problem for him to save her father. Just a moment ago, she wanted to drive Li Zongjio out. Immediately, Lan Yin felt her face burning with shame. Li Zongjio did not care too much. He came to Lan Yu's bedside and used a finger to point at the space between Lan Yu's eyebrows. Immediately, a ball of mental energy entered Lan Yu's body. It could be felt that there was a force in Lan Yu's body that wanted to repel Li Zongjiu's mental energy. This was Lan Yu's own original spirit energy. However, Li Zongjiu's mental energy was not something that this little original spirit energy could resist. It immediately bypassed the latter's resistance and thoroughly investigated the situation in Lan Yu's body. Everyone stood behind Li Zongjiu and nervously watched the changes in the two people. It actually broke through father's defense. The primordial spirit's self-protection was also a very big factor that hindered treatment. It would think that these external forces were all threatening, and then the primordial spirit would forcibly protect its master, not allowing its master to suffer the slightest harm. Therefore, many pharmacists could not detect any situation at all. They could not even get past the original spirit of the body. This poison is called the meridian poison. It is considered a relatively obscure poison. The person who can get this poison must be related to the 5 poisons. Li Zongjiu said, only the 5 poisons could refine this poison. The meridian poison was the specialty of their sect. Those who were poisoned would vomit 3 liters of blood every day without any cause or effect. When the blood that was vomited was black with a tinge of red, it meant that their life had come to an end. Li Zongjiu explained to the people in front of him. He was indeed worthy of being the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. With a single move, he easily saw through the secret of this poison. Such a knowledgeable person was indeed different. The 5 poisons. However, these people seemed to be unfamiliar with this name. I heard that a guest elder called Ordinary Wu came to Shuak Kuan's mansion. He is extremely skilled in refining poisons and is also quite accomplished in detoxification. With his poison skills, no one dares to get close to him. Lan Tianying said, if that was the case, then there was something very suspicious about this person called Extraordinary. Suddenly, Lan Yu, who was lying on the bed, vomited a mouthful of black blood. Moreover, this black blood had a bit of scarlet in it, black with a tinge of red. The maid beside him quickly went forward to wipe away the blood. When everyone saw the color of the blood, their faces instantly turned pale. Elderly just said that if this black blood with a tinge of red was vomited, it meant that the person was dying. This. Everyone quickly went forward, but they did not know what to do. What's the rush? I just said that the person is dying. It's not like I can't cure him. Li Zongjiu waved his sleeves and said, in principle, my service fee is 10 billion purple yuan. However, for Kuan Arashi's sake, this time I will treat it as a gift. Back off, Li Zongjiu said. Everyone did not react in time. When they heard that they were asked to back off, they all retreated. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. A flame jumped out from his finger and landed on Lan Yu's body. In an instant, the flame rose and enveloped Lan Yu's body. Lan Tianying and the others were shocked. They were worried that their patriarch was in danger. However, they were stopped by Lan Yuyan. She indicated that they should not disturb Li Zongjiu. Although Kuan Arashir was confident in Li Zongjiu, he could not help but feel nervous. After all, the person lying on the bed was his father. His life was in Li Zongjiu's hands. Chapter 1159. At this moment, Lan Yu's entire body was surrounded by raging flames. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, the slightest fluctuation in the flames was enough to burn Lan Yu's body to ashes. Everyone looked nervously at Li Zongjiu's actions. However, Li Zongjiu opened his left hand. A fire cauldron condensed in the center of his palm. Kuan Arashir, add in the herbs. Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Arashir immediately stepped forward. Li Zongjiu used his mental energy to spread the herbs on the table. Then, Kuan Arashir followed Li Zongjiu's instructions and added the herbs into the fire cauldron one by one. Of course, the process of adding the herbs was very particular. It had to be done carefully. It could not casually cause any fluctuations or any sudden changes. It had to maintain the stability of the fire cauldron. The sky-high flames moved around Lan Yu's body for a full 2 hours. The entire room was like a furnace. The maids could no longer bear it and retreated one after another. Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianning did not circulate their energy to resist the heat. If they rashly used their energy and caused an accident, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, they forced themselves to endure the heat. Sweat soaked through her clothes, causing Lan Yuyan's cheeks to become even redder. Lan Yuyan was at the prime of her life. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, but it also showed off Lan Yuyan's sweaty figure. Cough, cough. Lan Tianning coughed softly, attracting Lan Yuyan's attention. Only then did she realize how unsightly she was. It was as if she had been fished out of the water. Then the yuan energy in Lan Yuyan's body trembled slightly, evaporating her sweat. It's done. Go out and endure the pill lightning, Li Zongjiu said. Kun Erishur was stunned. What did he mean? Before Kun Erishur could ask, however, he heard a muffled sound coming from the sky. Rumble. The sound of rolling thunder caused Lan Kuin's mind to be startled. Phut! It had only been 2 hours. Just like that, he casually refined a 6th-grade medicinal pill. Are you kidding me? Was he making sugar figurines? Not to mention Kun Erishur. Even Lan Yan and the others didn't have time to react before the sky began to thunder. Rumble. Lightning surged in the sky. Seeing Kun Erishur rush out, Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianning finally understood. This is pill lightning. Only a 6th-grade medicinal pill can cause pill lightning. Just like that, he refined a 6th-grade medicinal pill. Lan Yan opened her mouth wide and looked at the young figure in shock. His every movement gave people a sense of steadiness. To ordinary people, this was already considered a miracle. However, to Li Zongjiu, this was just a common occurrence. Go get a big bucket of water and put him in the bucket. Then, use this medicinal pill and throw him in the water. After soaking in the water for 2 days and 2 nights, he will recover. Li Zongjiu said to Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianning. Lan Yuyan and Lan Tianning hurriedly left to carry out Li Zongjiu's task. When they went out, they saw Kun Erishur on the roof enduring the pill lightning. A total of 5 pill lightning bolts fell, making Kun Erishur suffer a lot. After putting Lan Yu in the bathtub, Lan Yuyan asked again, "Why don't you do it?" To throw a 6th-grade medicinal pill into the water, Lan Yuyan was afraid that she wouldn't be able to throw it properly. Hence, she asked Li Zongjiu again. "It doesn't matter who throws it. Just throw it in," Li Zongjiu said. Lan Yuyan didn't hesitate and threw the medicinal pill in her hand into the water. Immediately, the medicinal pill dissolved in the bathtub and waves of fragrance filled the air. At the same time, they could see that there seemed to be waves of black gas being devoured in Lan Yu's body. Although Lan Yu's expression showed that he was in pain, everyone could feel that Lan Yu's aura was slowly recovering. All right, we'll just have to wait for 2 days. From the looks of it, he'll be fine in 1.5 days. Li Zongjiu sighed. Originally, the deadline of 2 days had already been brought forward a little. However, Lan Yu's physique seemed to have become even stronger than he had imagined. Really, thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Lan Yuyan was so emotional that she was about to cry. She was so touched that tears fell. I want to tell Mother about this. Kun Arashi's mother was also exhausted because of Lan Yu's poisoning. In just 2 days, she fell ill. Now that she knew about this, she would probably be so excited that she would wake up immediately. Go, let's go out too. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, no matter how strong Lan Yuyan's outer appearance was, after a slight change, her inner world would be revealed. The two of them happened to meet Kun Erishur, whose body was completely black from the pill lightning. When they saw Kun Arashi's comical appearance, Lan Tianning and Lan Yin couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? What's so funny? How's father's condition? Kuan Arishur said as he puffed out black smoke. All right, with Elder Lee's help, there's no need for you to worry. Go wash up and come with me to see Mother. These two pieces of good news will definitely make her happy. When Lon Kuan saw the look on his second sister's face, he knew that there was no problem. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Kuan Arishur was so emotional that he danced with joy. If Li Zongjio wasn't here today, he really wouldn't know what to do. Lan Tianying was also in charge of bringing Li Zongjio to rest first. After a while, the meeting would be held. At the same time, he also invited Elder Li to listen in. This was because Li Zongjio was not only an elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, but also the great master protector of the Xingyan dynasty. Letting the imperial tutor listen in on the family meeting could at least prove that they didn't have any intention of rebelling. Lan Yian instructed that the news of the patriarch's recovery must be kept strictly confidential. Not a single bit of it could be leaked out. Therefore, in the entire family, only a few people knew about it. Of course, this matter was also notified to Elder Lan Yi. When Elder Lan Yi heard this news, he was extremely shocked. Moreover, when he was chatting with the spirit of the sword, he already knew about Li Zongjio's identity. He was even more shocked that such an important person had quietly come to their place. If it was any other time, he would definitely be able to sense it. Fortunately, Li Zongjio didn't care about these things. He wasn't too interested in this aspect. This also allowed Lan Yian and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, it seemed that Li Zongjio was the kind of boss who was very reliable. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Li Zongjio's actions could be clearly seen by everyone in the city. The appearance of the grade 6 pill lightning was especially eye-catching. After seeing this pill lightning, the members of the Lan family of Shue Kuan immediately gathered everyone for a meeting. Chapter 1160. Shue Kuan Faction, Lan Family. Langu was now the acting city lord. Before this, he had always been a member of the Elder Hall. Now that Lan Yu was seriously ill, Langu directly took over the affairs of the city. He actually wanted to start a business of selling Kuan stones. The reason why the Lan family had been able to protect Kuan Castle for so long and had such a special status was because of the Kuan stones in their hands. Kuan stones were unique to Kuan Castle. Weapons and armor made with Kuan stones all had a special characteristic. Water repellent. This property was actually not very powerful. However, it could have unimaginable effects at specific times. Now, the Shengyan dynasty was also vigorously developing the marine resources of the North Sea. Kuan stones became the most important thing. The water repellent property was very important in such a competition for resources. Therefore, the Shue Kuan factions, people wanted to sell the Kuan stones. This price was, of course, a very moving price. However, the people of Arakuni faction did not agree. Speaking of which, this matter was only a fuse. The conflict had been buried deep for hundreds of years, and there was more or less hatred between them. In addition, the wild Kuan lineage had been the dominant force for a very long time. It was time for a change. That fluctuation, just now, seemed to be the pill lightning. Lan Shoshin, one of the 4 elders of the Shue Kuan faction, said in a deep voice. Originally, the position of Great Elder was Langu. However, now that Langu had become the acting city lord, Lan Shoshin naturally became the new Great Elder. In Kuan Castle, there are no 6th grade alchemists. Who can summon pill lightning? Lan Shoyu was also puzzled. Lan Shoyu was the 3rd elder. Arakuni faction's Lan Yi was the 2nd elder. Just now, a scout came back to report that he saw 4 people enter the city. Lan Wei went to greet them personally. If I'm not wrong, it should be the 3rd son, Kuan Arishur, who has returned. The 5th elder Lan Shua has said. Even if this Kuan Arishur stayed in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor for a period of time, he might not be able to refine a 6th grade elixir. He must be accompanied by an expert. Have you checked the identities of the other 3 people? Langu asked. We're doing our best to track him down. As soon as possible. We must find out the identities of these people by tomorrow. Yes, Patriarch. Langa looked around and then waved his hand. The surrounding maids nodded and retreated, covering the door. After the scene was cleaned up, Langa knocked on the table. Tonight, we have to figure out Lan Yu's situation. We can't wait any longer, Langu said in a deep voice. If they continue to delay, they won't have time to deal with the various armies outside the city. Who knows what will happen? When the time comes, all the internal and external troubles will be concentrated to deal with them. It will be very difficult. I've already made the arrangements. Tonight, we will send a group of people to sneak attack the garrison outside the city and leave behind something related to Arakuni. So, there will definitely be some movement tonight. When the time comes, the fifth elder will bring people to infiltrate Arakuni's residence and investigate Lan Yu's situation. Fifth elder, you're in charge of supporting from the outside. If there's any movement, you must immediately retreat. You must not be caught in any way. Yes, Patriarch. The entire secret room was filled with a faint murderous aura. Those who want to do big things don't care about trifles. Since they were going to do it, they had to do it on a big scale. Patriarch, the new generation of city lord candidates has been selected. With Wu Zhang's strength, it shouldn't be a problem. But this Kuan Erasher, how should we deal with him? The third elder, Lan Shouyu, said, if this kid is a threat, let Wu Jiang kill him during the competition. If he can be subdued, let's keep him for the time being. We'll naturally have a use for him in the future. Xue Kuin's side had already started to discuss the countermeasures for the night attack. The meeting on Arakuni's side was also called by Lan Yuyan. The second elder, Lan Tianying, and a few other deacons of the family, Kuan Erasher, were also present. First, everyone welcomed Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also signaled them to sit down in an extremely cold manner. There was no need to be so polite. Then they got to the main topic. Naturally, they didn't mention the situation of Patriarch Lan Yu. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Moreover, they trusted Li Zongjiu. They directly sent the spirit of the sword and bay, Ku, to protect him in the courtyard. Originally, these two people were sent by Zhao to help Kuan Erasher. It wasn't easy for him to return to the family, so he sent these two experts to help. The price to hire these two people wasn't cheap, especially for such a long-distance mission. Normally, there was a cost to keep them, but if they went out to work, there would be a high commission. However, the White Deer Mansion could afford it. It was precisely because the White Deer Mansion was getting bigger and bigger that many things had already crossed the red line. However, this wasn't important. Having strength was the most important thing. When the White Deer Mansion had such strength, they wouldn't be afraid of the Xingyan dynasty anymore. First, the Patriarch is injured. Continue to search for famous doctors. In addition, the cause of death of the Heavenly Medicine Master's family must be investigated clearly. Also, find the Heavenly Medicine Master as soon as possible, whether he's dead or alive. Second, Kuan Erasher, go to the Ancestral Hall tomorrow to sign up. The selection for the next city lord has already begun. From what we know, Lan Wujiang has already won in Xue Kuin's faction. He's your old rival. Moreover, Lan Wujiang is already the seventh elder of the Elder Hall. Lan Yan said in a deep voice, what? How could that guy become an elder? The Lan family's three major factions only had a total of 7 elders, and Lan Wujiang was one of them. This Lan Wujiang was indeed capable, but this guy's style of doing things was unscrupulous. He was vicious and merciless, and there was no way he could pass the test of character. How could he become an elder in such a muddle-headed manner? There's no need to delve into the reason. However, he does have some achievements. Otherwise, the Ancestral Hall would definitely not agree. In addition, Gukuin's faction is Lan Jiangxue. That crazy girl is also participating? When he heard this name, Kuan Arashur was also a little surprised. Gu Kuan's faction had always been low-key and didn't like fighting. However, they were also quite powerful and couldn't be ignored. After many years of hiding their strength and biding their time, they might have already surpassed the other two factions. Moreover, Lan Jiangxue was also a woman. In the Lan family's rules, there was no rule that forbade women from participating. However, it was extremely difficult for a woman to pass through the layers of tests. At least until now, only one person had succeeded. Moreover, she had also paid a great price. She couldn't marry or have children for the rest of her life. She had to devote her heart and soul to the family because some things couldn't be spread to the outside world. Therefore, Kuan Arashur was also very surprised that Lan Jiangxue could participate. Chapter 1161. After listening to the entire meeting, Li Zongjio did not expect it to be so troublesome. Since the people from the Shui Kuan faction wanted to rebel, wouldn't it be easier to just go up and suppress them? How could there be so many things for them to do? If it was Li Zongjio, none of these people would survive. Of course, Lan Yuyan didn't know what Li Zongjio was thinking at this moment. After the meeting was over and the morale of the army was stabilized, Lan Yuyan walked up to Li Zongjio. That, elderly, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. Lan Yuyan lowered her head and said softly. She looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. She did not look like the girl who led everyone in the meeting and pointed out the wind and clouds during the meeting. It's fine. Li Zongjio waved his hand and said, Second miss, it's not good. The army outside the city is approaching. Suddenly, a guard came to report, which stunned Lan Yuyan and the others. What do you mean? Could it be that they want to attack Kuan City at night? Everyone was shocked, but Lan Yuyan immediately arranged for people to go to the city gate. If they did not stop it in time, a battle would break out tonight. It might even be a war. Uncle Tianying, I'm worried that someone is setting a trap. You must protect father's safety. Don't worry, second miss. The loyalty between people of the same clan was indisputable. Therefore, Lan Yuyan also handed the family headquarters to Lan Tianying. Lan Tianying was the captain of the guards in the residence. Li Zongjio also followed Lan Yuyan, Kuan Arashur, and the others to the city gate. However, they saw a large number of soldiers gathered in front of them. The weapons in their hands were already extremely shiny. The defenders of Kuan Castle and Lan Wei were confronting the enemy. Lan Wei's eyes were as sharp as knives. Under the night sky, he quickly counted the number of people on the other side. There were at least 10,000 soldiers. Moreover, the wind and sand billowed in the distance. It seemed like a large number of people were rushing over. The leader was none other than the Blue Tiger Army's deputy commander, Zhao Lei, who met Li Zongjio and the others before. At this moment, Zhao Lei's armor was stained with blood. General Zhao Lei, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to rebel? Lan Yuyan climbed up the city wall and saw Zhao Lei below and shouted. Kuan City has been granted special permission by the imperial family. It is still the territory of the Saint Flame Empire. If there is no order to deploy troops, General Zhao Lei, what you have done today is a serious crime of betraying the empire. When Zhao Lei heard Lan Yuyan's words, he sneered. Stop putting on an act here. Today, you actually dared to send people to assassinate me. I think you really don't want to live anymore. As soon as Zhao Lei's voice fell, his subordinates threw out 5 corpses with a bang. These 5 people were all wearing the Lan family's disciple robes. However, who would wear such obvious robes when assassinating someone? Only a fool would do something like that. However, it didn't matter if the matter was foolish or not. What was important was whether or not people believed it. Zhao Lei chose to believe it. Even if you had 100 mouths, you wouldn't be able to debate it clearly. When Lan Yuyan saw these corpses, she knew that this was definitely someone's plan. Open the city gates. I want to go out. When Lan Yuyan decided to go out personally to negotiate, Lan Wei and the others became nervous and hurriedly tried to persuade her. Lan Yin could be said to be the central pillar of these people. If she was captured by Zhao Lei and the others, Kuan Castle would be in a very passive position. Don't try to persuade me. Today's matter must be risky. This is clearly a trap set by someone to throw us into chaos. Kuan Erasure, quickly return to the family and guard it. Lan Yin said to Kuan Erasure. She felt a little uneasy. Although Kuan Erasure was also very worried about his second sister's safety, the family still needed someone to look after it. Boss, I'll leave my second sister to you. After saying that, Kuan Erasure turned around without hesitation and urged his horse to gallop away. Lan Yin glanced at Li Zongjiu and nodded to Li Zongjiu. She was obviously grateful to the latter for staying behind to stabilize the situation. With Li Zongjiu here, even if there was a problem, she believed that with Li Zongjiu's skills, his life would not be in danger. Lan Yin left the city under the protection of 2 guards. When Zhao Lei saw the city gates open, his heart was slightly moved. If he rushed in and took control of the situation now, it would be a great achievement. However, as Lan Yin said, the imperial court had not given an official order. After all, without conclusive evidence, they could not casually launch an attack. If this was the case, then some of the families and forces that had sought enlistment in the past would also have some thoughts in their hearts. For example, the Gu family that had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu could also be considered as a force that had been recruited. There were many similar situations in the Xinyan dynasty. If all of them were to erupt at the same time, then wouldn't it give the rebels an opportunity? If things went wrong, then a disaster of internal strife would break out. Therefore, before taking action, this name must be firmly secured. In addition, he only had 10,000 men under his command. Just now, he had already issued an urgent order. If he wanted to mobilize more men, it would take at least a few hours. As for these mere 10,000 men, Zhao Lei really did not dare to kill his way in. These people from Kuan Castle were not simple. They had inherited their families' primordial spirits. If primordial spirits of the same attribute were to erupt on the battlefield, then their morale would definitely increase greatly. At that time, Zhao Lei probably would not be able to survive. He saw Lan Yin spurring her horse out. Zhao Lei could not help but have a higher opinion of Lan Yin. To be able to appear in such a situation, at least this boldness was not something that ordinary scoundrels could compare to. These corpses have nothing to do with my people from Kuan Castle. General, please take a closer look. Lan Yin investigated for a while and knew that these people were not from Kuan Castle. Moreover, the undulations in their bodies were somewhat strange. The primordial arts that they cultivated were also extremely special. She could not sense which family's ability they were from. Lan Yin flipped one of the bodies over. Suddenly, she saw that there was an air sac that was constantly contracting on one of the bodies. Bang! With a loud sound, the flesh and blood directly exploded and flew everywhere. At the same time, a pitch-black gas directly spread out from the corpse. They had actually fallen into a trap. There's poison. Everyone retreat. After seeing this scene, Zhao Lei loudly shouted. At the same time, he was also incomparably vigilant. It seemed that this really had nothing to do with Lan Yin and the others, because this attack was not only targeted at Zhao Lei, but more importantly Lan Yin. Second miss. Lan Wei and the others saw this scene from the city wall and immediately became incomparably nervous. However, in the next moment, they saw that the black gas that filled the sky did not continue to spread. Instead, it was wrapped by a primordial qi. In the end, it was also continuously compressed and fell into a palm. Only then did Lan Yin put down the hand that was blocking in front of her. She looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her in shock. She did not know when Li Zongjiu had appeared by her side. Go. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. With a bang, the compressed poisonous gas in his hand hit one of the people from the Blue Tiger Army. The person was directly sent flying to the ground. The poisonous gas also directly entered his body. Then, the facial features on his face actually began to change. He's not one of us. It's a disguise technique. Chapter 1162. When everyone saw the person who had revealed his true form, they all exclaimed because they didn't recognize the person in front of them at all. Zhao Lei pays his respects to Lord Imperial Tutor. When Zhao Lei saw Li Zongjiu, he was once again sure of Li Zongjiu's identity. He immediately jumped down from his horse and came in front of Li Zongjiu to pay his respects. When the soldiers behind him saw Zhao Lei kneel down, they naturally did not dare to stand still. They also knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu. Previously, Zhao Lei did not recognize Li Zongjiu. However, now that Li Zongjiu had shown himself and was standing so close to him, no matter how bold Zhao Lei was, he did not dare to pretend to be blind anymore. A country has its own laws. If he looked down on the imperial tutor, it would be the same as looking down on the entire Shenyang dynasty. Zhao Lei did not dare to take any chances. The soldiers who were so aggressive just a moment ago actually knelt down in unison. This showed how important Li Zongjiu was as the imperial tutor. Since the founding of the Shenyang dynasty, there was only one imperial tutor, Li Zongjiu. Get up. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Sorry for the trouble, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He waved his hand. Although that was what he said, Zhao Lei did not take it seriously. After getting up, he signaled the soldiers behind him to get up as well. Everyone stood up in unison as if they had rehearsed this. Their movements were extremely neat and uniform. That's enough. Bury these corpses and move that person's body into the city. You come with me. You two can talk things out before you come back. Fighting and killing all day long. How many people have died? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. These people at the bottom would go out to fight just because of a word from the person above them. It was very pitiful. Therefore, Li Zongjiu decided to intervene to prevent things from getting worse. Originally, he had only come to check on Kuin Arashi's situation and see if he could become a city lord or a fort master. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a situation? Yes, Lord Imperial Tutor. Although Zhao Lei was nervous, the Imperial Tutor had already spoken. Could this be the great Emperor's intention? The order that Zhao Lei received was only to station troops here, and it did not specify any further actions, so he did not take action for a long time. However, Zhao Lei also understood the intentions of the higher-ups. They had to find a reason to take down Kuin Castle. But now that the Grand Master Protector is here, do you think you can just lead your men to attack? Of course. He had to figure out what was going on. Set up camp here. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. Yes. Zhao Lei arranged the troops behind him. He only brought 4 personal guards with him. Lan Yiyan breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, a battle was unavoidable tonight. Both sides would have to pay a high price. However, she did not expect that Li Zongjiu would be willing to stand up for Kuin Castle and prevent the outbreak of this conflict. This had saved many lives. Thank you, Imperial Tutor. Lan Yiyan said. Call me Li Zongjiu, or Elder. Imperial Tutor sounds too old. It sounds like a swindler. Li Zongjiu obviously did not like the way the Imperial Tutor was addressed. It sounded a little low-class. Zhao Lei, who was following at the side, almost tripped over his right foot. He could not believe that Li Zongjiu would actually say such words. His evaluation of the Imperial Tutor's title was so low. If you don't want to be the Imperial Tutor, then give it to me. Of course. Zhao Lei was only thinking about it. Imperial Tutor. The few little brothers that I sent earlier. Oh, they were just captured. Let's talk about this later. Li Zongjiu said. Zhao Lei was referring to the 3 people who were captured by Kuin Arasher as soon as they entered the city gate. They were caught off guard and did not even have time to escape. It was fine as long as they were not dead. After all, the original purpose of these 3 people was not pure. Generally, if such spies were caught, they would end up in a very miserable state. Zhao Lei followed the few people into the city. Naturally, he was incomparably calm. With Zhao Lei's own ability, he believed in his own strength. Although he did not dare to say that he could kill several people here, it was not necessarily difficult for him to escape. At the same time, as long as the signal arrow was released, a large number of people would directly kill them. The death of a general would have very serious consequences, especially at this time. General Zhao, I have heard a lot about you. Lan Wei walked down. When he saw Zhao Lei entering the city with him, he smiled. At the same time, his expression was a little strange. After all, such a thing had never happened before. He was also glad that the people of Kuan Castle did not think of rebelling. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Zhao Lei to leave after coming in. General Lan Wei, I have rarely heard of your name. Today, Imperial Tutor is here, so I will spare your lives for the time being. You should open the city gate as soon as possible and let my people in to search for the rebels. Zhao Lei said proudly. Even if he was in the enemy's headquarters, he did not have the slightest fear. General Zhao, there must be a misunderstanding, Lan Yin said. And just when the several leaders were about to have a good discussion, suddenly a loud noise came from the city. Boom! Li Zongjio looked over. The place where the loud noise came from was Arakuni's mansion. Obviously, there were experts fighting. The spiritual energy in the entire city seemed to be drawn and instantly fell into a chaotic storm. Boom! Not good. Let's go back quickly. Lan Yiyan and the others could no longer care about Zhao Lei and the others. They directly led their people and rushed in the direction of the family. Imperial Tutor, please! Since Zhao Lei had already come in, he might as well go and see what these people were up to. Of course. Zhao Lei did not dare to ignore Li Zongjio. He stretched out his hand and said. After seeing Li Zongjio take a step forward, he followed behind Li Zongjio. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 figures had already rushed up to the sky. Clearly, this was a fight between 4 primitive emperors. They never thought that there would be so many primitive emperors fighting. Protect the Imperial Tutor, Zhao Lei said in a low voice. As a soldier, his first duty was naturally to protect the important figures of the imperial court. Regardless of whether the latter needed protection or not, this scene had to be completed. His duty had to be in place. The few of them rushed up to the sky and fought in the sky. At the same time, there were sounds of fierce fighting in the mansion. However, with the arrival of Lan Yiyan and the other party seemed to have realized that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat. Catch them, Li Zongjie said. Zhao Lei and the others rushed out without hesitation. The few Yuan King-level experts that Zhao Lei brought with him were by no means weak. When they rushed out, they seemed to be greatly disturbed and besieged by the group of people in black who were fighting. At this moment, the Lan family was in chaos. There were countless sounds of fighting. Li Zongjie walked into the back alley and saw a figure who seemed to be hiding in the dark. Chapter 1163. Lan Shuaha, who was lurking, suddenly felt a gaze staring at him. He immediately raised his head and stared at the person in front of him with an ominous glint in his eyes. Get lost if you don't want to die. Lan Shuaha said coldly to Li Zongjie. The people of the 5 poisons seemed to be in big trouble. Could it be that the 3 primitive emperors couldn't break into Arakuni's mansion? Therefore, Lan Shuaha's thoughts were all on the people of the 5 poisons. Even if they couldn't kill Lan Yu, they had to at least run away. Even if they couldn't run away, they had to commit suicide. They couldn't leave anyone alive. If they were caught and exposed the actions of the Shui Kuan faction, the consequences would be quite serious. Therefore, this was one of the reasons why he was here. Could it be that this young man in front of him was an idiot? Lan Shuaha saw that Li Zongjie didn't leave for a long time and was actually walking towards him. Lan Shuaha thought in his heart that he might as well go all out and take down Li Zongjie. When Li Zongjie was close enough, Lan Shuaha suddenly made his move and struck his palm towards Li Zongjie's head. Boom! When Li Zongjie faced this palm, There wasn't the slightest ripple. He stood in the same place, as if he hadn't moved at all. However, when Lan Shuaha's palm came down, it struck the air. What? Lan Shuaha couldn't believe his eyes. The opponent's aura was clearly here. How could it miss? This made Lan Shuaha quite surprised. However, when Lan Shuaha was about to move, it was already too late. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared behind Lan Shuaha. He reached out his hand and grabbed, lifting Lan Shuaha up. Ugh! Lan Shuaha kicked his legs and struggled to get out. However, he didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would actually appear behind him. This made Lan Shuaha extremely struggle. After that, Li Zongjiu directly crushed Lan Shuaha's spine. Lan Shuaha's body fell to the ground with a plop. You still want to kill me? Li Zongjiu was no longer interested in such an opponent. This was one of the disadvantages of being a master. It was lonely at the top. Once you reached the top, doing anything would be very simple. You'll realize how boring it is. He kicked Lan Shuaha's corpse to the side. It was as if he was kicking away trash that was blocking his way. He didn't know what kind of trash this corpse belonged to. The battle in the mansion was about to come to an end. In the battle in the sky, one died while the other fled. The spirit of the sword had already chased after the one who had escaped. To ensure his safety, Bei Ku had also stayed behind. In addition, there was another primitive emperor expert who was holding a human hostage. And this hostage was Lan Yian. Let her go, and I'll let you leave. The second elder, Lan Yi, said in a deep voice. His gaze was like a cold knife, piercing into the eyes of the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's skinny hand grabbed Lan Yian's throat. The snow-white and tender neck formed a sharp contrast with the shriveled hand. Step back or else. After saying that, his fingernails easily cut open the skin and dug into Lan Yian's neck. Zhao Lei and the others were also surrounding them. Seeing that Lan Yian was trapped, he didn't care. You won't be able to escape today. This chick is nothing to me. I don't care about her. Zhao Lei's eyes flickered with a cold light. The long knife in his hand turned slightly. He was ready to intercept the other party. This group of people was obviously in the same group as the group that had attacked him. It was just that these people were stronger, while the group that had attacked him looked like they were here to die. They were simply two different people. Then I'll kill her, the black-clothed man said sternly. His 5 fingers had already begun to exert force, preparing to crush Lan Yian's throat. Stop! Kuan Erishur shouted angrily. However, the black-clothed man's hand didn't continue to move, as if he was under a strong restriction. His entire body was stiff on the spot, unable to move. This caused the black-clothed man to reveal a trace of fear in his eyes. What? Lan Yi and the others also clearly felt the black-clothed man's abnormality. Bang! The black-clothed man let go of Lan Yian and actually knelt on the ground. This kneeling was extremely forceful, directly smashing both of his knees. Ah! The black-clothed man couldn't help but growl as a sharp pain came from his kneecaps being crushed. Lan Yian hurriedly moved away from the other party, while Lan Yi protected her behind him. Bang! In the end, the black-clothed man directly hit the ground with his face facing the ground. He directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. There's one more in the back alley. I've already dealt with him. Li Zongjiu's voice sounded behind everyone. It turned out that Li Zongjiu had made a move. Otherwise, this primitive emperor black-clothed man wouldn't have made such a strange move. Lan Yi looked at Li Zongjiu in shock, and then looked at the black-clothed man in front of him who had already been subdued. It was simply unbelievable. Li Zongjiu's cultivation had actually reached such a level that he could already suppress an primitive emperor expert to such a state just by relying on his own mental strength. Lan Yi also fought with this black-clothed man just now, but both of their strengths were about the same. Moreover, the other party's cultivation technique was rather strange, which allowed him to gain a lot of advantages. Therefore, Lan Yi's heart was also quite surprised. Only Li Zongjio could achieve such a state. Could it be that this Li Zongjio had really reached the legendary Supreme Realm? Thank you, elderly, for saving me. Lan Yiyan cupped his fist and said to Li Zongjio. However, Lan Yiyan soon felt weak in his body. A sense of helplessness came over him. That person's nails are poisonous. You've been poisoned. Li Zongjio threw a medicinal pill to Lan Yiyan. After taking it, Lan Yiyan's condition improved slightly. No matter what kind of poison it was, Li Zongjio seemed to be able to cure it. Moreover, Li Zongjio's strength was unfathomable. After seeing Li Zongjio's strength, Zhao Lei couldn't help but have the intention to rely on him. It wasn't easy to survive in the army now. If he could have someone to protect him, then don't even talk about promotion. Just based on his achievements, he would have a lot more opportunities than others. However, he didn't know if this imperial tutor would want him to rely on him. He heard that Li Zongjio's White Deer Mansion in the city was quite popular. Recently, he had even started to manage some military equipment business. If there was a chance, he definitely had to get in touch with him. Kuan Arisher saw that his sister was fine and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Boss was here. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. The spirit of the sword, who had gone to chase after him, also landed in the courtyard. He ran away. The spirit of the sword was still holding an arm in his hand. He casually threw the arm on the ground. The blood on it was obviously just cut off. Chapter 1164. It seemed that the spirit of the sword was calm and indifferent, but one must know that this was the arm of a primitive emperor. Obviously, even if the other party had escaped, he had paid a great price. Another primitive emperor. Zhao Lei was shocked. From the way he was dressed, he was also an expert who came with Li Zongjio. In this battle, the other party had 15 people who came to sneak attack. Except for the person who escaped with a broken arm, the rest were all killed in Arakuni's mansion. When the corpse in the back alley was carried back, Lan Yiyan and the others were extremely shocked. How is this possible? Lan Tianying sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the corpse. The corpse lying in front of him was the 5th elder of the Shui Kuan faction, Lan Shuaha. Why would Lan Shuaha appear in their back alley at this time? Could these people have been sent by the Shui Kuan faction? Now the evidence is irrefutable. Lan, he let out a long sigh. Now the bad relationship between the two factions of the Lan family was put on the table, and the last piece of cloth was removed. There was no use in regretting anything. The situation had just calmed down. After receiving the news, Langu and the others led the experts of the Shui Kuan faction to the front of Arakuni's mansion. They were stopped by the guards behind the door. In the end, a few of them attacked and injured the guards of the Lan family. Obviously, Langu and the others were extremely angry and came with great momentum. You people are not qualified to stop me. Langu's eyes were full of indifference. The guards in front of him were not qualified, and they did not have the strength to stop these people. The noise outside the courtyard naturally attracted Lan Yiyan and the others. Second miss, it's Lord Langu. Our people can't stop him. Just as a guard came to report, he saw a large group of people walking in with a menacing aura. Lan Yiyan, how dare you kill an elder of the Lan family? When remote antiquity saw Lan Shuaha's corpse on the ground, his eyes narrowed. Lan Shoshin, Lan Shoyu, and the others beside him were filled with killing intent as well. First of all, the reason why they reacted so quickly was because they were worried that these people would discover their relationship with the 5 poisons. They had always been able to disassociate themselves from this matter. But today, Lan Shuaha was suddenly killed without any warning. This couldn't help but make them worried. This matter couldn't be exposed. If they were caught on the spot, they would be at a great disadvantage. Now that they saw that Lan Shuaha had died, although they were furious in their hearts, they were at least relieved. It was fine if he was dead, but they were afraid that this half-dead person would be interrogated. Now that there was no evidence, Even if they found out something in the end, they could easily deny it. They could completely deny that it was Lan Shuaha's own action and it had nothing to do with them. Now that such a thing happened, of course, they would use this matter to make trouble for them. Elder Lango, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to cover up a traitor who colluded with the 5 poisons to murder the city lord? Lan Yin said indifferently. After seeing Lan Shuaha's corpse, she knew that Langu and the others would definitely use this matter as a pretext to make a fuss. But she didn't expect these people to come so quickly. They had just carried the corpse in when these people arrived. If they were a little later, Lan Shuaha's corpse would have been carried away by them. In these few seconds, Lan Yin had already formulated a countermeasure. At the same time, she roughly understood these people's series of plans for tonight. It was really a good method. Now that Lan Shuaha was dead, he didn't have much value. Even if there was evidence to prove that Lan Shuaha colluded with the 5 poisons. Moreover, this was the name of the 5 poisons. Lan Yuan also knew this from Li Zhongzhou's mouth. Although she was 90% sure that these people were certainly experts of the 5 poisons. But without conclusive evidence, Lan Yuan could only take a risk. The gamble was to believe what Li Zhongzhou said. These people were all from the 5 poisons, or were related to the 5 poisons. If it was true, Langu and the others would certainly not dare to make a fuss. When Lan Yuan mentioned the 5 poisons, Langu only felt his heart stop for a moment. It was as if he was hit by a stick. But fortunately, he was already old and experienced. There was no fluctuation on his face. At the same time, his face was full of surprise. What did you say? The 5 poisons. With such acting skills, if people didn't know the inside story, they would probably believe it. But the people present were not simple people. Which one of them hadn't been in the Jianghu for a long time? If they didn't have this little bit of Jianghu experience, then they wouldn't be able to survive. However, no one exposed it. Lan Wei and the others naturally watched coldly from the sidelines. They were already well aware of each other's intentions. But this play still had to continue. Elder Langu, don't you know? My father was plotted against by the 5 poisons. Today, I don't know why these people dared to force their way into my Arakuni residence. Their fates were very clear. Except for one who escaped, the rest were all killed. And what hurts me the most is that all of this was planned by Elder Lan Shuaha. He even wanted to save people and help the 5 poisons kill the people of my Lan family. Elder Langu, regarding why Lan Shuaha betrayed us, I hope that Elder Langu can investigate it clearly. See if there are any accomplices in the Shui Kuan family, Lan Yian said. She took the initiative to deny everything to Lan Shuaha. Otherwise, it would be impossible to prove that the entire Shui Kuan family was related to this matter with just a corpse. Since that was the case, they would directly confirm Lan Shuaha's identity as a traitor and let the people of the Shui Kuan family know the difficulties and retreat. Hearing Lan Yuyan's words, Langu immediately understood Lan Yuyan's intention. One must know that Lan Shuaha was only coordinating outside. He would never take the initiative to attack the Lan family. He wasn't a fool. If he directly killed his way in, he would be exposing himself. But it was useless. Lan Shuaha was already dead. Moreover, the other party insisted that Lan Shuaha took the initiative to kill his way in. There was no way to explain this matter. Langu knew that he couldn't gain any advantage today. But this was also good. At least there was no evidence on the surface. There's such a thing. At this time, my Shui Kuan family will definitely give you an explanation. Take Lan Shuaha's corpse back and investigate it properly. Lan Shuaha's corpse can't be taken away. Lan Wei said in a deep voice, who knew how many secrets there were in it. How could it be taken away so easily? After taking it back, there would be no clues at all. Lan Wei, let's not talk about whether Lan Shuaha was a traitor or not. Even if he was a traitor, he should be interrogated and judged by my Shui Kuan family's torture chamber. Langu's attitude was extremely strong. There was no room for discussion in this regard. Lan Shouxin and Lan Shouyu, the two elders of the Shui Kuan family, directly stepped forward and took Lan Shuahe's corpse away. Let them take it away. Elder Lango, please investigate it properly. If you catch other traitors, please don't show favoritism. Don't worry. Lango was already gnashing his teeth. This girl from Arakuni was so hateful. However, Lan Yian's reaction was indeed very fast. Just the way she handled things today had already saved them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if Lango and the others had gained the upper hand, the development of the matter would have been even more unpredictable. Of course, there was another main reason, which was that the three primitive emperors had been killed. Who knew what kind of experts were hidden in Arakuni's courtyard? Even if a fight broke out, it would not necessarily be advantageous. Isn't your family a little too troublesome? This kind of thing is already so obvious. Yet you're still putting on an act here. Although many people couldn't help it, only one person dared to say it out loud. That person was Zhao Lei. Li Zongjio was naturally too lazy to say it. This kind of thing had nothing to do with him. It was just that the old man was too arrogant, so he couldn't help but kill him. There was no personal feelings in it. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, the faces of the people from the Lan family turned ugly. Although the current Lan family of Kuan Castle was still known as having three bloodlines, in fact, the blood relationship between the three bloodlines was already very weak. Thank you for your help today, General. Uncle Tianying, please take General Zhao and a few other brothers to the Soaring Cloud Inn to rest. Later, after Yan has settled things, we will definitely pay you a visit to thank you. There were some people who were called assassins. They did not have noble morals, but they had principles and integrity. They walked on the edge of the black and white, but they were not mercenary. Although they were insignificant people in the antique world, they could use their high intelligence to precisely identify fat worms, bait them, lure the enemy in, and finally close the net and kill the pig. Regardless of whether it was the new book, The Mountain and Sea Return to the Treasury, or the appraisal article, it had already been published. You should definitely take a look. Chapter 1165. Since there was nothing else, Li Zongjio went to Soaring Cloud Inn to rest. Soaring Cloud Inn was an inn under the name of Arakuni, so there was no problem with all kinds of security measures. After knowing that Li Zongjio was going to stay in the inn, Lan Yan dropped everything and sent Li Zongjio to Soaring Cloud Inn. This made Zhao Lei extremely dissatisfied, but he did not dare to compare himself with Li Zongjio. Otherwise, he would be offending his superiors. This is Manager Lai Fu. If you need anything, just tell him directly. Lai Fu, this is Elder Li, our most distinguished guest. When the manager of Soaring Cloud Inn saw that Lan Yan was leading the way, he knew that these two people were not simple, so he quickly went forward to greet them. Don't worry, you can go ahead, Li Zongjio said. Lan Yan did not stay for long. After all, there were still many things to deal with. After saying goodbye to Li Zongjio, she hurried back. Let's have a drink first. Manager, arrange a private room with a good view. Don't worry, leave it to me. We have a private room in the Soaring Cloud Inn. It's big enough to see the moon and the entire Kuan city. If the sun rises during the day, it's like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Manager Lai Fu arranged a private room for Li Zongjio, Zhao Lei, and the others on the top floor of the Supreme Pavilion. At the same time, he also served the best wine in the inn. Have a seat. Don't just stand there. I don't like that, Li Zongjio said. Zhao Lei and the others naturally felt like they were dreaming. They did not expect to have the opportunity to sit at the same table as the imperial protector. Moreover, looking at Li Zongjio's appearance, they knew that he did not want to get involved in the affairs of the imperial court. He was just a top expert who wanted to concentrate on cultivation. Tonight, Zhao Lei had witnessed Li Zongjio's strength. When Lan Yan was being held hostage, he didn't even make any extra movements and killed an primitive emperor expert. Such strength had already reached a transcendent realm. It is a level that mortals like us can only look up to. Even if the Blue Tiger army that had accompanied them all attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on Li Zongjiu's head. This was how terrifying his strength was. "Lord Imperial Tutor, please." After the dishes were served, they immediately poured wine for Li Zongjiu. It was already an honor for the rest of the guards to be able to sit at the same table. They were not qualified to pour wine for Li Zongjiu. "Don't be restrained. Let's drink together." Li Zongjiu and a few people drank wine together. Li Zongjiu didn't have much to say, as if he didn't like to express himself. On the other hand, Zhao Lei liked to speak with assurance and showed off in front of Li Zongjiu. "It's strange. Before we came, our Blue Tiger Army was in charge of searching for relics. We were directly dispatched here after finding some clues. And recently there have been some ferocious demons. Didn't they die out? However, these demons like to cause trouble. They forcibly occupied a place that we had previously explored. When the matter here is over, we will send troops to conquer this place." Zhao Lei drank a little too much. This matter was confidential and not confidential. It depended on who was told. Zhao Lei intended to rely on Li Zongjiu, so it was normal for him to reveal this information to Li Zongjiu. "This matter is confidential. It must not be leaked. I heard that this underground palace was the palace of the previous dynasty's Saint Martial, Great Emperor." Saint Martial, Great Emperor. Speaking of this legendary figure, almost all the cultivators were full of interest. Even Li Zongjiu was quite interested in this Saint Martial Great Emperor. After all, the Saint Martial Great Emperor founded the Saint Martial Empire. It was the only empire that unified the entire Saint Martial continent. The territories of the current 3 dynasties were built on the foundation of the former Saint Martial Empire. As the most powerful existence in the Saint Martial continent, there were quite a lot of legends left behind. Saint Martial Great Emperor, Li Zongjiu was also very interested. Even in his previous life, no one had found the underground palace created by the Saint Martial Great Emperor. To be precise, the core of the underground palace was not found. However, some other smaller underground palaces were found. There were many traps and countless dangers. It was said that there were many spiritual guards. The refining method of these spiritual guards was quite cruel. A living expert was forcibly refined into an undead, and his soul was sealed in a coffin. He was controlled by the Saint Martial, Great Emperor for eternity. This was only a legend before it was discovered. However, Li Zongjiu knew that it was true. Moreover, the strength of these spiritual guards was extremely strong. Li Zongjiu once broke into a Saint Martial underground palace. There were some treasures left behind by the Saint Martial, Great Emperor. However, after Li Zongjiu broke in, a fierce battle broke out in the underground palace. In the end, he was heavily injured, and the things in the underground palace collapsed on their own, completely burying and disappearing. If Li Zongjiu hadn't escaped quickly, he would have died in the underground palace. At that time, Li Zongjiu had already reached the supremacy realm. It was simply unimaginable. Not only was he in danger, but he also ended up with nothing. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not explore the underground palace anymore. Anyway, Li Zongjiu was already at the peak of the supremacy realm. It was good that he did not fight for these things. However, Li Zongjiu had never heard that the core of the Saint Martial Great Emperor's underground palace had been excavated. If that was the case, such a big event would definitely cause a huge sensation. Saint Martial Underground Palace? Even a Yuan emperor would only be courting death if he went there. I advise you not to look for these things. Li Zongjiu glanced at Zhao Lei and said, the few of them were only at the Yuan monarch realm. They were not even Yuan emperors, let alone going into the Saint Martial Underground Palace. It was clearly an act of courting death. However, Li Zongjiu was very surprised that the Saint Martial Underground Palace was discovered so quickly and appeared so long in advance. It seemed that it was also because of Li Zongjiu's rebirth. The trajectory of many things had changed. The things that happened in the previous life might not happen normally. Some people might not even exist anymore. However, Li Zongjio did not care about these things. As long as the Li family still existed, everything was negotiable. Things could develop however they wanted. Military orders are like mountains. I can't help it, Zhao Lei and the others knew the danger of this place. However, as soldiers, they had to be at the forefront. When the time comes, send someone to look for me if you need me. Li Zongjio thought that he had suffered a loss in this underground palace in his previous life. He had to get it back in this life. What he could not do in his previous life, he might not be able to do in this life. After all, Li Zongjio was very interested in the St. Martial underground palace if it was not too dangerous. Chapter 1166. After a night of drinking. Zhao Lei and the others were also drunk. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, was enjoying the spectacle of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. It was as if there was a strong wind blowing a large cloud above Kuan Castle towards the golden sun. In Li Zongjio's eyes, such a scene could only be described as ordinary. However, when more people saw it, they would definitely say, "What the fuck?" After paying the bill, Li Zongjio also returned to his room to cultivate. Although he had now broken through the supremacy realm, he was still far from the peak of his cultivation in his previous life. Moreover, in this life, he still needed to break through the limit. In the mansion of the Shui Kuan family, Langu and the others also carefully examined Lan Shuaha's body. After a round of examination, they were extremely surprised because they found that there were no extra wounds on Lan Shuaha's body. His throat was crushed to death by a single move. Lan Shouxin said, "There are no obvious wounds on the rest of his body. He was killed in an instant." Lan Shuaha didn't even have the strength to resist. Lan Shouyu added, "Elder Wu Chang, with the abilities of the 5 poisons, you can't even do such a simple thing?" Langu said in a deep voice, facing a dark place in the secret room. Then a figure walked out of the darkness. His left arm was empty. Even his face was extremely pale, and the aura on his body was extremely weak. If he hadn't escaped quickly last night, he would have been killed by the spirit of the sword. That old thing's saber was actually so powerful. This person was the elder Wu Chang, sent by the 5 poisons to meet with him. Yesterday, when he had launched a sneak attack on the Wild Kuan system, he had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of 2 experts. His subordinates had all been killed. Only he managed to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have died in Arakuni's mansion last night. It was quite dangerous. He never thought that such a situation would happen. The number of experts on the other side was beyond his imagination. He never thought that there would be so many experts in Arakuni. I've never seen those 2 people before. They must be people who helped Arakuni. However, you don't have to worry. My sex people have already made a move and attacked the Green Dragon army. Next, we'll hold back for now. Lan Yu doesn't have many days left to live. As long as you in the city, Lord Candidate, Kuan City will be ours. The people in Arakuni's side must be busy taking care of themselves now. The Green Dragon army suffered heavy casualties last night. When the time comes, they will definitely find the people in Arakuni to settle the score. Although Langu was now the acting city lord, in fact, Arakuni was still in the dominant position. Moreover, the city guards were also Arakuni's people. They only needed to fan the flames from behind. They could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. They didn't have to worry about other things happening. In fact, this was a very safe method. They just needed to mess up the situation and make the people in Arakuni busy. They didn't have time to care about other things. As long as Lan Wujiang won this election, there wouldn't be a problem. That better be the case. Otherwise, there is no need to continue this cooperation. Lango looked at the elder Wu Chang. Finally, he looked at the person sitting at the back of the room. This person had delicate features and was indifferent to Lan Shuaha's corpse in front of him. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He was flipping through a book in his hand. This book itself was just a romance novel. Lan Wujiang. Wujiang, I heard that the person in Arakuni is Kuan Erasure. Are you confident? Langu looked at Lan Wujiang and said. At this moment, Lan Wujiang slowly closed the book in his hand. Kuan Erasure? That trash. I only need 3 moves to kill him. Lan Wujiang was obviously very disdainful of this Kuan Erasure. In his eyes, there weren't many people who could be his opponent. At such a young age, he had already become a member of the Elder Hall, ranked in the Elder Hall. This was an existence that many young people in Kuan Castle looked up to. Therefore, it was normal for his words to be a little arrogant. Okay, then we'll kill him in this competition. Langu's eyes were filled with a fierce light. He didn't care about Kuan Arashi's life at all. If he wanted to kill him, then so be it. Getting rid of this Kuan Erasure was also beneficial for them. Even the people in Arakuni had to be eliminated one by one. Lan Yuan would also be a great threat and very difficult to deal with. They needed to take advantage of this and find a suitable opportunity to get rid of Lan Yuan. Outside the city, the Green Dragon Army had arrived. However, the Green Dragon Army that had been attacking for an entire night looked extremely miserable. The commander of the Green Dragon Army, Hua Feihong. Hua Feihong's face was filled with iron and blood as he led his army to attack. The entire army was filled with killing intent. Last night, there were actually people who came to attack the army camp. Although there weren't many of them, they were good at using poison. Half of the 20,000 Green Dragon Army was wiped out in an instant. Ever since the Green Dragon Army set out for war, they had never encountered such a huge setback. They were ambushed and suffered such heavy losses. This made Hua Feihong even more furious. When they met up with the Blue Tiger Army, they realized that the enemy's commander wasn't in the army camp. When the 10,000 Blue Tiger Army saw the people from the Green Dragon Army charging towards them with extreme anger and killing intent, they knew that something bad had happened. Where's your general? Hua Feihong asked. 10,000 soldiers and horses were stationed directly at the city gate. They were only 1,000 steps away from the enemy camp. If they were to attack, they would all be dead. How could there be such a stupid action? Reporting to the general, General Zhao Lei entered the city with the imperial tutor. A high-ranking general stepped forward and said, this person was the commander of the infantry battalion. Imperial tutor? Hua Feihong instantly frowned. In the entire Xingyan dynasty, there was only one imperial tutor, and that was Li Zongjiu. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was here? It's Li Zongjiu, imperial tutor, the commander said. Hua Feihong heard this, and his entire body immediately emitted a murderous aura. What bullshit, imperial tutor. Looks like the people who ambushed the Green Dragon Army last night must have been sent by Li Zongjiu. How dare they attack the Green Dragon Army? This is already the doing of a rebel. Men, send me a letter of war. Hua Feihong didn't care and immediately ordered his men to beat the war drums. At the same time, he raised his commander's flag. When the horn sounded, the city guards on Kuan Castle immediately became alert. As expected, these people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. Chapter 1167. The garrison troops on the city walls also began to beat their drums thunderously. Rumble! The sound was so loud that the entire city shook. It was hard to believe. The residents of Kuan Castle also raised their heads. Their expressions were filled with fear. They were extremely shocked by the commotion. These are war drums. What's going on? Why are war drums sounding? Is this a drill? Many residents of Kuan Castle started to panic. They didn't know what was going on. However, some people heard that the Imperial Army had been stationed nearby. The situation was quite dangerous. However, some people didn't believe that the Imperial Court would actually make a move. After all, Kuan Castle also belonged to the Xingyan dynasty. Why would this happen? However, the appearance of such a thing was quite puzzling. This time, the Green Dragon Army didn't hold back. They directly used some siege weapons and instantly caused great damage to the city walls. Siege ballistas go. Hui Feihong naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. Li Zongjiu would at least return the favor tenfold for what he did to the Hu family. Boom! The city gates of Kuan Castle were directly blasted apart by a few ballista bolts. The city gates, which were made of tens of thousands of kilograms of Phoebe Jinan wood, were directly blasted apart by the bolts. Hua Feihong didn't have so many concerns. Moreover, the Green Dragon Army suffered heavy casualties last night. He had never seen such a thing happen before. Now, Hua Feihong directly put all the blame on Li Zongjiu. If there was anyone in Kuan Castle who had such ability, it would definitely be Li Zongjiu. Other than Li Zongjiu, who else could it be? After the city gates were blasted apart, a stone gate that weighed tens of thousands of tons suddenly fell down. Boom! When the stone gate fell down, Kuan Castle's defensive state was immediately activated. After all, as an ancient city of war, the flames of war had spread countless times. They had seen more severe situations. Therefore, this problem was nothing. Kuan Stone Gate. How extravagant! Hua Feihong sneered when he saw the hidden gate of Kuan City. However, he knew that it was impossible to break the gate open. Only Kuan City would do something like this. Hua Feihong thought about it and sneered when he saw the gate of Kuan City. Cloud Scaling Ladder. The army once again pushed out this extremely tall cloud climbing ladder. Following the appearance of the cloud climbing ladder, the archers of Kuan Castle also began their counterattack. The sharpshooters of the Green Dragon Army also began to fire. As both sides fought back and forth, there were casualties on both sides. What's going on? When Lan Wei and the others returned to the city walls, they saw that both sides were already engaged in a bloody battle. Stop, all of you stop, Lan Wei ordered. Looking at the Green Dragon Army that appeared below the city walls, he knew that things were not going well. Quickly informed the second miss, and that Zhao Lei. However, before Lan Wei could send someone to notify them, Lan Yan and the others had already rushed up the city walls. Give me a bow. His subordinate placed a longbow in his hand. Hua Feihong channeled his yuan energy and shot an arrow towards the city walls. Whoosh! Lan Wei did not have time to turn around before he felt a sharp aura piercing his body. Chi! Lan Wei's body was instantly pierced by the arrow. General! Everyone was shocked. Immediately, the shield-bearers surrounded him. The shield-bearers were all at the front, but the arrow was shot through the gap between two shields. This was enough to show that Hua Feihong's archery skills were superb. Lan Wei was hit by the arrow and immediately staggered. Uncle Lan Wei. When she saw that Lan Wei was shot, Lan Yuan was extremely angry. If you want to fight, then let's fight. My Lan family has never been afraid. When Lan Yuan saw that Lan Wei was shot by the arrow, her delicate face was filled with rage. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. When Zhao Lei saw this, he immediately shouted and signaled for everyone to stop. After all, he was in the city and no one was a human. I'll go talk to him, Zhao Lei said. Then he walked up the city walls and shouted at Hua Feihong below. General Hua, I am the deputy commander of the Blue Tiger Army, Zhao Lei. Please stop the attack. Now that the imperial tutor is still in the city, it's not a good time to attack. Zhao Lei shouted. The Blue Tiger Army did not know what was going on. The Green Dragon Army wanted to kill as soon as they arrived, so they did not know what to do. After all, although Hua Feihong was the commander of the Green Dragon Army, he could not command the Blue Tiger Army unless Zhao Lei was dead. General Zhao, are you going to defect to the enemy? Everyone in Kuan Castle wants to be the enemy of the dynasty. Can't you see that? You want to ally with the enemy at this moment. If you don't return to the army immediately, I will believe that you are with the Kuan Castle and annihilate you together. Hua Feihong said coldly. Annihilate you together? I want to see how capable you are. If you have the ability, then come and attack the city." When Lan Yian heard this, she was unhappy. What was there to be arrogant about? He actually dared to say such big words. Since he wanted to fight, then she was not afraid of Kuan Castle. Did you hear that? Openly going against the Imperial Army is rebellion. Everyone in the Blue Tiger Army, listen up. Your deputy commander has been bewitched by the enemy. From now on, I have full authority to command. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Hua Feihong said to the 10,000 Blue Tiger Army behind him in a deep voice. Immediately, these Blue Tiger Army people were at a loss. Who should they listen to now? Their own commander was on the enemy's city wall. Such a chaotic and complicated scene caught the Blue Tiger Army a little off guard. However, when a few people hesitated, they were immediately executed by the Green Dragon Army. Their heads fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Who else dares to disobey? Hua Feihong beheaded a few generals on the spot. The others were all shocked. They all knew that if they did not listen to Hua Feihong today, then they would not be able to live. Damn it, this guy wants to rebel. I'm going to report him. When Zhao Lei saw this, he was also furious. This Hua Feihong actually killed his people in front of him. He did not put him in his eyes at all. So what if you are one of the 4 great armies, the Green Dragon Army? Could it be that you can disregard the law? The battle between Kuan Castle and the Green Dragon Army instantly began. Many experts of the Lan family also joined the battle. There were a total of 30,000 guards in the city. In addition to the absolute defense of Kuan Castle, the Green Dragon Army had rich combat experience after all. In addition, Lan Wei was injured, so his command was also weakened. Therefore, the morale of the Kuan Castle was slightly low. Many people were killed by the enemy's bows and arrows, and there were even experts who jumped onto the city wall. After killing many people, they jumped down again. Everyone in the city knew that a war had broken out, and they all began to pack their luggage. Li Zongjiu, who was resting in the Soaring Cloud Inn, heard the commotion outside, and from time to time, roaring sounds. He immediately frowned. Chapter 1168. Kuan Erishur also climbed up the city wall and began to fight with the Green Dragon Army. The Green Dragon Army actually used a flying rope and brought many people up the city wall. The entire area above the city wall was extremely chaotic. Zhao Lei and a few others were stuck in the middle and did not know what to do. At this moment, it was time for them to make a decision. They could either rush out now, apologize to Hua Feihong, and say that they were standing in the wrong place, and then lead their troops to attack Kuan Castle. Or they could stand firmly with the people of Kuan Castle and prove Kuan Castle's innocence. However, there was a certain risk in doing so, and that was that they would be killed by the Green Dragon Army in the end. Not only would they not be able to clear Kuan Castle's name, but their reputation would also be tarnished for thousands of years. General, we can't delay any longer. From the looks of it, the people of Kuan Castle could not stop them at all. If they waited for Hua Feihong to kill his way in before surrendering, the effect would be greatly reduced, and the other party might not accept it. Let's do it. Let's do something really big today. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth. This was a very precious opportunity, and it was also his only chance. People of the Blue Tiger Army, listen up. The commander of the Green Dragon Army is abusing military orders and harming loyal people. Capture Hua Feihong. At this moment, Zhao Lei had already decided to be on the same side as Kuan Castle. This was the only way to gain Li Zongjiu's trust. If Li Zongjiu did not care about Kuan Castle, he would not have come all the way from the Sacred Flame Imperial City to such a place and get involved in this mess. This meant that in Li Zongjiu's heart, Kuan Castle was also very important. How dare you rebel? Hua Feihong sneered when he saw Zhao Lei completely rebelling. However, there were really many people from the Blue Tiger Army who attacked the Green Dragon Army. After all, these people from the Green Dragon Army were indeed arrogant, and they were under Zhao Lei's command. It did not matter who was good and who was bad. The important thing was that the one giving the orders was their own general. Thank you, General Zhao Lei. Because the Blue Tiger Army's sudden betrayal, the rhythm of the Green Dragon Army's attack was disrupted. Their attack speed and rhythm was affected, as if they were being attacked from the front and back. Arakuni's people were fighting fiercely with the enemy on the city wall. The people from the Shui Kun faction were clapping and cheering behind the scenes. Sure enough, the Green Dragon Army did not disappoint them. However, they must kill the people from Arakuni. Only then would they have the chance to take control of the city. As for what would happen after that, they would talk about it later. After the Green Dragon Army destroyed the people from Arakuni, they would then destroy the Green Dragon Army. Wouldn't that be perfect? Let's fight, let's fight. All of you, keep an eye on them. We must turn the situation around at the most critical moment. Lenga laughed and said, he never thought that things would go so smoothly. He almost clapped his hands and cheered. The people from the Shui Kun faction were also very excited. They were all ready and waiting for orders. On the city wall, the Kuin wing spear in Kuin Arashi's hand was greatly damaged. He did not know how many Green Dragon Army's armor it had destroyed. Looking at Huofeihong, who was protected by the iron barrel formation, Kuin Arashir gritted his teeth. You guys guard the city wall. I will go down and kill Huofeihong. If he wanted to have a chance of survival, he had to capture the leader first. After saying that, Kuin Arashir jumped down and went down. Whoosh! Little Kuin! Lan Yuyan exclaimed. However, she had already seen Kuin Arashir jump down. She thought that Kuin Arashir was truly isolated and helpless. Moreover, the Green Dragon Army had many experts. What Kuin Arashir did was extremely dangerous. It was no different from walking into a trap. He was too impulsive. Zhao Lei saw Kuin Arashir rushing down the city wall and slapped his thigh. This time Kuin Arashir was dead meat. The enemy was waiting for Kuin Arashir or someone else to rush down. Capture this person alive. Huofeihong pointed at Kuin Arashir and said. The 13 cavalrymen that had been guarding Huofeihong immediately split up and charged towards Lan Kuin, like 13 arrows that had left the bow. Many of the Green Dragon Army formed a battle formation and charged towards Kuin Arashir. Kuin Arashir put away the Kuin wing spear in his hand and took out the 10,000 slaughter sword that Li Zongjio gave him. You forced me to do this. Immediately, the 10,000 slaughter sword in his hand emitted a cold light. Wherever the 10,000 slaughter sword passed, the Green Dragon Army soldiers were easily cut down as if they were dried branches. Chi, chi, chi. As the sword chi rampaged, Kuin Arashir rushed down and attracted the firepower of the Green Dragon Army. The people on the city wall could only watch as Kuin Arashir and the Green Dragon Army fought. With the 10,000 slaughter sword in hand, Kuin Arashir was exceptionally ferocious. This degree of ferocity was almost over the top. The Green Dragon Army was slaughtered until they fell apart. Their skulls shattered and their bodies scattered. Many of them were cut into pieces by the sword without any hesitation. Damn, this kid is so fierce. Zhao Lei and the others saw Kuin Arashir fighting like a god of death. It was as if no one could stop Kuin Arashi's footsteps. Whoosh! The 13 cavalry rushed in front of Kuin Arashir and threw their spears at Kuin Arashir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear formation continued to attack Kuin Arashir. Kuin Arashir himself had killed nearly 300 Green Dragon Army soldiers. The 10,000 slaughter sword had absorbed most of Kuin Arashi's strength and was sent flying by the last spear. Ding! Kuin Arashir was knocked back. At the same time, the cavalry rushed towards Kuin Arashir and sent Kuin Arashir flying again. As he was sent flying, Kuin Arashir also held the sword in his hand tightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. I want to save little Kuin. Seeing Kuin Arashir being repelled, Lan Yuyan could no longer hold it in. However, she was stopped by Zhao Lei. No, jumping down now will only lead to death. You'll be sacrificing your life for nothing. Lan Yi, who had been watching the battle for a long time, could no longer hold it in and wanted to intervene. According to the laws of this continent, primitive emperors were not allowed to participate in the war. Of course, they could still intervene to protect the last bloodline of their tribe. However, they had to think clearly. If they intervened, it would mean that more primitive emperors would come knocking on their door. They were not afraid of just one or two of them. If you use your hands, the next thing you will have is a group of origin emperors. You won't have any leeway for regret. Therefore, Lan Yi was not willing to intervene unless it was the most crucial moment. However, Lan Yi was more experienced with Kuin Arashi's performance. She would rather take a greater risk and delay Kuin Arashir. Damn it! Kuin Arashir was half kneeling on the ground with his sword in hand. At this moment, the 13 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry had already surrounded Kuin Arashir. 13 spears were suspended above Kuin Arashi's head, ready to pierce down at any time. Hui Feihong's mouth curved into a cold smile. At the same time, he looked towards Kuin Castle. Li Zongjiu, aren't you very capable? Today, I want to see what you're capable of. Now that they had left the sacred Flame Royal City, the world had become Hua Feihong's world. He could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. There was nothing to be afraid of. Right at this moment, an invisible power seemed to spread out from the city. The 13 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry raised their heads and looked towards the sky. However, the moment they raised their heads, 13 heads were sent flying. Bang! 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 The 13 heads fell to the ground one after another. Blood splattered all over Kuin Arashi's body. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, their eyes lit up. Such a powerful force. Only one person could do it. Lan Yi did not intervene. Therefore, there was only one person who could do it. Li Zongjiu. A figure appeared beside Kuin Arashir and helped Kuin Arashir up. You didn't call me for a fight? Li Zongjiu said. Kuin Arashir also smiled bitterly. I thought I could handle it. Kuin Arashir said. However, when he used the 1,000 slaughter sword in battle, it brought him great suffering. The power of the 1,000 slaughter sword really exhausted Kuin Arashi's strength. It was too strong. It was not something an ordinary person could control. Moreover, Kuin Arashir had not even used 1% of the 1,000 slaughter sword's power. Be careful. It's someone from the Hua family. There's no one in this world that I need to be careful of, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He casually grabbed a steel spear on the ground. With a swing of his hand, the steel spear shot towards Hua Feihong like a sharp arrow. Protect the general. Dozens of shield bearers stacked into a long dragon. However, this steel spear instantly blasted open a bloody hole in the shields of these several dozen shield bearers. Hua Feihong's head also exploded with a bang. A headshot. Chapter 1169. At this moment, at least 8,000 Green Dragon Army soldiers saw their commander-in-chief get his head blown off. They had never seen or heard of such an exciting scene. They were so shocked that they had never heard of it before. All of the Green Dragon Army soldiers were stunned. There were still some Hua family soldiers in the army. When they saw this, they wanted to continue the charge and kill Li Zongjiu and Kuin Arashir. However, the soldiers around them seemed to be frozen in place. They did not know what to do. Even though they had heard the order, they were no longer prepared to step forward. Stepping forward at this moment would be akin to seeking death. Even with the strength of the commander-in-chief, he had been killed on the spot by this move. He didn't even need to step forward to blow up the general's head with ease. There was no need to continue this battle. The Imperial Tutor is here. Are you Green Dragon Army trying to rebel? Zhao Lei rushed out at this critical moment and roared at the thousands of Green Dragon Army soldiers. Hua Feihong's death was naturally satisfying, but these people had also killed many of the Blue Tiger Army soldiers. Therefore, Zhao Lei wanted nothing more than to kill these damn things. However, Victory and defeat were common in war. Casualties were also inevitable. It was a very normal phenomenon. When they heard Zhao Lei's roar at this moment, the Green Dragon Army soldiers were slightly shaken. Everyone retreat! The remaining generals of the Hua family also gave up on revenge. They immediately led the remaining people out of the encirclement. The Blue Tiger Army also stopped resisting. At this moment, the Green Dragon Army was bound to explode with the will to die. If they appeared at this time to resist, they would be met with extremely strong resistance. The gains would not make up for the losses. At least now they were all colleagues. If they really fought to the death, neither side would have an easy time. Li Zongjiu pointed his finger forward. Immediately, a light emerged from his hand. Boom! The soul cutter directly pierced through the Hua family member who had just given the order. Another general had died. The others ran even faster. Third brother! One of the Hua family's subordinates shouted when he saw the fallen general. His shout immediately summoned the soul-slaying knife. With another swoosh, another figure fell from the horse's back. Bang! Another one had died. The remaining members of the Hua family saw this scene and immediately understood that Li Zongjiu was ruthless. As long as they were related to the Hua family, they would not be spared. As a result, these people didn't dare to speak. They didn't know where the flying dagger was hiding. After killing, it disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to guard against such a sure-kill move. In their eyes, they were extremely vigilant. The terrifying, life-reaping flying dagger seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, the Green Dragon Army had already retreated more than 10 miles away. Although it looked extremely embarrassing, saving their lives was more important. A few members of the Hua family looked around. They were already more than 10 miles away. Moreover, Li Zongjiu and the others hadn't chased after them. They probably wouldn't be in any danger. We must avenge third brother and fourth brother, a member of the Hua family said. However, as soon as this member of the Hua family spoke, his head exploded. The group of people around him also had their heads pierced by the dark light of the flying dagger. Bang! 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 This group of commanders of the Green Dragon Army were all killed. All of them died without a sound. When the surrounding Green Dragon Army guards saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. What kind of demonic technique did the Imperial Tutor use? He was able to accurately kill people from dozens of miles away. What kind of demonic technique was this? After this mysterious light circled around, it didn't appear again. However, until now, no one in the Green Dragon Army dared to say a word for the Hua family. If they were killed by this mysterious light, it wouldn't be worth it. Everything was unpredictable. Li Zongjiu had only appeared for a short while, but he had already turned the tide of the battle. It was simply amazing. It turned out that one person really had the ability to change the world. With Li Zongjiu here, Kuan Castle could be defended. Kuan Castle could reach the sky in a single bound. Zhao Lei also went to organize his own army. The Blue Tiger Army had fought a battle for unknown reasons today. They were even a little confused as to why they had started killing. However, Zhao Lei had already decided on the direction of this operation. As long as the matter of the rebel army was resolved, nothing else would be a problem. Since he had already made such a big move, then he might as well go all the way. He would make this move even bigger. Zhao Lei had never thought that he would be so bold. He was even a little impulsive. This was all because Li Zongjiu seemed to have an invisible force on his body. Even if his shoulders trembled a little, it could completely change the situation. Thank you, elderly. Thank you. Lan Yuyan didn't know what to say. She didn't even know how to repay Li Zongjiu. It seemed that the only thing she could do was to repay him with her body. Otherwise, nothing would be able to attract Li Zongjiu's interest. His strength was already so extraordinary. What else could he care about? However, if she were to repay him with her body, it was another matter altogether. Lan Yan's heart was also very conflicted. You don't have to be so polite. Li Zongjio said, casually. It wouldn't be difficult to kill all these people from the Green Dragon Army. It was just that Li Zongjio didn't want to do so. He just wanted to kill the people from the Hua family. It seems that I have to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Lan Yin had secretly made up her mind. Previously, Lan Yin had been avoiding them because they were from the same clan. However, these people from the Xue Kuan faction didn't seem to know how to restrain themselves. On the contrary, they kept thinking that they were afraid. They weren't strong enough. The people from Gu Kuan faction arrived late. However, they had clearly seen the scene of the battle just now. Lan Jiang Xue was dressed in martial attire. When she saw Kuan Erasure rushing down to fight, she wanted to rush down as well. However, she was stopped by the elders of the clan. The only clan that wasn't present was the Xue Kuan faction. When the Xue Kuan faction received the news, they were all in a state of confusion. They never thought that there would be such a reversal. Li Zongjio. It's actually Li Zongjio. I knew it. How could such a perfect plan fail continuously? You are all trash. Li Zongjio entered the city, and you didn't even know. It seemed that the people from the Xue Kuan faction didn't know that the person who entered the city was actually Li Zongjio. If they knew, they would have probably given up on this plan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When Lang Jiu found out that it was Li Zongjio, he knew that it was completely over. Damn it. How could it be Li Zongjio? Sure enough, Lan Yin joined forces with the Blue Tiger Army and surrounded the Xue Kuan faction. Li Zongjio didn't want to get involved in this matter. He left it to the spirit of the sword and Bei Ku to deal with it. There was nothing to be afraid of with the power of the Xue Kuan faction. Moreover, the Gu Kuan faction, which had been silent all this time, had also expressed their attitude and stood on Arakuni's side. Elder Lang Jiu, do you want to hand him over yourself? Or do you want us to rush in and find him? Chapter 1170. Arakuni's people directly went to the door and forced the abdication in such a strong state. However, Langu and the others were not sure who Lan Yuyan wanted them to hand over. Could it be that Lan Yuyan already knew that the 5 elders of the 5 poisons were hiding here? The strange thing was, how did they know? It was impossible for them to know. Could it be that they wanted to gain something without risking anything and use it to get information from them? However, Langu thought about it again. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Even Li Zongjio personally took action. It was impossible for the 5 elders to escape last night. Moreover, they even cut off the 5 elders' arms. According to the 5 elders' own words, they were attacked by a swordsman last night. That was why they fled in such a sorry state. Who knew that they would end up like this? With an arm cut off, if they did not use a secret technique, it would be difficult for them to escape from the swordsman. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The other party must have thought that the 5 elders had left Kuan Castle. However, after they turned around and returned to the Xue Kuan's mansion, they happened to be right under the other party's nose. No one would have thought. From the looks of it now, it was obvious that this was Li Zongjio's scheme. He wanted to let them escape. Now, they brought people to seal off the Xue Kuan's front, back, left, and right. If they captured the 5 poisons elders on the spot, wouldn't it mean that the Xue Kuan's family colluded with the 5 poisons and directly captured them on the spot? However, it was too late to get rid of the 5 elders now. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let Lan Yuyan rush in with people. Immediately, Langu looked at Lan Yuyan with a mocking expression. Lan Yuyan, don't forget that I'm the current acting city lord. You brought so many people here. Are you trying to rebel? Langu took this time to reveal his identity as the city lord. What's more, now is the time for the city lord candidate selection. Could it be that the people of Arakuni want to find a random reason to manipulate the situation and let the Arakuni completely control Kuan Castle? Aren't we Xue Kuans people from the Lan family? Langu said loudly. Obviously, at this time he could only forcefully change the situation and shift his attention to other places. In this way, he could more or less delay some time. At least, he would not be exposed immediately. There would always be some variables that would appear. My ancient Kuan lineage voluntarily withdraws from the competition. Lan Jiangxue from Gu Kuan's faction said. Gu Kuan's faction would naturally not let go of such a lively event. Moreover, they directly stated that they would not participate in the selection. Now, only Kuan Erasure and Lan Wujiang were left. Lan Jiangxue did not think that she would become the city lord candidate. She just wanted to give herself some pressure and train herself. However, when she saw Kuan Erasure jump down from the city walls, she knew that if there was anyone in Kuan Castle who could become the next city lord, it would be Kuan Erasure. Moreover, Kuan Erasure also survived under such circumstances. The divine bravery he displayed on the battlefield was definitely not something that the people of Shui Kuan's faction could compare to. Lan Yin was about to say something, but Kuan Erasure directly walked forward. In that case, only you and I are left. I, Kuan Erasure, will fight for Arakuni. Today, we will know who the Shui Kuan's faction will send. Kuan Erasure said indifferently. A wave of heroic spirit rushed straight to the sky. Little Kuan, can you hold on? Lan Yin saw Kuan Erasure walk out and could not help but frown. Kuan Erasure also suffered a lot of injuries just now. If he were to fight with his opponent now, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. Kuan Erasure waved his hand, indicating that this situation did not matter to him. Immediately his body moved slightly. After moving a little, he took out the 1,000 slaughter sword. Kuan Erasure also knew that he could not let these people of Shui Kuan's faction continue to delay. Now, these people were grasping at the last straw, so they wanted to continue to hold on. Therefore, Kuan Erasure came now to completely cut off these people's last straw of hope. Cut off these people's escape route. Langu saw Kuan Erasure walk out and smiled coldly. As expected, he was fooled. Young people nowadays really had no self-control. They couldn't hold it in. What happened after that was easy to deal with. As long as Lan Wujiang killed Kuan Erasure, he would naturally become the candidate for the city lord. Coupled with his position as the acting city lord, Arakuni would not be able to touch them at all. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to eliminate Kuan Erasure. It was such a good opportunity, and it just so happened that the people of the three factions were all here. Naturally, there was nothing to say. It was in accordance with the rules of the challenge election. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lan Wujiang tidied up his clothes. In terms of life, Lan Wujiang seemed to be an exquisite person. Everyone retreated. In the front yard, they saw the two young talents about to engage in a head-on confrontation. Lan Wujiang's weapon was a stone fan. The stone fan itself was also made of Kuan stone, but only the ribs of the fan were made of Kuan stone. The surface of the fan was made of extremely sharp black iron. The two were a perfect fit. The combination of each rib and fan blade was ingenious and incomparably exquisite. Such a stone fan, without the craftsmanship of a master, was absolutely impossible to create. Kuan Erasure held the 1,000 slaughter sword, looking at the pretentious man in front of him with a face full of displeasure. This thing dawdled all day long, making him look like a spotless person who fell from the sky. Therefore, it was extremely annoying to watch. Now, the two of them finally confronted each other. It was a good time to vent. Since it was a duel between the two sides, the referee was also the 6th elder of Gu Kuan's faction, Lan Tianjun. Lan Tianjun stood between the two and observed their states. Kuan Erasure had just fought a great battle. Although his body was still injured, his fighting spirit was overflowing. Therefore, he had a certain advantage. On the other hand, Lan Wujiang was full of confidence. He did not put Kuan Erasure in his eyes. Therefore, his eyes were full of arrogance. Let's begin. Lan Wujiang seemed to be impatient to defeat Kuan Erasure and then do his own thing. For him, defeating Kuan Erasure was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he did not want to waste too much time. Lan Kuan, on the other hand, was staring at the mist river in front of him. There was only viciousness in his eyes and nothing else. When fighting, there was no need to talk so much nonsense to bluff. All he needed to do was to defeat his opponent. Both sides stop. The duel begins. As soon as the voice fell, Kuin Arashi's body erupted with an aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. Chapter 1171. The aura that surged out from Kuin Arashi's body stunned Lan Wujiang for a moment. In the moment of hesitation, Kuin Arashir had already slashed out with his sword. This sword strike seemed to have drawn upon the power of hell. Boom! The overbearing sword aura attacked Lan Wujiang. Lan Wujiang was also under the attack of the sword. He opened the folding fan in his hand, but only heard a muffled sound. Bang! The folding fan in Lan Wujiang's hand was instantly shattered into pieces. He also retreated a few dozen steps. What? Everyone was shocked. Lan Wujiang's eyes were also filled with disbelief. When did Kuin Arashi's strength become so strong? No, it wasn't just because of Kuin Arashi's strength. It was also because of the sword in Kuin Arashi's hand. Everything was strange because of the sword in Kuin Arashi's hand. Many experts could already tell that the sword in Kuin Arashi's hand was extremely powerful. That sharp intent was also a relatively dangerous aura to them. If such a treasured sword was in my hands, I would be able to unleash its true power. Lan Wujiang condensed his own elemental energy and blocked Kuin Arashi's sudden attack. However, the elemental energy defense was gradually broken under Kuin Arashi's sword. One could clearly see that Kuin Arashir was slowly breaking through Lan Wujiang's defense. Suddenly, Lan Wujiang shot out a few hidden weapons from his sleeves. Swish, swish, swish. Following the explosion of the hidden weapons, they shot towards Kuin Arashi's head. They even directly penetrated Kuin Arashi's elemental energy defense. However, at the last crucial moment, these 3 poisonous arrows directly stopped in front of Kuin Arashi's forehead. Mental power! Lan Wujiang didn't expect that Kuin Arashir had cultivated his mental power to such a level. Go! Kuin Arashir didn't answer Lan Wujiang's words. He directly deflected the 3 poisonous arrows. His mental power easily deflected the 3 arrows. Lan Wujiang hurriedly leaned back and narrowly dodged the 3 arrows. A blood-red light erupted from the 10,000 slaughter sword. The moment Misty Mist River's figure retreated, a sword light chased after him. Boom! The sword cut off one of Lan Wujiang's legs. Blood spurted out on the spot, and Lan Wujiang's entire body fell to the ground. Bang! 1,000 slaughter sword go. After Mist River fell to the ground. Lan Kuan had no intention of stopping. He directly pushed the 1,000 slaughter sword in his hand towards Mist River. Chi! The 1,000 slaughter sword pierced Lan Wujiang's chest. At the same time, the 1,000 slaughter sword instantly devoured all the blood in Lan Wujiang's body. Lan Wujiang's body was reduced to a pile of skin and bones, falling to the ground. When Kuin Arashir killed Lan Wujiang, he didn't hesitate at all. Even the rest of the people didn't show any signs. How could there be such a big gap? After being penetrated by the sword, Lan Wujiang's appearance could no longer be seen clearly. After killing Lan Wujiang, he took back the 1,000 slaughter sword. There was no trace of blood on it. It was clean. When everyone saw this scene, they were all amazed. Lan Yen looked at the decisive Kuin Arashir, and a trace of splendor bloomed in her eyes, as expected of her younger brother. Now it seemed that Kuin Arashir had truly grown up. If he was properly nurtured in the future, it would only be a matter of time before he became the master of Kuin Castle. Sorry, I didn't stop for a moment. Who told this kid to use hidden weapons? Kuin Arashir said indifferently. At the same time, he looked at Langu and the others in front of him with a threatening gaze. with a trace of provocation in his eyes. Lan Wujiang and Lan Shuahe secretly colluded with the 5 poisons and used them to harm the people of Kuan Castle. I, Kuan Erisher, as the young master of Kuan Castle, order the people of the 3 branches to gather and kill the 5 poisons tomorrow. Elder Langu, you don't mind leading the way for us, right? Kuan Erisher won, and naturally became the next master of Kuan Castle. However, the master was still in a coma and had not stepped down. When the time was right, Kuan Erisher would naturally become the master of Kuan Castle. Now that he was the young master of the city, there was nothing wrong with it. When he heard that Kuan Erisher wanted to organize people to kill the 5 poisons, Lan Shuahe felt very uncomfortable. Lan Gu didn't know what to feel in his heart, but he was thinking about how to deal with Lan Kuan. Only by killing some people would they have a chance to survive. Now that Arakuni's people had too much of an advantage, they didn't even have the slightest chance. Since they wanted to kill the 5 poisons, it was naturally a good opportunity. Of course, Langa didn't directly say what he was thinking, nor did he show it. If he was seen through, then he wouldn't be able to survive. The position of the candidate had also been decided. The reason why they wanted to kill the 5 poisons was to give Zhao Lei of the Blue Tiger Army an explanation. These people were clearly a group of people who wanted to rebel and cause more damage to the Xinyan dynasty. As long as they caught these people and cleaned them up, this matter would be solved. At least Zhao Lei would be able to give an explanation when he returned. In addition, today's fierce battle between Zhao Lei and the Green Dragon Army had also left the Green Dragon Army scratching their heads. How did things become like this? Now that the Green Dragon Army was retreating further and further, the ranks of the remaining generals were unknown. However, they were definitely not people from the Hu family. This was because the people from the Hu family didn't dare to show themselves again. They hid among the troops obediently and only sent someone to the Green Dragon Army's headquarters to report the situation after retreating for 100 miles. In fact, the internal struggle of Kuan Castle was very simple. Whoever was stronger would win. No amount of schemes and tricks would work. Just like now, Kuan Erisher had killed Lan Wujiang in front of everyone. So what? Come if you have the ability. In front of so many Yuanhuang experts, you couldn't do anything at all. You didn't even dare to move. Arakuni's people all retreated. Langu looked at Lan Wujiang's corpse and fell silent. It seemed that now wasn't the time for the Shuai Kuan faction. Lan Wujiang, whom they had painstakingly nurtured, had set up such a good trap, but in the end it had been easily dismantled by the other side. Ever since they knew that Li Zongjiu had come, Langu and the others no longer had the slightest desire to fight. However, there was still a way to vent this matter. It was the people of the 5 poisons. The Elder 5, who was in charge of communicating with Langu, had been hiding in the secret room all this time. When he saw Langu and the others coming down with sullen faces, the Elder 5 was surprised. "What's the situation outside?" The Elder 5 asked. "The situation is very good. I just need your help." "What help?" "Lend me your head." Chapter 1172. Kuan Erisher and the others were going to attack the 5 poisons. Li Zongjiu also accompanied them. The strength of the 5 poisons was not simple. It would not be easy to deal with them. It was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also went with them. The reason why they came to Kuan Castle was to help Kuan Erisher. At the same time, it was to prevent Kuan Castle from being wiped out by the Xinyan dynasty. In his previous life, Kuan Castle had been wiped out. After the Xinyan dynasty made a ruthless move, these people had no chance to escape. Once the various factions within the dynasty had stabilized, they would naturally start to take care of these uncertain factors. If one's strength was not strong enough, being wiped out was something that would happen sooner or later. As for the reason, when it came to taking care of you, there was no need for too many reasons. The encirclement operation this time was also led by the Arakuni elder, Lan Yi. At the same time, the Blue Tiger Army and Kuan Castle city guards had also joined forces. This time, they had joined forces under a common name, which was to wipe out the rebels. To kill these people, most of the experts within the 5 poisons had been sent out. No matter what the current situation was, it had been a long time since they had received any feedback. When the leader of the 5 poisons remembered, he wanted to send someone to investigate the situation. Why was there no progress after such a long time? In the end, he was informed that 2 large armies had come to kill them, the people of Kuan Castle and the people of the Blue Tiger Army. They had joined forces to seal off the entire 5 Poisons Mountain. The 5 poisons were hiding here. They were only 120 li away from Kuan Castle. Advancing at full speed, the army had arrived in less than 4 hours. Some of them had just returned to the 5 poisons because they had just completed the mission of ambushing the Green Dragon Army. This mission was much more difficult than they had imagined. After the successful sneak attack, the 5 poisons had suffered injuries. Although they had expected the Green Dragon Army to be powerful, they did not expect the Green Dragon Army to react so quickly. Thus, although they had escaped quickly, they had also suffered great losses and heavy injuries. The remaining troops brought the news back to the 5 poisons. The sect master of the 5 poisons, Gao Han, was shocked when he heard this news. However, Gao Han's eyes soon revealed a look of disdain. They are simply seeking their own deaths. I want half of these people to die before they even reach my 5 poisons mountain. The 5 poisons had occupied this place for so many years. They had done a very good job of keeping it secret. At the same time, they had already turned the 5 poisons mountain into a place of no return. To the enemy, they would definitely be able to feel the terror of the 5 poisons mountain. Just the poison array set up on the 5 poisons mountain was enough to bury an army of 100,000. Langu and the others were also in the crowd. At this moment, they did not have the opportunity to inform anyone. They could only obediently follow. Careful, there is a poison array ahead. Li Zongjio raised his hand to stop the advancing troops. Zhao Lei hurriedly gave the order for the people behind to stop. This array is quite exquisite. Li Zongjio glanced at the layout of the poison array in front of him. This array of interlocking rings was not something that could be set up by ordinary people. On the 5 poisons mountain, Gao Han led the remaining experts of the 5 poisons. At this moment, all of them had gathered on the 5 poisons mountain and were staring at the huge formation below. With so many people gathered together, they could be clearly seen even from several miles away. Sect Master, they are about to enter our 5 poisons chain soul tracking array. Once they enter, immediately activate the array. Not a single one of them will be able to escape. Is it so easy to break into my 5 poisons? In addition to the experts of the 5 poisons, there were hundreds of other disciples of the 5 poisons. They all felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They were waiting for Li Zongjio and the others to come up the mountain and die. However, after a while, the army still did not move. Only one person had entered the array and triggered the array's reaction. It seems that these people are not stupid. Since they want to send one person to die first, then we will fulfill their wish. The 5 of you, quickly activate the array. Yes, Sect Master. Immediately, the 5 elders directly circulated their Yuan Qi and controlled the array. Immediately, the poison array was activated. Kuan Arisher and the others immediately saw black fog rise up in front of them. They did not know where the thick black fog came from. It condensed in an instant and immediately appeared in front of them. Then, everyone continuously retreated and looked at the scene in front of them with shock and vigilance. These gases contain highly toxic poison. You must not breathe them in. To an elemental force cultivator, if they were to inhale this poisonous gas, it would greatly affect their own cultivation. They would rather be slashed by a blade than be poisoned. Ordinary people were also unwilling to choose to cultivate poison techniques. After all, after cultivating this poison, it would definitely have adverse effects on one's body. There might even be some strange changes. However, These poison techniques were a way to quickly increase one's strength. Many people were even more reluctant to give up on them, who would not want to be able to quickly become an expert, even if there was a certain amount of risk. So what? Imperial tutor will be fine, right? When Zhao Lei saw the situation, he could not help but be shocked. Just now, Li Zongjiu had already determined that there was a poison array and even a trap in front of them. However, now that the poison array was activated, it was unexpectedly powerful. No one dared to imagine what would happen if the army was trapped in this poison array. No one knew what would happen. The number of people who could survive would definitely not exceed 1%. In fact, it would be considered a lot if 100 people could survive in the end. "Don't worry, I will go and check it out," Kuan Erishur said. With a 10,000 slaughter sword in hand, he was already a terrifying existence among the evil gases. Therefore, the poisonous gases would have less effect on Kuan Erishur. Before Lan Yi could agree, Kuan Erishur had already rushed into the poison array. Seeing this, Lan Yi did not say anything. However, Kuan Arashi's action was indeed a little impulsive. Rushing in like this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. However, Kuan Arashi's identity was different now. The title of Young City, Lord, was not enough. Of course, he needed to do something to increase his reputation in Kuan Castle and raise his status and reputation. This was also another reason why Kuan Erishur decided to bring people to kill the 5 poisons so quickly. It was equivalent to getting rid of the evil in Kuan Castle. At the same time, it would also add a bit of glory to Kuan Erishur. Otherwise, it would be difficult for others to accept you with just a name. In front of Li Zongjiu, several terrifying poisonous beasts formed by the poisonous gases rushed towards him. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to burn the poison array in front of him with fire. However, he suddenly became interested in this array. Therefore, he allowed these poisonous beasts to take shape. Chapter 1173. The poisonous beast itself also carried a terrifying power. Coupled with the eruption of its poison, the moment it erupted, it was enough to render everything within a radius of 10,000 miles into a state where not even a blade of grass could grow. Boom! A cloud of poisonous fog appeared in Li Zongjiu's palm. More than a dozen poisonous gases exploded around Li Zongjiu's body, but Li Zongjiu kept reaching out and grasping the poisonous gases in his hand. Found it! Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately locked onto a direction in the thick black fog, and he threw a punch in that direction with all his might. Suddenly, the surrounding black poisonous gas could be seen rapidly shrinking. In the end, something fell to the ground with a thud. It was something similar to a bugle horn, but it was only the size of a palm. The terrifying poison array just now had also erupted from this bugle horn. Lan Yi and the others behind also saw Li Zongjiu's actions. When they saw that Li Zongjiu was safe and sound, and that he had already broken the poison array in less than 10 minutes, everyone was immediately shocked. They also had a deeper understanding of Li Zongjiu's strength. This guy was really terrifying. Why are you here too? Li Zongjiu looked at Kuan Erishur beside him. Obviously, Kuan Arashi's body was also injured by the opponent's poison array, but Kuan Erishur also quickly forced the poisonous gas out of his body. It turned into a few drops of poisonous blood and dripped on the ground, immediately corroding a big hole in the ground. "Aren't I here to help you?" Kuan Erishur was a little embarrassed. He originally came to help, but he didn't help at all. However, in the confrontation just now, Kuan Erishur also became more proficient in using his 1,000 slaughter sword. Originally, Kuan Erishur had already completed the city lord candidate's trial and wanted to return the 1,000 slaughter sword to Li Zongjiu. But Li Zongjiu just waved his hand and took the 1,000 slaughter sword as a congratulatory gift. Kuan Erishur naturally wouldn't be polite. Li Zongjiu was never stingy with him, but sometimes he was a little strict and harsh. However, that was also a good thing for Kuan Erishur. In fact, Li Zongjiu was also guiding Kuan Erishur. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu taking care of Kuan Erishur, He estimated that in these 2 years at most, he would have become a relatively simple and ordinary genius in the Heavenly Star medicine manner. He would have made a little reputation in the Heavenly Star medicine manner, but it would be quickly covered up. In the end, there wouldn't be much improvement. These achievements couldn't let Kuan Arashir go too far. But under the influence of Li Zongjio, Kuan Arashi's strength and talent were extremely strong. Even the achievements he had now were not something that ordinary people could achieve. Let's continue forward. Li Zongjio put away the poison array horn. This thing was worth studying in the future. It was equivalent to a kind of array disk. As long as it was activated with spirit energy, it could arrange an array. However, this thing itself was very dangerous. If it wasn't used properly, it could directly envelop oneself. After all, the poison array didn't have eyes. On 5 Poisons Mountain, when the poison array was broken, and even the props used to arrange the array were taken away by Li Zongjio, the 5 elders in charge of controlling the array were dumbfounded. Sect leader, our 5 Poisons horn was taken away by him. What? You are all trash. That is our sect's treasure. How could it be taken away by someone else? You are all trash and rice buckets. After hearing such news, how could they not be angry and furious? Gao Hun was not hungry at all. He killed all the people in front of him with a palm strike. How could they do such a stupid thing? They couldn't even keep an eye on things. This person seems to be extremely proficient in array formations. We didn't even see clearly, and he had already broken the array and taken away our treasures. The elders were also quite aggrieved. No one could have expected such a thing to happen. It was simply too unexpected. It seemed that in the end the array was no longer controlled by them, but by Li Zongjio. So they invited an expert. It seems like they came prepared. Inform everyone to activate the Heaven and Earth Poison Tracking Array. All disciples are to enter the array. We must make these people pay the price and know the power of the 5 poisons, Gao Hun ordered. At this point, even if they wanted to escape, it was too late. Moreover, the battle hadn't even started. How could they just run away like this? If they did that, they would be too spineless. Yes, sect leader. Although he had already ordered his subordinates to fight, Gao Hun thought about it carefully. The other party had come prepared, and there was even the shadow of the imperial army. If they were to fight head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. There might even be some experts hidden in the other party's camp. They had to find an opportunity to escape. He didn't expect that the people of the Shui Kuan faction in Kuan Castle would be so sinister and cunning. They put an effort to help him solve the problem. But in the end, he actually treated the 5 poisons in such a way. This made Gao Hun very unhappy. After he was safe, he must find time to take revenge on the people of the Shui Kuan faction. Lan Yi and Zhao Lei led a large group of people into the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, a white fog rose in the surroundings. Within 5 meters, they couldn't see each other. All of a sudden, a knife slashed at him. Enemy. Suddenly, the people in the army were in chaos. They didn't even know where the cold knife came from. At the beginning, the 2 groups of people were also in chaos. Everyone form groups of 3, back to back, and face the enemy from 3 sides. Zhao Lei's voice traveled through the white fog. Just as Zhao Lei gave the order, many disciples of the 5 poisons raised the poisoned swords in their hands and stabbed toward Zhao Lei. Every sword was extremely poisonous. Fortunately, the experts by Zhao Lei's side weren't to be trifled with. They blocked the people who rushed forward. The sharp-eyed Zhao Lei saw that someone was actually moving towards Li Zongjio. He immediately pulled out his sword and threw it out. Instantly, the person's head was chopped off. Pum! Blood splattered. Protect the imperial tutor. Li Zongjio's strength was strong, and he had enough strength to protect himself. However, it didn't mean that Zhao Lei and the others didn't need to protect Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio was the current imperial tutor. If these small fries needed the help of the imperial tutor, It would be too shameful for the soldiers. Immediately, Zhao Lei's guards surrounded Li Zongjio to protect him. The disciples of the 5 poisons who came from all directions were blocked. Knowing that this was a tough spot, they quickly gave up on dealing with Li Zongjio and continued to attack the others. Everyone, continue forward and rush out of the fog. It was easy to be set up in the mountains. Once the surrounding things couldn't be seen clearly, it would become very dangerous. Sometimes there might even be situations where people on the same side would attack each other. Chapter 1174. The white fog bewildering formation and the sneak attack of the 5 poisons disciples did not obstruct the advance of the Blue Tiger Army and Kuan Castle's army. After receiving Zhao Lei's order, he became even more determined. He followed the voice and headed up the mountain. Along the way, he killed his way over. In less than an hour, he had already charged to the 5 poison sect's mountain gate. Most of the people managed to kill their way out of the encirclement. Towards the end, the attacks of the 5 poisons became very weak, as if they had encountered too strong of a resistance. Moreover, most of the people who managed to charge out turned into corpses. Sect leader, most of our people are dead. A subordinate ran to Gao Hun to report. Gao Hun naturally knew that the good-for-nothings under the 5 poisons would not be able to stop the advance of these people. However, he did not expect these people to be so determined to kill their way up. What else can we do? Quickly escape from the secret passage. When we regroup in the future and make a comeback, we will kill Kuan Castle. We must make the Shengyan dynasty pay the price. After Gao Hun's righteous speech, he actually told everyone that they were going to retreat. After the remaining people heard this, they felt that it made sense. If they did not retreat now, when would they be able to retreat? Of course, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Go. The 5 poisons directly escaped from the secret passage in the back mountain. Lan Yi and Zhao Lei led the army into the territory of the 5 poisons. Some of the disciples did not even have time to escape before they were all captured. They were put on the ground and easily dealt with. There were also some people who wanted to resist. However, they were all killed as well. In just 1 hour's time, the entire 5 poison sect had been captured and looted clean. Speak, where are your sect leader and the others hiding? Lang Jiu said coldly. Kuan Castle was powerful and did not allow these people of the 5 poisons to disobey. When they killed their way out, these people no longer had the chance to resist. We found a secret passage in the back mountain. Kuan Castle's army came to report. It was not easy for them to kill their way to the mountain gate, but in the end, they did not find the main culprit. If they did not capture a few important people, how could they report back? If they brought all of these people back, it would not be enough to report back. No one would be convinced. No matter what, Zhao Lei and Lan immediately led their people and killed their way out. Li Zongjiu strolled around the 5 poisons. Basically, everything that could be moved had been captured and detained in the main hall. Li Zongjiu was extremely curious about how the 5 poisons were able to take out something like the 5 poisons buglehorn. He used his mental power to search the area of the 5 poisons and immediately found a forbidden area that originally belonged to the 5 poisons. Come here, where is this place? Li Zongjiu casually pointed at a person of the 5 poisons, who was immediately detained by the Blue Tiger Army. When the imperial tutor asked questions, if they did not answer, they would be slapped. The thing in front of them seemed to be an altar made of stone. Moreover, there were extremely complicated patterns engraved on the walls. Quickly reply to the Lord, a soldier said fiercely. He raised his hand and was about to slap the person. The person was so frightened that he nodded his head repeatedly. Replying to the Lord, this is the altar bestowed by the god of our sect. Only the sect leader and the 5 elders can open it. It can only be opened once a year. There will be treasures or formation books inside. There was such a magical place. The soldier immediately slapped him across the face. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't behave, I will chop off your head right now. Since the Lord asked you a question, you should answer honestly." The soldier's fierce appearance caused the person to feel a considerable amount of fear. He immediately trembled in fear. "I don't dare to lie, I don't dare to lie. What I said is absolutely true, absolutely true." This person of the 5 poisons also repeatedly shouted, "All right, take him away." Li Zongjio waved his hand. With this identity and status, it was easier to do things. All he needed to do was to give an order. Li Zongjio didn't believe that there was some kind of mysterious power that could automatically spit out treasures. Even after 3,000 years, he still wouldn't believe it. The only explanation was that there was something below that could store treasures. Li Zongjio injected his own yuan power into the formation in front of him. Immediately, the candles around the altar seemed to be constantly vibrating. Boom! With the injection of yuan power, the candles also lit up involuntarily. Immediately, Li Zongjio increased the injection of yuan power. In an instant, it became abnormally fierce and terrifying. The candlesticks in the altar immediately surged with extremely bright light. The candles were constantly being consumed. It was enough to see that this kind of power was constantly condensing. At the same time, there seemed to be a force in the altar that was being activated. However, there seemed to be a layer of restriction. In fact, this restriction also came from a formation. Li Zongjio directly took out the black dragon hammer. "I'm too lazy to bother with you. I just want to see what exactly is inside you." Then Li Zongjio directly hammered down with the black dragon hammer in his hand. Boom! The power that erupted from the black dragon hammer shook the entire mountain range. The 5 Poisons Mountain shook violently. Some of the buildings that originally belonged to the 5 Poisons also collapsed at this moment. It was as if this altar was the vein of the entire 5 Poisons Mountain. If this vein was destroyed, it was equivalent to the entire 5 Poisons Mountain being destroyed. However, Li Zongjio did not care about this. So what if this 5 Poisons Mountain was destroyed? Today, he wanted to see what kind of ability this thing had that it actually dared to go against Li Zongjio. Boom! Another hammer strike. This time, the mysterious altar was also blasted into smithereens. Boom! The entire altar was directly torn apart. At this moment, a crack appeared on the wall that was engraved with strange patterns. Following this situation in front of him, Li Zongjio also smiled slightly. What kind of rules and restrictions are there? As long as you have enough power, you can break the rules and break all restrictions. Now, although Li Zongjio's power did not dare to say that he could ignore the rules between heaven and earth, at the very least, this mere altar in the mountain could not stop Li Zongjio's footsteps. Below the altar seemed to be an empty world. A dark and dim power swallowed the surrounding light. In this endless darkness, a ball of light suddenly surged out. It was a glowing object. When this glowing object appeared, Li Zongjio directly reached out and snatched it. Swoosh! It was heavy. From its appearance, it seemed to be a book. Chapter 1175. It was a book. Li Zongjio quietly waited for the light from the book in his hand to dissipate. Then he saw the contents of the book. General Book on Arrays. When Li Zongjio saw these words, his eyes immediately lit up. He never thought that he would be able to find this incomplete book on arrays under such circumstances. It was simply a lucky hit. Li Zongjio immediately flipped through the contents of the book. He found that the first half of the book was exactly the same as the one in his hand. However, the latter half and 1/3 of the first half could be flipped through. Moreover, the contents that appeared were all new. With Li Zongjio's knowledge, the contents recorded in the latter half of the book had already surpassed the limits of the Holy Martial Continent. It seems that this thing belongs to the Holy Martial Realm. Li Zongjio looked at the general book on arrays in his hand. There were still 3 pages missing. According to the description, one of the 3 pages had turned into the 5 Poisons horn in Li Zongjio's hand. It seemed that the contents of the general book on arrays contained some treasures on arrays. It was even possible that the book itself was a treasure on arrays. Only by deciphering the arrays on it could one obtain the contents and treasures within. Li Zongjio had never come across such a miraculous method in his previous life. As for the incomplete book on arrays in Li Zongjio's hands, it was only a copy. Li Zongjio put away the general book on arrays in his hand. At the very least, he would have something to study. The remaining 2 pages that are missing should also be treasures that belong to this book. Since it's mine, how can I let others take it away? Li Zongjio immediately sneered. The 5 poisons had brought him great joy. It even made Li Zongjio a little excited. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Gao Hun and the others were besieging them. They were also fighting with Lan Yi and the others. The 5 elders beside Gao Hun were very powerful. Moreover, Gao Hun had an item in his hand that emitted light and aura that could create illusions in this space. Within a radius of 100 li, illusions could appear at any time, anywhere. This made it impossible for Lan Yi and the other experts to take down the other party. Langu was also fighting with all his might. Suddenly, Lan Yi discovered that the surrounding space had changed. The 5 poisons, Gao Hun, and 2 other elder-level experts had appeared. And there was only Langu by Lan Yi's side. Does your Lan family have to be so ruthless? Today I'll fight you to the death. Lan Yi sneered as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 people on his side to hold on. He still had this much confidence. A huge, desolate Kuin appeared behind Lan Yi. As the desolate Kuin's brilliance flowed, it turned into a pair of wings and stuck to Lan Yi's back. At this moment, Lan Yi's speed had increased by dozens of times. You 5 poisons are too presumptuous. You're too arrogant. Today you'll definitely die. Lan Yi said, I think the one who's going to die is you. As soon as Gao Hun's voice fell, Langu, who had been beside Lan Yi, attacked. Whoosh! The sword attacked, and it was a poisonous sword that carried a highly poisonous substance. The sword stabbed Lan Yi's wing. Immediately, the original spirit in Lan Yi's body seemed to have gone berserk. It quickly escaped, and in the end it twisted and turned back to its original state with a bang. Langu, Lan Yi was seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it, but at this moment he was extremely vexed. How could he believe this kind of thing? After all, the 5 poisons were recruited by Langu's group. I forgot to tell you, this sword is called the Vitality Devouring Sword. Anyone who is stabbed by this Vitality Devouring Sword will have their original spirit greatly damaged and their original spirit destroyed. The way I see it, that sword strike just now is enough to destroy your primordial spirit. Langu laughed loudly. Not only did he want to destroy these Arakuni people, but he also wanted to destroy their original spirits. In the future, there would only be Shue Kuin's branch left in Kuin Castle. Wouldn't that be great? Shue Kuin's branch was the only one in Kuin Castle. Shue Kuin was the strongest original spirit. He was the one who could obtain the true inheritance. Hee, you're indeed my good friend. Gao Hun stretched out his hand and waved. The 2 elders by his side actually disappeared. They had been nothing more than illusions. The true meaning of this battle lay in Langu's sword. Killing Lan Yi was equivalent to severely injuring the Arakuni branch. There wouldn't be any more problems in the future. There wouldn't be any more experts appearing in Arakuni. The remaining group of people didn't pose any threat to Langu. He could slowly eliminate them. You guys quickly escape. After I take control of Kuin Castle, I'll arrange for you guys to come back. Langu said indifferently, Good. You're indeed the vice-sect leader of the 5 poisons. Haha. Gao Hun laughed loudly. At the same time, Langu prepared to stab Lan Yi, who was still in a state of shock, to death. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. Then, an extremely domineering sword chi was suddenly released. Boom! Thousand slaughter extermination. Terrifying sword aura swept out, breaking the illusory barrier right away. It was none other than Lan Kuan who was charging at him. Elder, Langu, you're courting death. Kuan Erishur saw Lan lying on the ground. When he saw Langa's actions, he knew that Langa wanted to kill Elder Lan Yi. Fortunately, Kuan Erishur came in time. It's all because of you, you damn thing. You ruined my great plan. Immediately, Langu waved the Origin Devourer sword in his hand and charged towards Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur didn't hold back. In terms of weapons, Kuan Arashi's Thousand Slaughter sword was obviously stronger than his opponent's Origin Devourer sword. However, Langu was able to suppress Kuan Erishur in terms of elemental energy. After a moment of confrontation, Kuan Erishur was forced back. The Shwek Kuan faction has betrayed us. Everyone retreat first. Kuan Erishur helped Lani up, the expert from the White Deer Mansion. The spirit of the sword blocked Langu and Gao Hun by himself. Retreat. Senior spirit of the sword had a broken sword in his hand, but it was able to release an extremely terrifying aura. Even the two experts in front of him had no choice but to retreat. I'd like to see where you can escape to. Zhao Lei was covering everyone's retreat. However, the array seemed to have changed the surrounding space. They couldn't even recognize their surroundings and were trapped in the array, unable to escape. Not good. We're all trapped in the array. Senior spirit of the sword used the Thousand Slaughter sword. Kuan Erishur threw the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand to the spirit of the sword. The strongest person present was the spirit of the sword. Although the attributes of their weapons were different, they could display the same power. The spirit of the sword, holding the Thousand Slaughter sword, also felt a surge of power. However, before the spirit of the sword made a move, a terrifying power came from the sky. It was as if the sky above them had become a glass cover. At this moment, there was a power that was crushing the glass cover. Boom! The illusion was broken. Chapter 1176. The illusory space was broken. At this moment, a mirror in Gao Hun's arms suddenly emitted an extremely hot energy, directly forcing Gao Hun to throw the mirror out of his arms. Damn it! The energy that erupted just now almost burned the skin on Gao Hun's chest. Is this the second treasure, the illusion disillusionment mirror? Li Zongjio stretched out his hand, and the mirror that originally belonged to Gao Hun flew directly to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio caught it. He held it in his hand. The illusion disillusionment mirror seemed to want to struggle, but it was restrained by Li Zongjio's tyrannical mental strength, unable to move. My illusion disillusionment mirror! Gao Hun exclaimed. When he looked at Li Zongjio in front of him, he felt a sense of dread. The aura of this person in front of him was familiar. Wasn't this the person who had taken away his 5 poison horn? Now, this person had chased after him again, and even took away his illusion disillusionment mirror. Li Zongjio, do you really think that no one in this world can take you down? Lan Gu was very unhappy with Li Zongjio's sudden appearance. Did Li Zongjio really think that he could go anywhere in the world? Did he think that no one could stop him from doing what he wanted? Did he really think that no one could stop him? Was he invincible? Could it be that he had such a beautiful dream? Is he Li Zongjio? I have heard of your name long ago. Today, I want to see if you are really as powerful as the legends say. Gao Hun also looked at Li Zongjio. Looking at the two of them, it seemed that they still had some tricks up their sleeves. Lan Yi and the others were seriously injured. At this moment, Kuan Erishur and the others were also guarding Lan Yi's side. Zhao Lei also brought a few experts to kill. Who would have thought that these people who came to chase after them would end up in such a dangerous situation? In the illusory realm just now, they were not facing a few people, but an army of thousands of people. No one dared to get close to them. They were also extremely afraid. After a few rounds of fighting, they barely managed to save their lives. Later, they found out that it was actually an illusion. Oh, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. Li Zongjio immediately smiled disdainfully. Then he signaled the people in front of him to attack. Gao Hun and Langu stood side by side. Behind them, there were also 5 elders supporting them. The aura of the 7 people was quite strong. When the people of the Lan family saw that Langu had actually betrayed them, they also completely recognized the nature of this Langu. However, after all, Langu could not represent the entire Shui Kuan faction. Even the 2 elders of the Shui Kuan faction, Lan Shouxin and Lan Shouyu, did not dare to believe that this Langu in front of them was actually the vice sect master of the 5 poisons. This was something that they had never thought of before. 5 poison scripture, heavenly poison, and earthly destruction qi. Immediately, the 6 people in front of them condensed their yuan qi and hit Langa's body at the same time. At this moment, Langa's body released a terrifying aura. With Langa's strength, it was difficult for him to withstand the injection of such a huge amount of energy. However, the yuan devouring sword in his hand had a very domineering capacity. No need. Li Zongjio suddenly raised his hand and gestured behind him. It turned out that senior spirit of the sword saw that Li Zongjio was fighting empty-handed and wanted to return the myriad slaughter sword to Li Zongjio. After all, it could be seen from the clash just now that the power of this myriad slaughter sword was above that of the yuan devouring sword. If it could be used better, it would definitely be able to break through the yuan devouring sword. Die. Yuan devouring sword. The fact that Li Zongjio actually dared to stay still and wait for them to condense their moves made Langu and the others very excited. Those who saw this move for the first time would usually be at a disadvantage. Once the yuan devouring sword was used, it would be a competition of the yuan qi of both sides. On Li Zongjio's side, there was only one person. Even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb and ate elixirs every day, there was still a limit to your 10 to 20 years of time. However, there were a total of 7 people on their side, and all of them were at the primitive emperor realm. The 7 primitive emperors attacked. It wasn't a competition of killing moves or treasures, but pure yuan qi, pure accumulation of strength. Let's see if you're afraid. Li Zongjio's move would definitely kill him. The few of them were quite excited. After killing Li Zongjio, he would be able to take back all of his treasures. By then, these people in front of them would no longer be a threat, and they would all be killed. The sword qi rolled towards Li Zongjio. When the sword qi touched Li Zongjio, it turned into a long whip like a long rope. A flexible force bound Li Zongjio and began to absorb the yuan qi in Li Zongjio's body. That's it. Li Zongjio naturally saw that this sword was a sword technique that focused on devouring. The main point wasn't to kill, but to eat. Therefore, there was no need to resist at all, because no matter what, these people in front of him couldn't possibly be his opponent. Not to mention 7. Even if 70 of them worked together, the yuan qi wouldn't be Li Zongjio's opponent. Boom! As Li Zongjio's voice fell, a tyrannical force erupted from the origin devourer sword. Langu, Gao Hun, and the others' faces suddenly changed. What's going on? Why did it produce a backlash? At this moment, the origin devourer sword was like a scale. It would lean towards whichever side was heavier. Therefore, the strength of Langu and the others was constantly rushing towards Li Zongjio's direction. Boom! The origin devourer sword really didn't recognize anyone. Gao Hun and the others wanted to break free, but Li Zongjio suddenly increased his strength, causing the speed of the yuan qi to become faster. No! Langu roared in grief and despair. He felt that the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated was actually being sucked away by the enemy in an instant. All his efforts were now in vain. He was about to become a cripple. Bang! Bang! Gao Hun gritted his teeth and directly blew off his arm that was slapping on Langu's body. Seeing this, the other 5 elders followed suit. They were lucky enough to escape this calamity. However, just as these people's strength disappeared, Langa's flesh was also easily devoured by the Origin Devourer sword. It was once again turned into energy and transferred into Li Zongjiu's body. Moreover, the Origin Devourer sword was also very tactful. It directly flew in front of Li Zongjiu. From the posture of the sword, it seemed to have voluntarily submitted. "You are quite clever." Li Zongjiu grabbed the Origin Devourer sword. At this moment, Langu was already dead, leaving only a shriveled and wrinkled human skin. The rest of Gao Han and the others were also seriously injured. More than half of their strength had been sucked away just now. Coupled with the loss of an arm, they were even more injured. Most importantly, these people no longer had any other tricks up their sleeves. Kill. Kun Erisher held the 1,000 slaughter sword again and took the lead to kill the people of the 5 poisons. A moment later, the 5 poisons, Gao Han, and the others' heads fell to the ground. Chapter 1177. The problem of the 5 poisons also came to an end today. During this period of time, the problem of the Shui Kun faction wanting to become independent was also solved satisfactorily. With the death of Langu, the troublemaker, everything returned to normal. If Langu was still alive, he would definitely be scared silly by what happened in Kun Castle. It should have been the heavily poisoned castellan of Kun Castle, Lan Yu. He was miraculously revived with full health. Although he couldn't deal with the situation for the time being, at least his injuries had recovered. It was just that he shouldn't overwork himself. He only needed a certain amount of time to recover to his peak condition. After waking up, Lan Yu found out about the recent events from Lan Tianying. He was extremely grateful for Li Zongjiu's arrival. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu, Lan Yu wouldn't have been the only one to die. So many lives of Arakuni's people were lost here. They might even have died. As for the remaining members of the Shui Kun faction, Lan Yu also gave severe punishments. At the same time, he promoted Kun Erisher to the elder's seat. With Kun Arashi's achievements in the past few days and the powerful backing of Li Zongjiu, it was very easy for him to get an elder's seat. Zhao Lei also sent his army to patrol the city. In the end, they retreated safely. This time, the main culprit of the rebellion had been caught. There was no need to continue guarding the city. He could even return early to report back. However, before Zhao Lei left, he went to Li Zongjiu and expressed his desire to join the White Deer Mansion. If you want to join the White Deer Mansion, you have to prove your strength first. If you can settle the Hua family, I will let you join. Li Zongjiu said calmly. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the Hua family was nothing more than a smelly bug that liked to pop out of its stomach. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't reject such ambitious people from joining the White Deer Mansion. There were always benefits to being stronger. As long as these people were loyal enough, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be soft-hearted if there were any signs of rebellion. Moreover, he had ways to deal with these people. Before you join, you must first have the strength to join. In front of Li Zongjiu, the Hua family was just a small bug that could hardly turn over a new leaf. However, in front of Zhao Lei, the Hua family was still a colossus. Even now, most of the Hua family's experts had been killed. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, just as Li Zongjiu had thought, if he couldn't help the White Deer Mansion resolve its problems and resolve these problems, he would be forced to join the White Deer Mansion. Could it be that the White Deer Mansion wanted him to join them for a meal? This wasn't an easy opportunity, but it was also an opportunity. Yes, Zhao Lei. Don't worry. As long as the Hua family is dealt with, I will take care of the follow-up problems. I will give you 1 month. Within this month, you will be able to mobilize the resources of the White Deer Mansion. If you can't complete this task in a month, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Zongjiu said calmly. This method already greatly reduced the difficulty. It was equivalent to Zhao Lei joining the White Deer Mansion in a month. However, he now had to complete a trial mission. If he couldn't complete it, then he could only apologize. Thank you, Sir Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor wasn't serious at all. After all, the imperial tutor's title was for the sake of the entire Xinyan dynasty. However, Li Zhongjie didn't seem to have considered this aspect. When he did things, he didn't think that he was the imperial tutor of the Xinyan dynasty. He only wanted to achieve his goal. Zhao Lei immediately led the Blue Tiger army to withdraw. At the same time, he started thinking of ways to deal with the Hu family. Based on what Li Zhongjie had said, he wanted to deal with the Hu family. First, he wanted to completely remove the Hu family's position in the army. This way, the Hu family wouldn't be able to pose a threat. It would be difficult for him to control the Green Dragon army. Second, he wanted to get rid of the entire Hu family. This was the only way to avoid future troubles. The Hu family has always been ruthless. This time, let's see how capable you are. Li Zhongjie stayed in Kuan Castle for a few more days. The danger of Kuan Castle had been temporarily resolved. However, there were still more important matters waiting for Kuan Erishur to deal with. 2 days later, Kuan Erishur expressed his thoughts at a family meeting. He wanted to propose marriage to Emperor Shengyan. This matter caused a huge uproar at the family meeting. Even Lan Yan looked at Kuan Erishur strangely. "You're really something, kid. You actually managed to hook up with the princess. Not bad. You're bold enough. You're like a man." Even his father, Lan Yu, couldn't help but praise him. Of course, it was a happy thing for his child to be able to find someone he loved. However, this person instantly gave Lan Yu a headache. Of all people, it just had to be the princess of the Shengyan dynasty. "No, you can't do this." The great elder, Lan Yi, immediately stopped him. Langa was already dead. The position of the great elder was vacant, and Lan Yi directly filled it. "Our relationship with the Shengyan dynasty has always been turbulent. If we establish a relationship with the royal family will definitely be suspicious. Moreover, the royal family will definitely not agree," Lan Yi said. Lan Yi saw through this matter very clearly. It wasn't easy to solve this problem. After all, this problem existed in the first place. Moreover, this problem could worsen at any time. "Great elder, you're wrong." "Why not?" "Don't tell me that I, the future mayor of Kuan Castle, am not worthy of the princess of the Shengyan dynasty?" Lan Yuan had a small opinion in his heart. In the hearts of the Lan family, he was obviously placed in a very high position. He even felt that he was incomparably arrogant. After all, the glory of Kuan Castle was not something that ordinary people could imagine. To be able to survive between the two dynasties, this kind of strength was enough to prove everything. That's not the case. However, this matter still needs to be carefully considered. Elder Lan had yet to recover from his serious injuries and now seemed a little weak. He couldn't make a fierce argument, but everyone believed in Kuan Irashi's potential. Lan Yu furrowed his brows. Then he looked at the figure sitting in the corner. During the meeting today, he wondered why Lan Kuan had specially invited this person. At the very least, he should have asked for this person's opinion. "Elderly, what do you think about my son's matter?" In the entire Lan family, no one dared to look down on Li Zhongjie. They didn't even dare to show any arrogance in front of Li Zhongjie. As for why, you only need to experience how Li Zhongjie made them feel these days to know. The existence of such a powerhouse was simply heaven-defying. HM? Oh, my thoughts. My thoughts are the same as Lan Yuan's. Li Zhongjie was wholeheartedly studying the formation. Fortunately, Li Zhongjie's mental power was strong enough so he could recall the information he had previously captured. Lan Yuan didn't expect Li Zhongjie to give such an answer. Was it because Li Zhongjie was also paying attention to her? Suddenly receiving Li Zhongjie's support made Lan Yuan feel an indescribable feeling in her heart. Lan Yuan didn't care about other people's approval, but Li Zhongjie's approval was like a great affirmation. "Father, elders, don't worry. This time, I only want to obtain a title. Leave the rest to me," Kuan Erishur said. Before this, Kuan Erishur was just a nobody in the Lan family of Kuan Castle. Who knew who he was? He wasn't even an elder. But now, Kuin Arashi's identity and status had been confirmed and affirmed. At the same time, he had also obtained the approval of Kuin Castle. Naturally, he had a title and status. He could more or less be considered a match. If he was mentioned by others, he would at least have a title. This was Kuin Arashi's plan. Now, Kuin Arashir had become the successor of the Castellan. He was the true and legitimate young Castellan of Kuin Castle. All right, I'll go back and take 3 spirit of Kuin stone from the family's treasury as your betrothal gift. Lan Yu also laughed loudly. In fact, as long as Li Zongjiu supported him, this matter would most likely not be a problem. The latter's identity as the imperial tutor wasn't just for show. If anyone wanted to compete at this time, they wouldn't be giving face to Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1178. By the time most of the matters in Kuin Castle had been settled, the 2 of them finally left. The 2 of them were finally about to leave. Saber Soul and Bei Ku followed them. Kuin Castle also had a flying center. Originally, they wanted to use the most luxurious flying boat for the 4 of them to return home. However, Li Zongjiu refused. He was not the kind of person who was extravagant and wasteful. Elderly, if you have time in the future, please come visit our Kuin Castle more often. Lan Yuyan was reluctant to part with them before they left. I will. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. Then, Lan Yuyan looked at Kuin Arashir. Kid, don't cause trouble for elderly when you're outside. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Lan Yuyan threatened Kuin Arashir. However, such a threat did not hurt him at all. He knew that this was Lan Yuyan's concern. Don't worry, sister. The flying boat rose into the sky. Lan Yuyan watched as the flying boat gradually rose into the sky and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, she even had the urge to jump onto the flying boat and leave with Li Zongjiu. However, she suppressed her own excitement. Perhaps she was just a lowly passerby in front of Li Zongjiu. A person like Li Zongjiu would naturally have countless outstanding women around him. How could she, Lan Yuyan, be qualified? However, after meeting Li Zongjiu, it was obvious that Lan Yuyan's standards for choosing a husband had increased by another level. It wouldn't be easy to find one in a short period of time. The flying boat returned to the Sacred Flame Royal City. The news of the battle at Kuin Castle had reached Emperor Xingyan. Although he was fooled by Kuin Castle this time with the 5 poisons, he would have to be fully prepared the next time he wanted to deal with Kuin Castle. Your Majesty, I advise you not to agree to the request of the 10-sword sect from the Tianyin dynasty. Emperor Xingyan was already angry. He felt that he had been tricked by the people of Kuin Castle. Moreover, the Hu family seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Just the important members alone had suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, they pushed all the blame to the 5 poison sect for everything that had happened. The other members of the Green Dragon Army were not from the Hu family. They did not have the guts to challenge Li Zongjiu's authority. If Li Zongjiu came to settle the score with them in the future, they would feel a strong sense of regret. Therefore, after a series of collusion, they finally unanimously targeted the 5 poisons. Anyway, now that the 5 poisons had been destroyed, there was naturally no evidence. However, the Hu family also understood that Li Zongjiu was dealing with them. Several members of the Hu family, who were still in the army, suddenly received a summons from the judges. They said that someone had reported their misconduct in the army and that they were immediately suspended from their duties for investigation. The Hu family was simply furious about this matter. Who was the one behind all this? Who was the one who brought out so much evidence and alerted the people from the judicial division? There must be someone behind all of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at such a loss. However, Sacred Flame Great Emperor was only aware of these things after the fact. Obviously, someone was manipulating these things, and the information was only transmitted to him at the end. There was only one person who had the ability to do this, and was able to deceive everyone like this. Li Zongjiu. Today, he heard the military advisor repeatedly persuade him not to agree to the marriage proposal of the Ten-Sword sect. It even made Emperor Xingyan think that the military advisor had been bribed by Li Zongjiu. Military advisor, I respect you as a senior, so I will listen to your words. However, it does not mean that I will listen to everything you say. If you are close to Li Zongjiu, I advise you to quit while you are ahead. Emperor Shengyan glanced at the military advisor. The military advisor also shook his head. It was obvious that Emperor Shengyan had misunderstood him. However, he did not care about this matter. As long as he could prevent Li Zongjiu from getting angry, it would not be good if he destroyed the Holy Flame imperial family in a fit of anger. However, because of the existence of Princess Jingan, he would more or less give face. He would not be killed. However, he did not know if he would be able to keep his position. Just 3 days ago, the Ten-Sword sect, which was ranked third among the top 10 sects of the Tianyan dynasty, had sent a lot of betrothal gifts and a marriage proposal. They wanted the young master of the Ten-Sword sect to marry Princess Jingan. If this marriage was successful, it meant that the Ten-Sword sect would obtain the resources of the Xingyan dynasty. In the future, they would be able to start a new journey in the Xingyan dynasty. Obviously, the Ten-Sword sect was ambitious. They wanted to expand their strength and continue to develop. The Xingyan dynasty could also open a path in the Tianyan dynasty. For Emperor Shengyan, this seemed to be the best choice. Everything that Li Zongjiu had was given to him by Emperor Shengyan. The name of the imperial tutor, the name of the White Deer Mansion, and even the Luoxia city were all part of the Xingyan dynasty's territory. If he wanted to take them back, it would be just a matter of words. How could this Li Zongjiu be arrogant and dare to stand on the opposite side of Emperor Shengyan? In the heart of Sacred Flame Emperor, Li Zongjiu was clearly an ungrateful person. Moreover, he was a traitor. He was simply a despicable person. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely take down Li Zongjiu. He would never allow a person to challenge the authority of the imperial family. The airship shuttled through the clouds. Finally, they arrived at the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Once again stepping into the Sacred Flame Imperial City, Kuin Arashi's heart was also quite excited. It seemed that there was something incredible waiting for him to accomplish. He was burdened with a heavy sense of mission. But as soon as he landed, he found a restaurant to have a meal. But he heard that everyone in the city seemed to be discussing the marriage between Princess Jingan and the Ten-Sword sect's young master. He had only left for a few days, but such a thing happened. Did they have to find someone to deal with him, Kuin Arashir? Brother, what do you mean by the marriage alliance you mentioned just now? A person who was talking loudly in the restaurant was suddenly stopped by Kuin Arashir. He couldn't react, but when he saw that Kuin Arashi's expression seemed a little strange, he immediately retracted his anger. Cough, cough, you guys are from other places, right? You don't know about this yet. I heard that a group of envoys from the Ten Swords sect came to the Tianyan dynasty. The purpose of these people is to marry their young master. I heard that his surname is Yi, and he is here to propose marriage to the imperial family. We only have one princess, so they must be here to propose marriage to Princess Jingan. When Kuin Arashir heard this, he directly smashed the table with his palm. Fuck! Where did this Ten-Sword sect come from? I'm going to beat them into shit. Kuin Arashir was furious, but the table he smashed was someone else's. Just when these people reacted and were about to get angry, Kuin Arashir was too arrogant. He could have smashed anyone's table, but he smashed theirs. Can't you let us eat? Don't be too arrogant, brother. Hey, I say, why are you? However, before that person could finish his words, he saw many people gathered downstairs. Moreover, someone quickly came upstairs and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. Young master, you're back. The person who came was Taifai. If he didn't bring at least 100 people with him, he would be embarrassed to go out. This lineup was necessary. Things like face couldn't be neglected. Young Master Kuin Arashir Congratulations to young Master Kuan Erishur for becoming the young master of Kuan Castle. Tai was quite well informed. He actually already knew that Kuan Erishur had become the young master of Kuan Castle. This wasn't strange. After all, the White Deer Mansion wasn't a freeloader. Let's go. We'll take some back to eat. Li Zongjio saw that Kuan Erishur couldn't eat anymore. Then he would go back first and have a good discussion to see what the situation was. Young master, please. Li Zongjio walked in front of everyone, and Kuan Erishur followed closely behind. Tai left one person behind to compensate the diner whose table was smashed by Kuan Erishur, as well as the inn's losses. Not to mention smashing a table. Even tearing down the entire inn wouldn't be a problem. However, Tai had taught his subordinates to follow the rules from the start. They couldn't be arrogant and unrestrained. That way, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Now, they naturally managed it very well. The people in the inn were all stunned. Who is this? Why is there such a big lineup? You don't know, right? Hey, that person just now was the new young master of Kuan Castle, Kuan Erishur. It said that the young master of Kuan Castle is also interested in our Princess Jingon. No wonder. Chapter 1179. Back at the White Deer Mansion. Xiao Zhao was surprised to see the flustered and exasperated Kuan Erishur. Young master. Yes, come to the conference hall. Li Zongjio and the others sat at the table, while Xiao Zhao ordered someone to bring the information. I've already prepared the information when I heard that young master has returned. 10 Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects in the Tianyan dynasty. According to the public opinion, 10 Sword Sect is at least ranked 3rd in strength. Their enemy is the Sky Water Sect. There are many conflicts between the two sections. The team sent to the Shengyan dynasty to propose marriage includes the young master of 10 Sword Sect, Xia Chuanqiu, who is a first-grade Origin Emperor, and the unparalleled Sword Emperor, who is ranked 3rd in the 10 Sword Sect. There are also some disciples who are not strong enough to be feared. Xiao Zhao listed all the information clearly. Kuan Erishur had a very clear and intuitive feeling. Unparalleled Sword Emperor? Li Zongjio was bewildered. Back when Li Zongjio had slaughtered his way to the 10 Sword Sect, the only person who looked decent in the entire sect was this unparalleled Sword Venerable. However, it seemed like this old fart was only at the Sword Emperor realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. Young master, do you know this person? We've fought before, but that was in the past. Li Zongjio said. Everyone was shocked to hear Li Zongjio's words. How long ago was it? The Supreme Sword Emperor was quite famous in the Tianyan dynasty. It was definitely not that simple. So fierce? We've studied this Supreme Sword Emperor before. His sword Dao is very profound. If we're talking about the famous swordsmen in the Shungu continent, the Supreme Sword Emperor is one of them. Nangong Wuji said. But he might not be your opponent. After all, Li Zongjio had the record of killing a Supreme Sword Emperor. Just this record alone was enough to make many people revere him. This concept was not easy to understand. The purpose of the 10 Sword Sex trip is definitely not as simple as a marriage alliance. I heard that the 10 Sword Sect is also making moves in the Tianyan dynasty. They are more likely to borrow the power of the Shengyan dynasty. They want to shake the status of the other sects in the Shengyan dynasty. The Heavenly Water Sect is the first to bear the brunt. Xiao Zhao analyzed. Not only did he have information about the Shengyan dynasty, but even some information about the Tianyan dynasty was also under his control. Only by combining the complete information would he be able to analyze the situation correctly. So, they want to use Kuan Erishur as a stumbling block? Li Zongjio said. If that was the case, Kuan Erishur had indeed become a stumbling block for the other party. Unfortunately, if the person Kuan Erishur loved was not the Princess Jingon, these people could do whatever they wanted. They thought that they could dominate the world by making some messy combinations. In fact, these people did not have the strength to do so. If it was Li Zongjiu, it would not be so troublesome. In addition, young master, there have been some unusual movements in the city recently. To a certain extent, our people are being monitored. It seems to be from the imperial family. Moreover, we have collected enough evidence to prove that Emperor Xingyan secretly mobilized the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard. Does the Dragon Guard really exist? Kuan Erasure could not sit still. He immediately exclaimed and looked at Xiao Zhao in disbelief. The surrounding people also widened their eyes because this was very shocking news. For many years, the Dragon Guard was just a legend. No one had really seen the Dragon Guard. However, legends about the Dragon Guard were endless. The most direct ones were these Dragon Guard. It was rumored that the Dragon Guard clan was the bravest soldier during the founding war of the first great emperor. They were extremely loyal, so these people were all conferred the title of Dragon Guard. All the descendants of the Hidden Dragon clan were protected by the imperial family. They were secretly trained from a young age and shouldered heavy responsibilities. The purpose was to eliminate the dangers and difficulties in the process of the dynasty's advancement. However, as the ultimate force, they were only sent out in the most dangerous times. They were equivalent to the imperial family's secret weapon. Now that the country had been founded for more than 300 years, the great emperor had changed several times, but there was no news of the Dragon Guard clan taking action. However, recently, Xiao Zhao collected information that proved that the Dragon Guard clan had been mobilized. To be able to hide for more than 300 years, it was enough to show the importance and degree of protection that the imperial family placed on them. If it was not a last resort, they would definitely not be allowed to show themselves. Dragon Guard? There are only a dozen people in total. It's nothing special. When Li Zongjiu heard this Dragon Guard clan, he smiled disdainfully. This kind of thing was very secretive in the eyes of ordinary people, but Li Zongjiu had already seen it in his previous life. To be precise, these Dragon Guard clan were the descendants of the founding heroes of the country. However, that group of people had been completely hidden at that time. There were too many founding heroes. Some of them had names, but some of them were secretly covered up. They became a force that secretly protected the Xingyan dynasty. This was very smart. Li Zongjiu had only come into contact with a few of them in his previous life. There was nothing special about them. They were slightly stronger because the cultivation materials were provided by the imperial family. Naturally, they were not bad. However, the cultivation of that group of experts was born from blood and fire. In the later 2 generations, each lineage was not as good as the other, so the number of people decreased. Perhaps there were more people now, but after 2,000 years, this group of people was only left with a dozen people. Of course, what Li Zongjiu did not say was that these people were all in the supremacy realm, although they were just people who had just entered the supremacy realm. In front of Li Zongjiu back then, they were just an eyesore. A gentle blow was enough to extinguish these people. You know about it? Kuan Erasure looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. It seemed that there was nothing that Li Zongjiu did not know about these secretive things. You will know when you reach the supremacy realm. Li Zongjiu could only say this to Kuan Erasure. Kuan Erasure also rolled his eyes at the latter. When you reach the supremacy realm, how long will you have to cultivate? I didn't expect to recognize such a cheap boss so easily. Did I step on dog shit back then? Recently, the imperial family's attitude has been targeting our White Deer Mansion. I am worried that these Dragon Guard are here to deal with us. Xiao Zhao looked at Li Zongjiu and said, knowing was one thing, but actually facing it was another. They did not know the true purpose of these people's appearance. Oh, this old thing, I didn't deal with him, but he dares to cause trouble for me? Li Zongjiu was also displeased when he heard this. Obviously, the old thing that Li Zongjiu was referring to was Emperor Xingyan. Only Li Zongjiu had the guts to look down on Emperor Xingyan in Monarch City. It's fine to kill him, but this old man is Shueyue's father after all. Let's beat these people from the 10 Swords sect away first. Li Zongjiu said, Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done one by one. The people from the Ten-Sword sect are expected to arrive at Sacred Flame Imperial City tomorrow. The betrothal gifts and invitation had arrived before the people arrived. Obviously, these people were still somewhat arrogant. It was like a notice to the Shengyan dynasty's imperial family. Although Emperor Shengyan was not happy, he still accepted it. After all, the Ten-Sword sect was controllable, but Li Zongjio was an uncertain factor. Sooner or later, Li Zongjio would have to be dealt with first. All right, inform me when they arrive tomorrow. Chapter 1180. It was an extremely ordinary wooden airship. It slowly stopped outside the Sacred Flame Royal City. 5 figures walked down from the airship. The person in the lead was a young man in a white robe embroidered with purple and gold patterns. He was young, around 25 years old at most. He wore an extremely exquisite ring on his finger. An extremely penetrating sword intent could be sensed from the ring. He touched the ring on his finger out of habit. This is the Sacred Flame Royal City? It's just SOZO. How can there be a beauty in such a barren and desolate place? The only daughter of Emperor Shengyan can't be an extremely ugly person, right? The young man mocked. The other young disciples around him also laughed. Is it very funny? No matter how ugly she is, she's still my woman. The man's eyes turned cold. Immediately, the 3 young disciples bowed down. Young sect leader, please forgive us. All right, don't talk so much after entering the city. If this marriage is successful, then the strength of the Ten-Sword sect will reach a peak state. Don't mess it up. The unparalleled Sword Emperor stepped forward and said, this group of people was the group that had come from the Ten-Sword sect. Their purpose in coming here was to confirm the matter of the marriage alliance. Yes, Elder, Xia Chuanqiu said. He naturally respected the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Even his father had to respect the unparalleled Sword Emperor. The latter's swordsmanship had already reached the peak. Even though Xia Chuanqiu's talent was not weak, he was just a clown in front of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. There were still many things he could learn from the unparalleled Sword Emperor. He was looking forward to the latter's guidance. However, this trip was not going smoothly. They were stopped the moment they entered the city. Stop, where did you come from? What are you doing in the royal city? A few city guards immediately surrounded Xia Chuanqiu and the others. Xia Chuanqiu and the others looked at them with contempt. These people in front of them were really reckless. If they were in the Tianyan dynasty, they would have chopped off their heads with a sword. How dare they block their way? Friends, we are from the 10 Swords sect of the Sky Flame dynasty. This is our identity token. We are entering the city to meet the emperor. A disciple stepped forward and said. At the same time, he handed over his identity token and stuffed a few purple yuan coins into the soldier's hand. Naturally, they knew this kind of routine. It was just to collect bribes from outsiders like them. Impudent! How dare you bribe in broad daylight? Take these people down. However, who would have thought that the soldier would directly throw the purple yuan coin in his hand onto the ground without even looking at it? He was simply overflowing with dominance, and his face was filled with righteousness. The people from the 10 Swords sect were surprised by such an unusual move. Could it be that the people of the Shengyan dynasty did not fall for this trick? This was impossible. One had to know that money could move the gods. These people were not deities who were pure of heart and few desires. They did not even care about money. However, the angry roar just now attracted the attention of the garrison on the city wall. Immediately, hundreds of city guards rushed out from the city and restricted everyone outside. The city gate was also closed with a bang. The road was blocked. The dignified young lord and elders of the 10 Swords sect were actually blocked by the city gate of the Holy Flame Imperial City. Courting death. Xia Chuanqiu touched the ring on his finger and was ready to attack. In any case, he had to chop off the legs of these thousands of people in front of him and let them know how powerful he was. However, The unparalleled sword emperor stopped Xia Chuanqiu. "Officials, may I ask your general to come out and meet me?" "Cut the crap! All of you kneel down and put your hands on your head. Otherwise, I will kill you with my spear," a centurion said extremely fiercely. They had already received orders before that, as long as they found people from the Sky Flame dynasty, they were to directly stop them. It would be best if they could detain them. If it was a normal day, they would just take some money and let them in. However, this order was given by the higher-ups. Even they did not dare to take the money because it would be troublesome. "Since you are so stubborn and do not know what is good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Take them down," the unparalleled Sword Emperor said faintly. As an Origin Emperor expert, how could he tolerate being treated like this? No matter where he was, he should not be treated like this. Now that he took the initiative to teach them a lesson, nothing would happen. He did not believe that the great emperor of the Xingyan dynasty would be so heartless as to stand up for a few city guards. Immediately, the 3 accompanying disciples took action. They did not use their swords, but only their palms. They easily overturned hundreds of city guards in front of them. Bang! 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 "How dare you attack the city guards?" Someone on the city wall saw this scene and immediately went to report. The unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others frowned. These people in front of them seemed to be here to cause trouble instead of solving the problem. There's a problem. This didn't seem like the style of Monarch City. When encountering such a noble identity token, they would at least have to verify it. How could these people pester them endlessly like this? He was simply stalling for time here. "Let me do it." The archers on the city wall were shooting arrows non-stop. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell, causing Xia Chuanqiu to snort coldly and jump. The height of the city wall was nothing in front of these experts. Xia Chuanqiu, who had rushed up the city wall, was immediately hit by a series of explosions. It had been a long time since such a situation had happened. The city guards immediately went to war, and the scene was quite fierce. All kinds of weapons were used. They seemed to have been prepared. The mobilization of the troops was also unusually fast. Soon, soldiers from other drill grounds were mobilized. Even Xia Chuanqiu had to use the strength of an Origin Emperor. However, he found that these people were unusually excited, and there was no way to defeat them. Boom! The city gate opened. Several fierce generals rushed out with their elite cavalry. The sky silkworm net in their hands was aimed at the 3 disciples. Even an Origin Emperor expert would find it difficult to escape. In addition, there were many experts in the army. The 3 accompanying disciples could be considered to have been beaten very badly, listening to the sounds of battle outside the city. In the city, Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erisher were sitting on the top floor of a tea house. They were looking at the scene here. Sitting beside the 2 of them was the commander of the city guards, Wang Ding. Wang Ding poured tea for Li Zongjiu and Lan Kuan. At the same time, he also observed the situation outside the city. Unfortunately, these people did not know that the entire city guards were Li Zongjiu's men. Chapter 1181. The number of soldiers was huge, and it was still increasing. Damn it, let's leave this place first. The unparalleled Sword Emperor had never seen such a thing happen. If he killed his way out, not to mention a marriage proposal, it would be considered merciful if the other party didn't send troops to capture him and cut him into pieces. If this group of people killed a few people in the royal city, they could easily cover it up with their status. Even Emperor Xingyan would turn a blind eye to it. However, if they killed any of the soldiers in front of the city guards, it would be difficult to appease the public's anger. Even Emperor Shangyan would not be able to protect them. Therefore, facing the desperate siege of the city guards, they could not kill them. But beating them up would not vent their anger. Therefore, they could only leave this place now. At another time, they would find an opportunity to enter the city directly. At this moment, it was obviously not a wise move to fight the city guards head-on. They did not expect the unparalleled Sword Emperor of the Ten Swords sect to come to the Holy Flame royal city. Not only did they not welcome them with courtesy, they even alerted the city guards. The city guards were simply crazy. They had never seen such a strict situation. Moreover, they had already stated their identities. But June Rand still attacked them directly. It was obvious that he did not want them to have an easy time. Immediately, these people retreated into the distance. Such a humiliating matter made the people of the Ten Swords sect very angry. They wanted to kill a few people immediately to vent their anger. Is there something wrong with these city guards? They're simply crazy. I've never seen such an unreasonable and barbaric city guard. A few disciples were cursing. Although they had already knocked down hundreds of people, they didn't dare to kill even one person. A few of them had their clothes torn by arrows. If it wasn't for their strong origin energy, they might have been seriously injured by these people. Could this be Emperor Xingyan's intention? Even Xia Chuanqiu was not sure. They were happy to receive the gifts, but they did not expect that when they came to visit, they would be made difficult for. Logically speaking, such a thing should not have happened. Why don't we charge into the city directly? A disciple said, but he was directly slapped by Xia Chuanqiu. Bullshit. Is our Ten Swords sect so shameful that we have to climb over the wall to enter the city? If we can't walk through the gate, our Ten Swords sect will tear it down sooner or later. Xia Chuanqiu shouted angrily. It was not easy for the young master of the Ten Swords sect to come to the Xingyan dynasty, but he was chased away by the city guards. Now he could not even enter the gate. If this news spread back to the Tianyan dynasty, wouldn't it? The unparalleled Sword Emperor didn't speak for a long time. Obviously, he was very angry. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, the damage to his face couldn't be repaired so easily. Today's battle at the city gate could be considered as a form of training for the soldiers. At the same time, it also displayed the strength of the city guards. They had not even entered the city, but they had already turned around and ran away. They came with a lot of vigor, but returned in defeat. Seems a little cool. When Kuan Erishur saw this scene, he was also completely shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. At the same time, he was also surprised that Li Zongjiu would do this for him. He secretly mobilized the city guards to do such a thing, and right under the nose of the emperor. No one would dare to believe that such a thing would happen. This was simply treating Emperor Xingyan as a dead man, and directly stirring up trouble in Monarch City. If this matter were to spread to Emperor Xingyan's ears, how angry would he be? Moreover, these people who were chased away were the distinguished guests of the Xingyan dynasty. Being chased away like this was an even bigger crime. Even if they enter the city, I won't let them reach the foot of the imperial city. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He had already made arrangements beforehand, and the few people from Ten Swords sect were really not enough. Is it okay to do this? Kuan Erishur was also a little worried. Today, the city guards had mobilized nearly 10,000 people. Emperor Xingyan would definitely be aware of such a large mobilization. What can happen? What can he do? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Kuan Erishur was also completely convinced by Li Zongjiu's audacity. If there was anyone else in the world who had such great ability, it could only be Li Zongjiu. Just as Li Zongjiu and the rest were sipping tea, there were two young people on the street, a man and a woman, who looked like heroes of the underworld. What's going on? The city guards have been mobilized in such a large formation. There were Yuan King Yuan energy fluctuations just now. The woman stared at the situation outside the city walls. She said with a frown, "Let's go and check it out." As soon as the man finished speaking, he leaped out and disappeared from the street in the blink of an eye. He's too impulsive. The woman immediately stomped her foot. However, she also leaped out and followed closely behind. Obviously, the strength of these two people was extraordinary. The fluctuations in the surroundings naturally could not escape Li Zongjiu's eyes. Immediately he looked down. This batch of Dragon Guard is so young? Li Zongjiu looked at the two people who had just rushed out. If one were to say which family's disciple was the most outstanding genius in Monarch City, it would definitely be the Dragon Guard. Not only were they young, but they were also very strong. It seemed like these people would not be able to enter the city today. You can also go to the Imperial City today to propose marriage. As for these people, I'll help you deal with them. Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Erisher was a little frightened when he heard this. What did he mean by deal with them? Was he going to send them back? Or was he going to leave their lives behind? However, since Li Zongjiu had intervened, he must have his own way of dealing with them. Then, I'll go. Kuan Arashi's actions would definitely shock the people in Monarch City. However, Kuan Erisher was now the young castellan of Kuan Castle. In terms of status, he was not without advantages. He was even higher than the young sect master of the outer sect. At the same time, one should not forget, Kuan Erisher still had a teacher, Master Jingyue, Senior Mirror Emperor. Kuan Erisher immediately rushed to Jingyue Villa. After mentioning this matter, Master Jingyue was naturally willing, but the consequences had to be carefully considered. This hurdle of the Holy Flame Emperor was not that easy to pass. Send someone to investigate the movements of these people. Then, go to the residence and gather all the Primitive Emperor experts. Li Zongjiu ordered. Yes, young master. Chapter 1182. The 16 Primitive Emperors in the White Deer Mansion had been summoned to the tea house. Nangong Wuji did not come. His more important task was to oversee the White Deer Mansion, so he would not leave unless there was something important. Even Hong Shi-san came directly, gathering so many Primitive Emperors at the same time, not even Yuan monarchs. What was he going to do? In the Holy Flame Royal City, apart from the royal family, only Li Zongjiu's family could mobilize so many Primitive Emperors in such a short time. Even if the Primitive Emperors of the 4 major families were added together, they would probably not be as many as Li Zongjiu had. Let's eat something first. We will go out of the city to deal with a few people in a while. Li Zongjiu also let these Primitive Emperors have a meal. After all, they were going out to do something, so they had to eat their fill. This way, the morale before the battle would be even higher. It was not easy for a small student in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion to develop from a casino to such a large scale. At least in the eyes of outsiders, it was not easy. However, it seemed rather easy for Li Zongjiu to accomplish all this. It only took a little more than a year. As long as there was money, everything could be solved. There was nothing to be afraid of. He did not encounter any obstacles. Many people in the city also saw the actions of the White Deer Mansion and heard about what had happened at the city gate earlier. After all, this was not a small matter. When Song Jiu of the Song family heard about this, she immediately knew what Li Zongjiu wanted to do. When Li Zongjiu had just arrived in the Holy Flame Royal City, Song Jiu had come into contact with Li Zongjiu and knew that this guy was not afraid of anything. Logically speaking, such a person should have died a long time ago, but he was still alive until now. Moreover, he was still living a glorious life. Almost no one could compete with Li Zongjiu. That guy couldn't possibly be planning to attack the people from the Ten-Sword Sect, right? Everyone in the city knew that the Ten-Sword Sect was here for the peace marriage. Li Zongjiu's action was a provocation to the Holy Flame royal family. He did not put the royal family in his eyes at all. If that's the case, I'm afraid Li Zongjiu is in big trouble. Song Jiu's current position in the Song family could be said to be unshakable and indestructible. Just one project with the White Deer Mansion had already earned her a lot of money, and she was still earning a huge sum. This was Song Jiu's connections and foresight. Not many people had Song Jiu's vision and boldness. Therefore, Song Jiu succeeded. But now, what Li Zongjiu did was simply too shocking. After staying in Monarch City for so long, Songji was very clear that if she wanted to live well, she had to do her job well in the city. She had to play within the rules. There was a bottom line that she could never cross. That was to be the enemy of the royal family. If she had the slightest intention of rebelling, the royal family would not even need an excuse to deal with her. She did not know how many influential people there were. So what if she had power and influence? The royal family's power was beyond her imagination. Even I can't do anything about this. Song Jiu rubbed her head. Of course, Li Zongjio did not need Song Jiu's help. He could easily deal with it by relying on the strength of the White Deer Mansion. At this moment, outside the city, the unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others were sitting on a mountain top. At the same time, they had sent a message to the royal family. If no one came to welcome them this time, they would not enter the city. Who knew where they got the courage and confidence to be so stubborn? They really thought highly of themselves. Elder, there are experts approaching. Everyone stood up and stared ahead. Xia Chuanqiu also stood up and stared ahead. The rays of the setting sun shone. Behind the setting sun, more than 10 figures were rapidly approaching. They are all experts. It seems that the Shengyan dynasty has finally learned to be sensible for once. Even from afar, he could feel the powerful strength emanating from these people. The aura formed by the gathering of experts was different from that of ordinary people. Whoosh! Hong Shersan landed. The experts behind him also landed one by one in front of the people from the Ten-Sword sect. However, their expressions were a little strange. Of course, everyone looked at one of them at the same time. It was the unparalleled Sword Emperor. The chances of encountering such a powerhouse were relatively low. Even in the Shengyan dynasty, people had heard of the name of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. They also knew that the latter's swordsmanship was exquisite and incomparable to ordinary people. Many of them wanted to see it for themselves. Are you here to welcome us? Seeing that you are so sincere, we will forget about the incident at the city gate this morning. Xia Chuanqiu waved his hand. He expressed his magnanimity. However, these people in front of him did not move at all. I have long heard that the unparalleled Sword Emperor's swordsmanship is superb. It is such a coincidence that we meet in this desolate place today. Let's spar. A sword-wielding expert walked out from the crowd. There were not many opportunities to spar with the unparalleled Sword Emperor. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? The unparalleled Sword Emperor frowned. An imposing aura was released spontaneously. He was at the peak of the primitive emperor realm, an elder of the Ten-Sword sect. Unexpectedly, he was called out by the other party. What was the meaning of this? Was this the tradition of the Shengyan dynasty? Is this how the Shengyan dynasty treats its guests? The unparalleled Sword Emperor said indifferently. His eyes seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, sweeping towards the people in front of him. These people did not seem to be here to welcome them into the city. Over a dozen primitive emperor powerhouses gathered here at the same time. The imposing manner was so strong that it made the 3 accompanying disciples of Ten-Swords sect feel dizzy and dizzy. When one's realm was not enough, such a situation would naturally occur in a battle between experts. At this moment, they had no choice but to retreat to the back. Even Xia Chuanqiu felt like he was under the control of others. You are courting death. Xia Chuanqiu touched his ring. Immediately, the ring turned into a golden long sword, hanging in front of Xia Chuanqiu. The aura released from the golden light sword easily dispersed the surrounding power, making him feel better. Who are you? These people seem to be here to humiliate them. How could Xia Chuanqiu tolerate this? The aura of a first-grade primitive emperor was gradually released. However, this aura was not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Immediately, Hong Shersan and the others also released their primitive emperor chi. Boom! 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 The aura of experts soared to the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were affected. Who are you? Everyone's aura suppressed Xia Chuanqiu to the point that he could not breathe. Even now, Xia Chuanqiu was barely able to resist. With a little effort, Xia Chuanqiu was defeated by the withered leaves. The unparalleled Sword Emperor could not bear the aura of a peak primitive emperor. It exploded in an instant,